Chapter 42, Prognosticate. Prognosticate, PI with diaresis, NA with diaresis, STKA with macronti, to forecast or predict something future from present indications or signs, prophesy. Late Middle English, from medieval Latin prognosticat from the vote prognostica, make a prediction. The port town that falls almost exactly on the border between frost and lightning country is unexpectedly busy for its size. Kurama watches the crowd's bustle from the doorway of the large inn, not quite ready to push out into the street just yet. He has a mental list of bars to visit and reports from both Kuri and Konoha informants that a Greek Senate is somewhere in the village, but there's an itch of uneasiness in the back of his skull. Nothing blatant, nothing obvious, but unsettling. The captain is comfortable, Itachi says quietly from behind him, and Kurama doesn't allow himself to twitch. Shisui and Tens agreed to stay with him. Not the best protection available if Obito decides to pop in and finish the job, but Han and Rishi are both back on the ship, since busy towns make both of them even tenser than Kurama. Rishi had muttered something about setting the last one on fire, and when Shisui flinched and nodded his fervent agreement, Kurama had decided he didn't even want to know. They'll keep an eye on B while he recovers, though, and Shisui and Tens will at least be able to raise a fuss if Obito turns up, so Kurama doesn't have an excuse to put this off any longer. "Then you're with me, huh?" he asks gruffly and pulls his hari a little higher around his throat. As the name would imply, Frost Country is cold, and Kurama still isn't all that used to the feeling of it. "I am," Itachi agrees, watching him a little warily, but Kurama ignores that. He takes a breath, lets it out in a gust of white, and then heads down the 3 wide steps into the street. Silently Itachi shadows him, sandals entirely soundless on the packed earth beneath him, and is so small that Kurama is having a hard time thinking of him as the emotionless asshole who shoved a crow with a Sharingan down Naruto's throat. Which, for the record, might have been a chakra construct but still tasted disgusting, and Kurama would very much like to hold a grudge. It's difficult, though. This Itachi keeps darting glances at food carts or trinket stands, and his eyes linger for a long moment on a tea house 2 blocks down from the inn, like he wants to stop. A wallet shaped like a tomato gets a tiny smile out of him, and his gaze is quick and alive in the furthest thing from the dead, emotionless stare Kurama remembers seeing through Naruto. Also, he barely comes up to Kurama's elbow, and there's something so wrong about that. The man who drove Sasuke insane and pushed him down a path of ruthless revenge shouldn't look and act like a child. Even now, before the deed is done. But Kurama watches Itachi study a display of adventure novels with interest and has to look away. Thankfully for Kurama's peace of mind, the first bar is just down the block, sandwiched between a clothing store and a tightly shuttered building. It sounds loud, even from on the street, and Kurama pauses outside the door, grimacing. Naruto frequented a few of the bars back in Konoha solely because that was where the rest of his friends gathered, but those were shinobi bars. The patrons were a lot quieter, either looking to unwind or get quietly shit-faced, and tended to be fully aware that if they started a bar fight, they'd have an entire patrol up their asses as soon as chakra started flaring. Civilian bars, it seems, are a hell of a lot different. "I can go in, if you want," Itachi suggests, faintly dubious if the way he's eyeing the building is any tell. Kurama glances down at the 11-year-old dressed in civilian clothes and rolls his eyes a little. "Not happening, kid," he huffs. "Civilians, remember." Comprehension flickers lightning quick across Itachi's face before it slides into eerie blankness, and he says quietly, "Oh. Of course. I forgot to account for that." It said like a rebuke aimed at himself, pointed and a little frustrated, and Kurama sighs. "Freak squad," he reminds himself, and drops a hand firmly on top of Itachi's head. They have to live up to their name somehow. "Come on," he urges, shoving Itachi lightly in the direction of the bar as he starts forward. "I don't think our luck is good enough for this to be the one, so let's get this over with." Itachi gives him a slightly confused glance, but trots obediently alongside him, stretching to keep up with Kurama's strides. The door swings open with a hard push, and one step inside makes Kurama wrinkle his nose. It smells fucking awful, and judging by the fate expression that manages to escape Itachi's control, it's not just Kurama's overly sensitive nose that's talking. Pushing through the packed tables, Kurama heads for the bar without hesitation. Behind it, a blonde woman with sharp eyes is mixing drinks, and as Kurama approaches she glances at him, then down at Itachi, and smirks faintly. "Something I can do for you boys?" she asks, dropping a pair of glasses on a waiter's tray and elbowing him back out into the main room. She pauses, eyes sweeping over Kurama from the top of his head and down as far as she can see, and she raises a brow at him, smirk deepening. Unlike his previous Jinchuriki, Kurama is not as dense as a particularly dumb boulder where matters of attraction are concerned. He wasn't even before he had a body of his own, and now that he does have one, and experience to boot, the meaning of her look is clear. A little creepy, but clear. "We are looking for someone," he says, crossing his arms over his chest. Short, blonde, looks like she's in her 20s and drinks like a fish. Likes to gamble and always loses. The barkeep snorts, leaning forward to set her elbows on the counter. "Sounds like someone I would definitely remember," she says, amused. "But I haven't seen her, sorry." "New in town?" "Staying long?" Kurama pauses, studying the look in her eyes. Assessment is outweighing the flash of interest, and that's something he can use. "Us or her?" he asks, watching her in return, and knows she catches it when her smile shades towards something a little more genuine. "Both, I assume," she says, tilting her head a little and looking at him through a sweep of smoky lashes. "But I meant you. If you're here for a few days, I'll keep an eye out. Let you know if your mystery lady turns up." Kurama's seen more than enough interactions like this one in the shinobi world to know what happens next. He pulls a few bills out of his pocket and sets them on the counter. "Thanks," he says. "We're at the Black Gull?" "Asked for Uzumaki." "Uzumaki," the barkeep repeats, drawing the name out, and raises a brow at Kurama. "Is that you, handsome?" "Can we go now, Dad?" Itachi asks suddenly, tugging on Kurama's sleeve. Startled, Kurama blinks down at him and is a little disconcerted to find that the expression on the boy's face is actually convincing. At that, the woman outright laughs, deep and throaty, and pushes back upright. "Kid," she says, thick with humor. "No way in hell is he your father, or I'm your damned mother. If the man doesn't want to flirt, I'm hardly going to make him. Try the act on someone else and get out of my bar. I'll let you know if I hear anything about your girl." Thanks, Kurama sighs and puts his hand back on top of Itachi's head, steering him towards the exit. He glances down to find the boy staring straight ahead, and on anyone else Kurama might say that expression was blank, but for Itachi, that's probably a hell of a lot closer to embarrassment. Feeling the eyes on him, Itachi darts a quick glance up, and Kurama arches a brow at him. "Want to explain what that was about?" he asks. Itachi waits until they've emerged into the cool air of the evening, and then says quietly, "She was making you uncomfortable." Kurama rolls his eyes a little. "Yeah," he says dryly. "Floating tends to do that when you're not interested." "Momocha's bruises floating just irritated you," Itachi points out, not quite stubborn, but maybe closer to curious. If Kurama had ever made a list of conversations he thought he'd have in his life, up until 30 seconds ago this wouldn't have even occurred to him as a possibility. He stares down at Itachi, at a loss for how to explain, and Itachi stares back, patient and mildly inquiring. "Zabuza and I had already had sex," he finally says, not entirely sure how to put into words something he's barely experienced himself. "We know each other. And I wasn't really irritated, or believe me, I would have fed him his dick. We were just bickering. It's amusing." Itachi nods and looks content to mull that over for a few minutes, so Kurama quickly checks the street signs and heads left, towards the gambling den that's next on the list. It's further back, off the main street, and it's a bit of a relief to leave the majority of the crowds behind him. Unfortunately, Kurama's head is stuck on Itachi's question and all the damned implications that go along with it. He wants to ignore it, but... Sage, he thinks, a little bewildered. Hasn't the kid ever seen regular people interact before? Doesn't he know how people act and react and talk to each other? He read Kurama's body language in the bar well enough to know that Kurama didn't care for the barkeep's flirting, but his reaction was like a shinobi undercover on a mission, not one person getting another out of an awkward situation. Kurama is an ancient chakra beast created from an alien tree that crash-landed on Earth whose fruit was consumed by a crazy princess goddess and has been stuffed into an unfamiliar body, sent 30 years into the past and given a mission to save the world by the first friend he ever made who was murdered right in front of him, and he still understands more about everyday human interactions than a genius shinobi 11-year-old. That's a pretty terrifying thought. The gambling den, as a pleasant distraction, is mostly empty, and the manager is easily convinced to send for Kurama if he sees Tsunade when Kurama mentions unpaid gambling debts. He looks a little horrified, actually, and Kurama is almost certain that he'll send a runner, maybe even come himself, if Tsunade does turn up. A little irritated, Kurama checks that one off his mental list as well, shoving his hands in the pockets of his hari as they step back out into the cold. Maybe they should hit all the ends as well, he thinks, turning his eyes up towards the heavy clouds covering the sky. It's going to snow, Itachi says, following his gaze. Naruto would love it, Kurama thinks wistfully, and he misses the brat so much it's like a physical ache. He's probably never seen snow before at this point, Konoha only gets it rarely, and while the first time around Kurama was sleeping for most of Naruto's childhood, he was still fairly in tune with the nature chakra all around them. Weather patterns have their own force, and he doesn't recall it snowing. A new experience, he thinks, smiling a little to himself. He can teach Naruto how to build a snow sculpture. And Gaara has definitely never seen snow before. Maybe not even Efes. He and Yujita can give them a crash course. Yeah, he agrees, and it comes out lighter than he intends, almost bordering on wistful. It is. Itachi flicks a glance at him, expression unreadable, and asks quietly, how many bars altogether? Back to reality, Kurama reminds himself, pushing into motion again. 4, he answers, avoiding the main street and turning down a narrower side street instead. And one more gambling den. If we can't find her there, we'll start checking the ends. Ayo and Jiraiya both seemed pretty certain she was still here. With a nod, Itachi falls into step, and there's half a moment of quiet before he says, the girl who likes me, she doesn't ever act like you and Zabuza do, even though she knows me. It takes effort not to sigh aggrievedly. Kurama closes his eyes for a moment, reminds himself that he can't gesture to Itachi and finish on his own, and says little wearily, somehow, brat, I don't think she knows you at all. You ever had a real conversation with her? Itachi blinks at him, clearly confused. We talked frequently. Staring back, Kurama tries to push down the absolute, certain knowledge that somewhere in an alternate afterlife, his Naruto is laughing himself sick right now. You mean she talks, he says, and if it's a little dry he thinks he can't be blind. Name 3 things that you've actually straight up told her about yourself. The blank look he gets is more than answer enough. You at least know her name, right? Kurama asks on the edge of true despair. Faint offense flickers over Itachi's features. Uchiha Izumi. Well, at least there's that. He probably thinks it's a failure as a shinobi not to know a person's identity, though, so Kurama doesn't think it counts for much. With a sigh, he scrubs a hand through his hair and says, do you like her? As one person to another, is she someone you appreciate? Another long pause, which probably isn't a great sign. Itachi looks down at the packed earth beneath them, expression considering. She confuses me. She's weak and sentimental, but she awakened her Sharingan before I did, and she refuses to give up on her ideals even though they're useless and foolish. Oh boy. Kurama spends a moment trying to wrap his head around that, decides he'd rather jump off a bridge than understand that kind of Uchiha logic, and halfs in disgust. Well, then she's obviously not weak, right, he points out. If she won't give up, she's going to get stronger, no matter what, especially if she's got ideals driving her. I made her cry, Itachi says, sounding faintly bewildered by this. It would be better if she chose a different goal, because as she is she can't help people the way she wants to, but she was hurt. People are clearly not Itachi's strong point. Look, Kurama says, fairly desperate to get this conversation back on track. Even if she confuses you, would you save her if she were in danger? Do you like her as a person enough to put yourself in harm's way for her? She's a citizen of Konoha and a member of the Uchiha clan, Itachi tells him very seriously. I couldn't do anything else. Kurama is so very done with all of this. Look, kid, he says sharply, coming to a halt and turning to face Itachi. People connect to other people. It's what they do. Every single person you have ever met, they have a drain and they have reasons for what they do, and maybe you don't understand them. Maybe you never will. But if you can look at someone you know who's trying to make a connection to you and completely write them off, that's bad. You're not seeing people anymore. You're seeing Judy, but job. The edge of a growl and the words takes Kurama by surprise, and he has to stop himself, step back, and take a breath to get his temper back under control. "Sage," he says, rubbing a hand over his eyes in frustration. "If you only ever look at people like that, like they're your mission, you're going to make the wrong choices. For you and for them. You can't break things down like that. This girl, Izumi. You said she wants to help people. Save her because of that, or because she has a nice smile, or because she wants to know you. Don't save her because there's no other choice. She's a human being, not your Judy as the perfect son." Itachi stares up at him, wide-eyed and clearly caught off guard, and Kurama narrows his eyes right back, opens his mouth. "You know," a woman's voice says, "just this side of Icy, where I'm from, it's not all right for an adult to bully a child." Kurama stiffens, every muscle suddenly tense, and turns swiftly as heeled sandals click across the street. Senjutsu Nade is just emerging from the overhang of a darkened shop, and her expression is focused and sharp. Shizune is a few paces behind her, looking worried with tartan clutched in her arms, but Kurama can't quite look away from the woman he last saw having her soul consumed so that Kaguya could wear her body like a festival mask. "Yeah?" he asks gruffly, the memory of his Naruto's shuddering grief for her just a little too clear for comfort. "Well, since you abandoned it, I don't think you have any claim to its morals anymore, princess." Her sharp steps falter, and Tsunade comes to a halt, narrowed eyes sweeping over him carefully. A glance down at Itachi, taking in the fact that he can't be mistaken for anything but an Uchiha, and she shifts her weight back on her heels, suddenly wary. "You're from Konoha." Kurama snorts, crossing his arms over his chest. "Looking for you," he confirms. "One of the idiots I'm traveling with got himself half-skinned. I need you to fix him." Tsunade blanches visibly, taking half a step back. At the same moment, Itachi reproves, "Uzumaki," like that's actually going to make Kurama hold his tongue about anything. He looks down at the boy, raising a brow, and the expression Itachi returns as one Kurama's seen most often directed at Shisui. "Well, at least it's better than that eerie dead look." "Uzumaki," Tsunade repeats, making Kurama glance back at her. Her expression is conflicted, caught between two emotions that Kurama can't quite identify. "You're an Uzumaki." "Yeah. So what? What do you want me to say?" Kurama asks, irritated. "Hello, cousin. Nice of you to stop in and visit your one remaining relative after her entire village got wiped out. Nice to know she could count on you to look after her kid." Bristling, Shizune takes 3 quick steps and puts herself between Kurama and Tsunade. "Leave her alone," she orders warningly, one hand reaching for whatever's up her sleeve, but before she can pull it out, Tsunade reaches up and catches her wrist. "You don't know anything about Kushina," Tsunade says, flat and challenging. "I don't appreciate the accusation from a stranger. I know everything about Kushina." Kurama snaps, and it's only when Itachi glances at him sharply that he remembers he hasn't actually told the rest of the freak squad the truth, and Kakashi seems to be keeping it to himself as well. Kurama's not overly invested in anyone else finding out, so he takes a breath, drags his temper back down a few notches, and says more or less civilly, "We are closely related." Not a lie, technically, given the body Kurama's currently in. It also means that even if Tsunade does end up in Konoha again, there's no risk of her taking Naruto to raise him herself. Tsunade studies him for a long moment, then sighs softly, stepping forward again until she's only a few feet from him, looking up into his face. "I never saw Kushina grown up," she says, and Kurama has to wonder if it's his own projection that makes her voice sound wistful. "Do you look like she did?" "A lot like her, yeah," Kurama acknowledges gruffly and dips his head a little when her hand comes up to cup his cheek. He lets her touch him, doesn't flinch away, because if there was ever a mother figure in Naruto's life, it was this woman. Only Kakashi's and Sasuke's deaths could rival the sheer depth of grief that Tsunade's inspired. He never got to say goodbye to her before Kaguya erased her existence, and he always regretted it. Kurama isn't Naruto, could never be, but it's just a second of closeness. He doesn't mind too much. "You weren't in Konoha when Yuzushiya fell," Tsunade says, curious and assessing. "I would remember if another Uzumaki made it there. A survivor." Kurama grimaces, even though he doesn't pull away. "Do we have to talk about this?" he complains. "Kakashi got himself hurt. Can you help him? How takes kid?" Tsunade hesitates, then glances back at her worry apprentice. Shizune seems to understand what she wants because she nods quickly and Tsunade offers her a smile. Shizune will help. I'm not fond of blood. For a moment, Kurama just looks at her, wavering between decisions, but he knows what Naruto would have done. The old pervert sage needs some help, too, he says, watching her eyes widen. He fucked up his knee in a fight. No blood unless he pops a blood vessel at the side of you. That makes Tsunade snort softly and she pulls back, letting her hand drop. I'm not going back to Konoha, she says stubbornly. There's nothing left for me there. Kurama isn't Naruto. He can't convince her to come back through stubbornness and determination and his resemblance to Nawaki. However, he's a night-tailed fox with a millennia of cunning to fall back on and no compunctions about manipulating people to get what he wants. I won't make you, he tells her, even as he tries to think up a bet that she'll be certain she's going to win. Trap her in a deal, make her keep her word, and he can get her back to Konoha and let Naruto convince not all drains are doomed at the start. She might hate him for it, but Kurama doesn't particularly care. Let's get this over with, Tsunade says, mouth tightening, and steps away. Where is Hatake? Black Golin. Kurama matches her pace, letting Shizune and Itachi bring up the rear. The kid is very quiet, expression withdrawn, but Kurama doesn't look back. He'll either sort out whatever is in his messed up head right now or he won't, and Kurama will have to try again. The silence lasts right up until the inn is in sight, and Kurama is already fishing for his key when Tsunade asks quietly, she had a child. Kurama blinks, distracted from his search, and he'd forgotten that, actually. Tsunade left Konoha as the Second Shinobi War was coming to a close, before Jiraiya even returned from training the Aomi orphans. Minato and Kushina wouldn't even have graduated from the academy at that point. Yeah, he confirms and can't help but smile a little. With the Yondaime, Jiraiya's student. Little blonde brat, too loud for his own good. He got pretty much all of her temperament. Tsunade smiles a little, too, but it falters a bare second later. She takes a careful breath, glancing up at Kurama, and questions, does he take after her in other ways? For a moment all Kurama can feel is confusion. Then, in a flash, he realizes just what she's referring to and confusion jolts sideways into irritation. He's a Jinchuriki, if that's what you mean, he says flatly. Another thing that runs in the family, isn't it? But he ended up the Kyuubi's host after it all but wiped out Konoha. People didn't care so much when it was Midori and Kushina. But Naruto? I don't think anyone had ever given him so much as a fucking hug before I found him. Found, Shisui says dryly from the doorway of the inn, where he's leaning against the frame with his brows practically touching his hairline. Is this some obscure Yazushio dialect synonym for stall? Because I seem to remember the mobilization of 4 of the 5 great nations to hunt your ass down and a headlong cross-country pursuit with he being a misleading asshole the whole time that says differently. Kurama rolls his eyes and doesn't deign to answer, pointedly ignoring Tsunade's amused and faintly disbelieving glance from beside him. Is the idiot still alive? So far, Shisui confirms, pushing the door open for their group and slinging an arm around Itachi's shoulder as the boy passes. His tone is flippant, but his eyes linger on Tsunade with clear relief. Tsunade-sama, thank you. Don't thank me, Tsunade says flatly, taking Tantan and waving Shizune on. She folds her arms around the little pig and sinks down in one of the chairs off to the side, telling her apprentice, you'll be fine. For half an instant, Shisui looks like he's about to protest vehemently, but before he can do more than open his mouth, Kurama catches his eye and gives him a look. His mouth snaps shut, and Kurama grins toothfully, then turns to Shizune. This way, he says, leading her down the hall to Kakashi's room. Need anything? Shizune takes a breath, pulls a hair tie from her pouch, and ties her hair up in a short tail. I'll be fine, but thank you, she answers with admirable composure, then lifts her chin, squares her shoulders, and heads into the room. Kurama could leave, go back into the main room and talk to Itachi again, keep an eye on things, try to bring Tsunade around. What he does instead is sit down against the edge of the door, his back to the wall, and tip his head back to rest against the wood. There's a window at the end of the hall, within his line of vision if he tilts his head, and he can see the iron grey sky through the dirty glass. It's snowing, he thinks, and closes his eyes. He wonders what Naruto is doing right now. If he's happy, if he's sad, if Kuri is as hostile as Konoha. But even if it is, it won't matter nearly as much. Naruto has Gaara and F and Ujita, Udakada and Igura, maybe even Zabuza and Haka. He'll be fine until Kurama can make it back. That doesn't mean Kurama misses him any less. There's a box on the table of Orochimaru's lud, wooden and beautifully crafted, looking like the nesting silk should hold a pretty piece of jewelry rather than the pair of vials it does. Orochimaru taps his fingers against the tabletop, regarding the glass tubes, and is pleased all over again that he thought to scoop up the treasure Dan had so carelessly thrown away. Kabuto has proven his worth many times over. More's the pity that Orochimaru didn't find him in time to save the other one, the woman from the orphanage. She could have been useful as well. And she was like a mother, perhaps. Not that it has any bearing, he supposes. Not anymore. Regardless, the genetic samples have been recovered, a new lab has been secured, and Nagata has been pressed, however reluctantly, into service. He won't be required for several hours. The process is intensive, and while Tobarama may have been able to use it in battle on the move, Orochimaru has had to recreate it from scattered nights and Sarutobi's recollections. Even once the souls have been recalled and bound, Orochimaru will need a week at least craft personalized control seals. Letting either of these two particular shinobi run rampant in their base is most certainly not a good idea if they wish to keep it from looking like the old base. On a whim, Orochimaru picks up the white-wrapped vial and turns it over in his fingers, studying the name marked out in Kabuto's neat hand. A familiar name, a man he met and fought with before everything changed. A tragedy for Konoha to lose him, and a greater one for them to face him now, woefully unprepared. Orochimaru cares little for worlds of truth and political power. He's doing this to prove he can, because it's the best way to ensure Nagata's aid. Because it's interesting, and Orochimaru is never anything less than interested where strange chakra and obscure rituals are concerned. Because he has his own dreams, and there's the chance that this can bring him closer to them. Because if death can truly be undone, well. Carefully, gently, Orochimaru sets the vial back down and turns to the items he'll need to recreate Ida Tensei. Scrolls, samples, ink, seals, two bound sacrifices, restrained with every binding seal, an unsolvable twist of robe Orochimaru has learned in 40 years as a shinobi. He crouches down beside them, checking their breathing, and then rises again. Kakuzu had found them, minor missing nin with small bounties on their heads, wanted dead or alive. Simple enough to arrange, Kakuzu got the money, and Orochimaru gets the bodies. It's almost time. Things are very nearly ready. Orochimaru smirks to himself, picking up a bottle of ink and a brush. On the far side of the room, his partner raises his head, narrowing his eyes, but Orochimaru ignores Sazori with the ease of practice. The puppeteer is only present as insurance, a way to overwhelm and subdue the revived shinobi if everything works as Orochimaru hopes it will, but they manage to break free. The first line of ink falls like a sweep of midnight against grey stone, and Orochimaru smiles, imagining the storm that's sure to come. Chapter 43, Quaint Eyes. Quaint eyes are qualities, craft, subtlety, cunning, elegance, beauty. Thought to be from old French quaint eyes, wise, skillful, elegantly dressed. Given who he's sharing a room with, Kurama honestly probably should have expected to wake up with someone looming over him, one hand on his foot and the other clutching a shinobi sandal with clear mischief in mind. Automatically, no fool after so many years of sharing headspace with Konoha's resident trickster, Kurama kicks out hard. Shisui goes flying backwards with a high-pitched yelp, slamming into the wall, and Kurama snarls as he rolls out of bed and to his feet. "What the hell do you think you're doing, bastard?" he demands, glaring at the Uchiha and half-tempted to actually set him on fire. "Shoo," Shisui wheezes, waving the sandal he's still holding, and the idiot is actually laughing. He's laughing so hard he can't even breathe, and Kurama hopes he really does choke on it. Damn it, one night of peace, is that too much to ask? A quick glance out the window shows no signs of morning being anywhere close to arriving, and Kurama growls, low and rumbling. It's tempting to kick Shisui out of the room and dive right back into bed, but Kurama is fairly certain Shisui follows his Naruto's train of thought in regards to pranks. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. Try harder. And regardless of the irritation he causes, Kurama knows Kakashi won't be all that pleased with him if he actually murders the little brat. Thought of Kakashi is enough to make up Kurama's mind. He snatches up his blankets and pillow, shoots Shisui a look that promises retribution, and stalks out of the room, pointedly slamming the door behind him. It gets another burst of laughter from the Uchiha, who is clearly insane, but as long as Kurama is out of the line of fire he doesn't give a damn. 3 rooms down on the left and he slams through that door too, not in any frame of mind to be polite. From the bed, there's a jerk, a twist, and Kakashi surfaces from the depths of his mattress, kunai in hand and Sharingan spinning. Half an instant before he can lunge out of bed his gaze catches on Kurama and he aborts with an awkward jerk, almost spilling over the edge. "Kurama," he demands, clearly bewildered. "Put that damn thing away," Kurama tells him gruffly, throwing his blankets into an empty corner and following them down. "That Uchiha bastard is a menace and I'm not sleeping with the creepy kid. Deal with it." There's a long pause and then Kakashi rubs a hand over his eyes. "Shisui. Will I need to put Practor Bijou on his death report? Because I'd like some advance notice so I can leave the village before Sarutobi sees it." Kurama barks out a laugh, stretching out on his makeshift bed and shoving his pillow into shape. "Not yet, but if he tries to stuff sandals on my feet again, I make no promises." "Or you could wear sandals like the rest of the world," Kakashi offers, dry as dust. "Fuck off," Kurama huffs. "It's not like a damn pebble is going to hurt me, so why should I bother?" Kakashi opens his mouth, but freezes for a long moment. He says in a peculiar voice, "Shisui tried to make the Kyuubi no Kitsune wear shoes." "I'd eat him," Kurama agrees helpfully, grinning to show teeth, "except in this body you've kind of got to cook your food first, and that's a hassle." There's another long pause. Finally, Kakashi snorts, lowering himself back down onto the mattress. "The amusing thing is that you're not the first person I've heard threaten to eat him. I'm also fairly sure you won't be the last." The face Kurama makes is somewhere between offended and disgusted. If it was tense, keep it to yourself. I don't want to know anything about their sex life. Ever. Amusingly, Kakashi's expression twists to almost matches, and he makes a quiet sound of deep denial. He doesn't quite pull the pillow up over his head, but the thought is definitely there. "Stop. My team members are all innocent and pure as the driven snow. It's just better. The last time Kurama saw someone look at someone else the way Shisui looks at Tens, it was Ino looking at Sakura 2 weeks before she finally jumped her. Still, he's not about to burst Kakashi's bubble just now, not when doing it later offers a hell of a lot more chances for amusement. "Whatever you say," he offers instead, snorting softly. Kakashi doesn't quite look at him, but the feeling of his attention fixed on the side of Kurama's head doesn't waver. Not really interested enough to push, Kurama counts down from 60 in his head, and just as he reaches 10 Kakashi says quietly, "You're very human." That's definitely not what Kurama was expecting to hear. For a long heartbeat, Kurama keeps his eyes fixed on the ceiling, steady and unwavering. Then, slowly, he breathes out, closing them and trying not to think of Naruto, his Naruto, lust to him, pulling him back to his feet. "I had a good role model. Probably the best. The one who sent you back." Kakashi's voice is lazy, but there's a thread of sharpness buried underneath it. "You really want to do this now?" Kurama asks, faintly annoyed. The question gets him a quiet sound of amusement. "You're the one who decided to camp out in my room." "Yeah, to escape your pet idiot," Kurama snaps. "Not for an interrogation." Another pause, carefully pointed. Kurama glances over, not quite able to help himself, and meets Kakashi's firm stare. "Convince me," Kakashi tells him, as mild as summer morning. "Give me a reason I shouldn't turn you over to the Hokage the second we get back to Konoha." Kurama bristles. "Besides the fact that you can't." Kakashi weighs that, then inclines his head, surrendering the point. "Then convince me you're not a threat," he says instead. Without any remorse, Kurama bares his teeth at the man. "Fuck you, Kakashi. I'm the biggest threat you've ever faced, and if you forget that, it's your own damn fault. I could level your precious village in less than an hour. But you won't." Kakashi is still watching him, unmoved by the show of temper. If anything, there's almost a spark of amusement in his eyes. Damn the man, Kurama thinks, deflating just a little, and he huffs and rolls onto his back again. "I won't," he agrees sourly. "My best friend loved the fucking place, and all of this is for him. That's not going to change." Weeks of chasing, Kakashi laments dryly, dragging the blankets up over his ears. "And we could have skipped all of it. Hey, asshole, I'm not the one who tried to drive a kaidari through someone's chest because they went in for a hug, Kurama snaps. I apologized, Kakashi points out, sounding entirely unbothered by the accusation. Your best friend. Kurama sighs, deliberately put upon, but can't help a small, faintly crooked smile. Yeah, he's the one who set me back. Kaguya was almost on us, so he and Sa and his friend did the ritual. She found them right at the end and killed them, but she was too late. And I'm going to make sure she never has another chance. A breath and he drags his thoughts away from darkness and bloodstained chakra roads towards sunshine and brighter days. The sage created the 9 of us, but it wasn't until him that I really felt like someone. Kakashi's eyes are on him again, like a physical weight in the dimness. Do you regret it? Attacking Konoha. The snarl that tears from Kurama's throat is involuntary but instant, edged with the malice he's so familiar with. I didn't want to attack Konoha in the first place. Obito has Madara's eye, which can control Bija. He's the one who broke the seal on Kushina and forced me into the village. You really think I'd have chosen to stick around a village full of people with Fuinjutsu training? That was just asking to get sealed away again. A pause, and maybe it's that thought of little Naruto is so close, but he adds more quietly, I regret that Naruto had to grow up without parents because I was there, even if I didn't choose it. Kakashi doesn't say anything, but that's fine, he's not the one Kurama was saying it for in the first place. It's something he never told his Naruto, though he's fairly certain it was understood by the end. Still, it's one small bit of regret that itches at him, and Kurama thinks that he understands so much better now what Naruto meant when he lamented all the things he would never say to Sasuke. You loved him, Kakashi says, only directed at Kurama as an afterthought. Your friend. He shifts a little, almost sitting up, but turns his face away at the last moment instead. How does someone teach a monster how to love? Kurama laughs a little, entirely unable to help it. It's not something that you can teach, idiot. I learned on my own and taught myself. It's finding someone who's worth learning for, that's the hard part. There's no response to that, only silence. Kurama waits another handful of heartbeats for the conversation to continue before he decides that Kakashi's more or less dropped it and closes his eyes, evening out his breathing. As he drops down into sleep, he thinks of Naruto, young and old. Thinks of learning and a hand in his own, pulling him up. He dreams of sunlight and laughter and a warm wind fit to lift him right off the earth and into the sky, and sleeps peacefully through the night. Teach yourself, Kakashi thinks, listening to Kurama's steady breathing in the darkness. It sounds so simple, phrased like that, though he knows it couldn't have been. But Kakashi knew once what it was like to move on, move forward. He thinks of Minato, his words after Kakashi's father, after Obito, after Ren. Minato always talked about holding on to the past but not letting it be a chain, using it as a catalyst instead of allowing it to become a lead weight around your neck. After his death, after Kushina's, Kakashi supposes there wasn't anyone left to remind him of that. It's a small thing, just a few words spoken before a memorial, and in the scheme of things it's perhaps little wonder that Kakashi forgot. And yet. He wonders at Kurama, just a little. Kurama loves so deeply, and Kakashi has seen evidence of it with Naruto and the other Jinchuriki children, with the scattered mention of the best friend who sent him back in time and died to do it. Devotion, Kakashi thinks, and the word is strong, but it doesn't feel like he's overstating things. Devotion to a person, a memory, a cause, bound up with determination and that rough, ragged-edged love that appears so much like desperation from the outside. And maybe it is, Kurama has lost absolutely everything once already. Kakashi suffered the same and shut himself down, locked all his bits of humanity away. But Kurama did the opposite, didn't he? He was so desperate to find something to hang on to that he took Naruto, took Gaara and Ujita, ran to the ends of the elemental countries to keep them safe from anyone that might think to harm them. And he did hang on to them, wrapped them up in love and kindness left to him by a dead man, taught to himself after an existence of destruction and hatred and being a calamity that people the world over feared for its ferocity and mercilessness. Everything starts with a little boy who was stupid enough to believe that he could make friends with a monster. And the fucking hilarious part. It worked. He took a creature who'd only known hate and fear for a long, long time and reminded him about love. The irony is so thick and stark that Kakashi wants to laugh. He would, but the darkness is heavy and soft, only broken by the lights of the town outside filtering through the mostly covered window. Kurama's breaths are soft and steady, and Kakashi can see his outline beneath the window, sprawled out on his back with an untossed over his eyes. Red hair is shaded to plain gray in the darkness, but Kakashi looks at it and thinks of Kushina's, thinks of her vivacity, her brisk kindness, her sharp humor. And it's not a memory of Minada, clear and wrenching the way it is each time he looks at Naruto, but maybe that makes it easier. He loved Kushina, too, but thinking of her is quite a lot simpler. She's a happy memory, even where she intersects with Kakashi's darkness. Wise, he thinks, and it's impossibly amusing that the Bijou pretending to be her brother is more like her than anyone Kakashi has ever met. It's not something that you can teach, idiot. I learned on my own and taught myself. It's finding someone who's worth learning for, that's the hard part. Someone. Kakashi hasn't thought of another person as being someone to him in years now. He wonders, a little drowsily and distantly, if this is where the learning could start, if he wanted to try. He remembers waiting, the steady constancy of it, unending and unchanging. Remembers a campfire in the darkness, night all around, achingly familiar, when he could bring himself to think about it. AME, just a few minutes from its border with Suna and the outpost there. The mistake of a lifetime ago that he can never quite be certain was really a mistake at all. It's a clear memory, well established. He hasn't known anything else for a long time, hasn't tried to move in any direction. Better to wait, heavy with guilt and regret, desperate for some last bit of repentance that would likely never be accepted. It is, therefore, something of a surprise to wake up to soft light, filtering in through heavy iron bars. He's on his back on a futon, a blanket beneath him and a pillow under his head, and he's hungry. There's a tickle in his throat, an itch on the bridge of his nose, the uncomfortable bump of his ponytail under his skull. He can't remember the last time he felt physical discomfort. With a low groan from the lingering ache in his muscles, Sakumo levers himself up on his elbows, then pushes all the way up to sit. Leaning forward, he braces his arms on his knees and drags his hands over his face, fighting the fuzziness of chakra-assisted sleep even as he surreptitiously takes in his surroundings. Somewhere underground, he thinks, by the musty earth smell in the air, though it's traced with an edge of chemicals that speaks of a lad nearby. There's a lingering edge of green tea, slightly oversteeped, and plain citrus. Something familiar, though he can't quite place it. The room outside his cell is devoid of anyone else, though a desk cluttered with notes and scrolls implies a frequent occupant. The chair is halfway out, clearly abandoned in a moment of haste or distraction, but the door beyond it is shut tight. A second cell at a right angle to his own is empty, and the cell itself is locked with a seal Sakumo knows is practically impossible to break from the inside. He has it for a moment, assessing, and then files that option away for a last resort. He might be able to smash through it, though the veteran shinobi in him laments the lack of finesse, but for the moment he doesn't even know who's holding him. Or, he thinks a little grimly, pressing a hand against his stomach, why he's alive when he very clearly remembers dying, even remembers lingering like a sad ghost in the space between worlds. There's no doubt his suicide was successful, he knows very well how to drive home a killing blow. But this certainly isn't any afterlife he's ever seen mention of. Not by a long shot. A faint rasp against the stone of the floor draws his attention down to a small shade curled near the bars. A snake, deep blue with a red-tipped tail and a red head, rears back slightly to regard him, and Sakumo stills, trying to remember if it's a venomous species or not. The culling makes him want to say yes, nothing that beautiful is ever entirely harmless. Here to keep an eye on me, he asks it, not raising his voice much beyond a murmur. The snake flicks its tongue out at him, then curls away, sliding across the floor and out through the crack beneath the door. Sakumo watches it go, a touch of concern rising, and pushes the rest of the way to his feet, working the kinks out of his muscles. 6 long steps take him to the bars, and he ghosts a hand through the air a few inches from them, feeling the warning hum of chakra curled around the metal. 12 more steps to the end of the cell, solid rock inscribed with more seals to dampen and absorb chakra, and Sakumo studies them, looking for weaknesses. There are none that he can find at first glance. Whoever drew these knew very well what they were doing, and there isn't so much as a hesitation in the lines. Not many people practice this kind of fuinjutsu anymore. Sakumo can only think of a handful, and even if he's well beyond the time he remembers, he can't imagine the number has grown all that much. Yuzushio was the center of learning for the sealing arts. With its destruction the knowledge is withering, fading. Senju Tobarama knew it, because the Nadane was always one to utilize any weapon at hand, but beyond him few have ever had the precision and dedication required to learn it fully. Maybe it won't be quite as simple as Sakumo thought to just tear down the seal. The quick sharp click of footsteps on stone draws his attention away from the markings, and he turns just as the door opens. The snake is the first in, whoever is behind it pausing long enough that the reptile can make it through without worry of getting stepped on, and it slithers right up to the table and curls around one of the legs. Sakumo glances down at it, then back up to the fall of thick black hair against a pale robe, sharp-edged, abrasive chakra that weighs like lead as the figure carefully closes the door. His eyes widen and he reaches for the bars automatically, only just stopping himself from touching them in time. "Orochimaru," he says, mixed relief and delight. "Your timing is perfect. How did Konoha know to send you? There's a 6-point barrier seal. If you can take it down, we can." But Orochimaru isn't turning towards him, simply standing at the door, unmoving. Sakumo has 3 seconds to suffer his confusion, the brief flare of panic that this isn't Konoha's resident Sannin at all and is actually mistaken. "Hatake," Orochimaru says evenly, turning at last, and eerie golden eyes catch Sakumo's bewildered stare. "Any stiffness or lack of response in your limbs?" Clearly there are pieces to this picture that Sakumo is missing. Likely a lot of them, it seems. He takes half a step back, eyes flickering over Orochimaru, and his gaze lands on the heavy signet ring around Orochimaru's finger. Not something he's ever seen before, and while Orochimaru has always appeared fond of jewelry, this doesn't seem quite like his usual. "Not that I can tell," he says, and keeps his voice as light as he can. "Let me out and I'll do some stretches. That should make any problems easier to spot." "I'd forgotten," Orochimaru says, stepping close to the bars. There's a faint tilt to his lips that reads as amusement, but somehow that doesn't make Sakumo feel all that much better. "You always played the humble fool so well." The words sting, just a little. Sakumo's last memory of Konoha is hatred and mockery, depression and betrayal and grief sitting heavy on his shoulders. Fool was perhaps the kindest of the things they called him, and humble certainly never factored in. "You're not going to let me out," he says evenly, watching the younger man's face for any shifts. Is this even in Konoha? Slyness overtakes amusement, though there's still plenty of that as well on his face. "Konoha and I have parted ways. You of all people should remember how quickly their good nature can turn." Another twist in his chest, small but sharp, and Sakumo lets out a slow breath. "My dishonor has nothing to do with..." On the contrary, Hatake, it has everything to do with this. Orochimaru's eyes narrow and he leans forward, just barely beyond the range of the seal. "I am a powerful man, and you will never meet anyone who disagrees. My former teammates are strong as well. But your fame outpaced the Densetsu no Sannins. You were Konoha's very best. The second shinobi war lasted years, and you were the village's single greatest asset throughout it. And then, in the very last moment, you made one mistake, following the tenets of a village built on teamwork and loyalty, and they cast you out for it." A breath, short and edged with an angry hiss, and Orochimaru turns away in a swirl of pale cloth and dark hair. Overdramatic as ever, Sakumo thinks with the part of his brain not numb and frozen. "You were a cautionary tale, Hatake," Orochimaru says, not looking at him. "You were a warning I should have heeded, but didn't. Past service comes to nothing. Orders come to nothing. There is no room for explanation, no space for mistakes. No thought given to the outcasts and the useful undesirables." He laughs, low and unnerving, and presses a hand over his face. "Tell me, don't you feel the same?" "I have never given Konoha any less than my full loyalty," Sakumo says, as steadily as he can manage, but for one fraction of a heartbeat he can feel the press of a blade against his stomach, the feel of flesh giving way to a spill of blood. For one instant he can remember the mocking jeers when he failed a simple mission, weeks after the Suna mission ended in disaster, and the way Kakashi had turned his face away, ashamed. This time when Orochimaru turns back to face him, all humor has vanished from his face, replaced with the stirrings of a dark anger Sakumo has only ever seen from him on the battlefield. "Ron," Orochimaru says, as silken as a dagger sliding into his back. "You gave your comrades your loyalty, even over the good of the village." When Sakumo stiffens, he smiles, entirely unamused. "Precisely. Loyalty to your teammates was returned with ridicule, near exile. You were faithful to them and they betrayed you. But now I work for a world without lies, a world where only truth and peace exist. Will you help create it? Your strength and will would be invaluable to us. His fingers trail across the bars, light and deft, tracing the outline of a seal Sakuma has seen before. Sakuma follows their path for a moment and doesn't look up as he asks, "You're working for someone?" "I never imagined you as another person's pawn or a chimera." The words earn him a bitter laugh. "Clearly, Hatake, you know nothing about me. I am a dangerous, convenient pawn, and so many have made use of me. What's one more, in the end?" Confusing, Sakuma answers, and when Orochimera casts him a veiled, faintly wary glance, he manages a smile, as genuine as he can possibly make it. A step forward brings him right across from Orochimera, and he reaches out, mirroring his hand in the air. "I remember you, Orochimera, during the war and after. Jiraiya and Tsunade, they abandoned the village with no indication they would ever return, but you were always there, always working. What happened to the man who was responsible for half of our advancements, for so many of our victories?" Orochimera doesn't look away from his face, but Sakuma can't read more than the basic outline of his emotions. Manipulation, entreaty, an attempt at understanding and preparation to cut down the opponent in this argument, it's the first step of turning an enemy against their own cause. Not a system that Sakuma had ever thought to use on a comrade before, and is doubtful of its success against a genius of Orochimera's level. Even so, nothing has ever been lost by trying. "That man," Orochimera says quietly, derisively. "He stepped off a path, and the jaws of reality snapped him up and devoured him. Something you should be very familiar with, Hatake. After all, it killed you in the end, did it not?" Sakuma sucks in a breath, not quite started enough to step back, but from the grim, thin-lipped smile Orochimera gives him it's all too clear a tell. Orochimera returns, and this time when he crosses the room his steps are swift and unhesitating. "I won't do you the disservice of attempting to convert you to our plans again, Hatake. It fails to matter in the end. In 7 days you'll follow Madara's orders whether you want to or not." His hand hesitates on the latch of the door, and without looking back he says quietly, venomously, "Konoha may as well have held the blade that killed you. Will you really give your life for them again, White Fang?" The door falls shut behind him with a heavy thud, and there's the sound of a bolt sliding home. Sakuma breathes in, careful and controlled, and closes his eyes. "Well," a light, feminine voice says, unexpected enough to make him jump. "He's gotten even creepier, you know." The other cell isn't empty at all, though Sakuma can see in a glance why he thought it was. There's a woman perched on a tiny stone ledge near the ceiling, and only now that her legs are dangling down is she easy to spot. The waterfall of red hair, at least ankle length, is even more obvious. "You've met?" Sakuma asks, trying to place her face. With a rude snort, the woman, clearly a kunoichi, drops down to the floor and straightens, smacking her fist against the seal that mirrors Sakuma's. It flares with a sharp crackle, and she winces, drawing her hand back to study the raw skin. "Orochimera is from Konoha. Of course we've met. I've met you too, though I was a lot shorter." The red hair is what gives it away. Uzumaki, he realizes with surprise, because last he remembered she was barely even a genin, for all that she held the Kyuubi inside of her. Uzumaki Kushina grins at him. "Nice to see you again, Hatake, especially since we are both supposed to be dead. Want to help me bust out of this joint? I'm in the mood for an explosion or two." Sakuma laughs a little, entirely despite himself, and looks down at the air where Orochimera traced that seal. It means something, he's sure of it, or Orochimera is not the type for meaningless fidgeting. "Well, there's space enough to figure it out right now. We've got a week," he says, and Kushina's grin is as vicious as the beast she hosted. "All the time in the world, you know," she answers, bright and wicked, and Sakuma smiles back. Chapter 44, Rement. Rementa re-em and, coming back, returning. From Latin remains, remiatus, present participle of remere to go or come back. Not going to wander into gloat. Kasame asks, amused, as he steps out of the deep shadows near the hallway's bend. The Uchiha doesn't look away from Orochimera's retreating figure, his entire body almost eerily still. "They are puppets," he says, not quite dismissive but certainly close, and Kasame's grin widens. "There's no use grandstanding in front of dolls." With a low chuckle, Kasame braces a shoulder against the stone of the wall and looks down at his leader. His long hair is pulled back in a tail today, thick and spiky, and Kasame idly wonders if it feels as rough as it looks. Hopefully not, or the man will have more in common with Setsu's cactus imitation than is good for anyone. You don't trust the snake man, he says, more statement than question. The Uchiha snorts softly, finally turning his eyes back to Kasame. Of course not, he answers. Orochimaru is planning something, and he has his own agenda. He's only been following ours because it suits his purposes. Kasame doesn't have to ask why the man recruited him. If that's the case, Orochimaru is a genius, incredibly knowledgeable in almost every area of study, and lacks the morals that might trip up another man. He's likely one of the most valuable, useful shinobi in the elemental countries, his personal goals aside. The fact that Konoha chased him out kind of makes Kasame want to scratch his head, because the sheer strategic value of a man like Orochimaru has to outweigh a lot of flaws. Then again, Kasame's always found Konoha a little bewildering to begin with. Kuri might not have been the nicest of places, but at least on the whole they never pretended to be anything but what they were. I'll keep an eye out, he volunteers, even though the Uchiha likely already has that covered. An extra set of watchful eyes can never hurt. The offer gets him a faint tip of the Uchiha's head, partway between silent thanks and acknowledgement. Check the control seals his building as soon as you get the opportunity, is all he says, however. Uzumaki Kushina was one of the best Fuinjutsu masters in Fire Country. If there are any holes, intentional or otherwise, I want them covered. Which is the perfect lead-in to something Kasame's been wondering about. Quite the powerhouses you picked to bring back, he prompts, not quite expecting an answer to the unspoken question but wanting to hear one anyway. Emotional sabotage is one thing, resurrecting two of the most famous shinobi Kasame's heard of is another entirely. Reputations like the ones the White Fang and the Red Hot Habanero have don't just fall out of the sky. There's a careful pause and then the Uchiha reaches up, pulling his mask off. Old wounds can run the deepest, he says, turning the porcelain over to look down at the pale purple front. His mouth pulls tight, as if he's remembering something unpleasant. Hatek Sakumo's death sent ripples across the whole world and changed his son drastically. Konoha's disgraced hero coming back to destroy them. I can't think of a better distraction, personally. They'll be too busy jumping at shadows to realize what's happening under their noses. Kasame can accept that, and is more than able to remember the way Uzumaki Kurama stood over the Kopinen, as defensive as a wounded bear. There's some kind of relationship there, whether of friendship or something more, and Kasame can believe that something capable of breaking Hatek will thoroughly distract Uzumaki. Still, seems like the girl's a bit of a risk when the White Fang alone would be enough, he rumbles and wonders if he's pushing his luck too much. But there's no warping spiral, no hammer blow of cold chakra. The Uchiha glances over at him again, assessing and maybe a little worry, and snorts faintly. Believe me, Kasame, I'm well aware of Uzumaki Kushina's capabilities. But her brother loved her enough to defy the strongest hidden village to get to her son, and whether they were close or not, they owe Uzumaki. That's explanation enough, Kasame supposes. After all, when Kuri went after Yuzushiya, they knew from the start that they'd have to utterly destroy the entire village and wipe its shinobi out, practically to the last man. If they hadn't, if they missed even a handful of survivors who managed to band together, well, that probably wouldn't have been a Kuri at all within a few months. Interesting technique is all he offers, though. Big implications. Because those two people in there are alive, not simply the resurrected corpses Orochimaru has experimented with raising before. It's not a genjutsu, not some parlor trick that's quick to break down. Life, and out of all the crazy and twisted things Kasame has seen, that's unique. Kind of mind-boggling, too. The Uchiha's eyes drop back to his mask, and where he's holding it his knuckles turn white from the force of his grip. Interesting, he repeats, grimly amused, and just for a moment he looks torn. Shattered. Kasame watches his expression bleed into something so very much at war with itself that he almost takes a step back. The man's mouth forms a word, or maybe just a sound, but it's silent, and he closes his eyes as soon as he's done it, letting out a breath that's nearly a sigh. For a moment his shoulders dip, his head bows, and he seems nothing less than weary. Kasame studies him for a minute, then shifts his weight and bounces Samahada a little on his shoulder. Got a name I can call you, he asks, because it's been itching at him for a while now, and offers up a grin when red and black eyes open and dart towards his face, then narrow. Madara, the Uchiha says flatly. Call me Madara. That rouses a flicker of something that's heavier than irritation, but not quite full-blown anger. Kasame stares back, feeling just the bare edge of his chakra sharpen, and says as cheerfully as he can manage, for someone trying to create a world of truth, you're building a pretty big lie right there. That gets him anger, sharp and clear. The Uchiha's shoulders stiffen, his head comes up, and he takes a short, challenging step towards Kasame, almost into his personal space. It's not a lie, he says, and there's a thread of danger in his tone. I don't need any other name for what we are doing here. It's a placeholder, a misdirection. A lie, Kasame repeats, and his heart is speeding up in his chest, beating faster, the excitement and anticipation he always feels before a fight, even though he shouldn't hope that this turns into one. He's pretty much indestructible, and the Uchiha is as well. It would be like throwing Kakuzu against another immortal and trying to see which one outlived the other. I'm asking you for your name. You trusted me enough to show your face, didn't you? Why? The Uchiha is never unmasked. Even with Zetsu he keeps it firmly in place, and Kasame spent a lot of time thinking about that moment in the cave when the Uchiha removed it the first time. It was a show of trust that was unprecedented, something Kasame rarely got even back in Kuri after the incident with the Cypher Squad. There were words, empty statements of loyalty, but they were lies. This was action, something given only to Zetsu and Kasame. For a long, endless moment, the man just stares at him, eyes narrowed, expression vaguely hostile. Then, slowly, the aggression leaches out of him, and he looks away. His fingers tighten on the mask again, holding tightly enough that the knuckles turn white. Because besides me, you're the one closest to this cause, he says, his tone aiming for flat but falling short when it comes out vaguely rough. You're the one who shares my vision of a world where all dreams are possible and no one has to suffer for them. Anyone else could betray me at any moment, but you won't. Trust. Kasame was right, and it curls in his chest like a small victory. Don't lie to me, he says, and it's not chiding, closer to a promise without the actual words having to be said. Any of them, if you have to. A tip of his head takes in the rest of the base, the other members of Akatsuki. Just don't try it on me and I'm with you until the end. That world you see, I want to see it too. You will, the Uchiha promises, quiet but steely, and glances at the door of the room where they are keeping the resurrected shinobi. A breath, a faint tightening of his mouth as he comes to a decision, and his looks back at Kasame, expression set. Uchiha Obita. That's who I was. You can use it if we're alone. I'm trusting you, he doesn't have to say. Obita, Kasame repeats, and watches the emotions flicker over Obito's face at the sound of it. He wonders how long it's been since the man heard anyone speak it aloud. For half a heartbeat he thinks of thanking him for the trust, but it goes both ways. No thanks needed for that kind of thing. I'll steal a glance at the seals while Orochimaru's occupied, then. Obito doesn't thank him either, doesn't tell him to be careful. He doesn't need to, though, because that's not how it works between them. With a short nod, he slips his mask back on and vanishes straight through the wall, only a fading flicker of chakra to mark his presence. Kasame stares after him for a long minute before he bounces Samahada again, chuckles a little to himself, and goes to track down Orochimaru's knights without getting caught. Captivity is boring. It's one of the things Sakumo always forgets in the rush and press of the aftermath, the adrenaline of later. But in the moment, as it's happening, being a prisoner is nothing short of tedious. It's helpful that Kushina doesn't look any happier with their situation, pacing along the bars of her cell with an expression that's more suited to a caged tigress than a petite kunoichi. They've little to do, and with Orochimaru's little red-tailed snake coiled watchfully under one of the chairs, they can't even discuss what they can do to escape. Sakumo is fairly certain that the seal Orochimaru sketched in the air means something, but he doesn't want to bring it up with one of the man's summons right there on the off chance that it was an absent, unconscious gesture. Better to wait until they are certain to be alone. I can't believe he's this much of a traitor, Kushina mutters, making a tight turn that swirls her long hair out behind her. It's precisely the same shade as fresh blood, and Sakumo can't help but remember his infrequent trips to Uzushiya as a child. It was a common color bear, much less so in Konoha, unless something has changed drastically. He wasn't when you died, Sakumo doesn't want to say, because just the word makes something ugly twist and roil in his stomach. He's managed to stop pressing his hand over the spot where his tat slid into his skin, but more through decades of practice to keep from giving away towels, rather than any sort of actual adjustment. Shinobi are good at faking mental and emotional stability, but far worse at actually achieving it. Died. Kushina has absolutely no hesitation stomping right into delicate territory and setting up camp. He was creepy, but he was still loyal. I don't know what could have happened. He seemed okay with Monado being the Ondane, even if he wanted the position at first. She turns again, then throws herself down to sit cross-legged on the bed, hands on her knees and a scowl aimed right at the snake summons. Well, she asks it waspishly. When do we get dinner? I'm starving. You'd better have ramen, you know. Sakumo doesn't quite hold his breath, but he watches the snake from the corner of his eye, waiting for something to happen. There's a long, long pause, a flicker of its tongue coming out to taste the air, and then the snake uncoils and slides towards the door. Brows rising, Sakumo looks from the snake to the door to Kushina and watches the satisfied smile spread across her face. It's a test, Kushina says, cheerful again, when she catches his eye. The angle of her grin still has a vicious edge to it, though. Orakaimori's never done this before, so he wants to make sure we are all in working order. Hunger's a good sign that we are alive, you know. It's easy to remember Orakaimori's questions about whether all his limbs were working. Even easier to feel the faint pangs of hunger in his own stomach, proof that he is, against all odds and his very best efforts, very much alive. Breath catching in his throat, Sakumo slowly copies Kushina, sinking down on the futon. He can't quite help the urge to curl his arms around himself, a fractured defense against the feeling that his hands should still come away wet with blood and bile. Sakumo had had no doubts when he made the choice to die. He had dishonored his village, his clan, his son. The decision he made had brought ruin and war and death upon Konoha, and he hadn't been able to withstand the condemnation, the stiffness in his son's face every time they walked the streets together. Kakashi deserves better, he had thought, coldly, utterly certain. Better than the legacy Sakumo was leaving, better than a father who was a joke and disgrace, better than a lifetime trying to escape the shadow of a man who may as well have betrayed his village. And, of course, he had done it for himself. Done it to escape, because he couldn't stand seeing those who had been his friends, his comrades, shinobi he had saved and worked with and fought alongside, all turning their backs on him because he had valued lives over the good of the village. You were a cautionary tale, Hataike. You were a warning I should have heeded, but didn't. Past service comes to nothing. Orders come to nothing. There is no room for explanation, no space for mistakes. No thought given to the outcasts and the useful undesirables. Tell me, don't you feel the same? What limits are there to loyalty? Sakumo has never been entirely sure. When does loyalty cost the same as betrayal, and how does one find the line where it turns? What does loyalty to the whole matter if it isn't given to the individual? They are questions Sakumo never managed to answer once he started asking them. Questions that aided him and bored holes right down to the center of them, and the escape from them was almost relief, no matter what it otherwise meant. I wonder how long it's been, Kushina says, startling him. He glances up, eye seeking, and finds her looking away pointedly, twisting a lock of hair around her fingers like she can't be bothered to pay attention to anything else. Orakaimori looks kinda different, I think. Maybe. But not a lot. So not too long. Sakumo just manages to force out a quiet sound of acknowledgement. Several years, he offers, because it felt like at least that, waiting in between the worlds. Besides, Kushina is far beyond the little girl he remembers. She must have been 16 or a little older when he made his choice. All gangly limbs and red hair, attached at the hip to the Uchiha girl from her Genentane. She's in her 20s now, probably 24, and Sakumo can't help the immediate slip sideways in his thoughts, because Kakashi would be 10 years younger, 14 when she died, and he doesn't have any right to ask, not after the way he left his son. Better for Kakashi in the end, not to be weighed down by his failure, but Sakumo doesn't fool himself into thinking it was painless for Kakashi either. Very firmly, he shuts those thoughts away, turns his attention elsewhere. Kushina, he says, and pretends the words don't rasp as they emerge, rough against his vocal cords. Kushina looks up instantly, purple eyes landing squarely on him, and he mimics the seal or rokaimori traced for hen. Do you recognize that? Do it again. When Sakumo obliges, Kushina watches his fingers with a faint frown. She sketches it herself across the floor of the cell and stares down at it for a long moment. Maybe some kind of control, she offers eventually, scratching her head. It's on a base of Uzumaki mental modifiers, but I've never seen this variation before. You swiped something from the snake man. He gave it to me, Sakumo admits, because he's fairly certain that's what really happened. Kushina's frown deepens and her eyes flicker down to the seal again. Suspicion crosses her face, then wariness, and finally reluctant admiration. If these changes to what I think they do, then it's definitely some kind of control, and it would probably take a week to adapt to our chakra so that we couldn't break it. It fits, you know. It does, unfortunately. With the time frame and the fact that Orokaimori said they would be following the group's plans whether they wished to or not. To be used against Konoha, no doubt, and the thought makes Sakumo's hands tighten into fists. He put them all in danger once. That Kushina is here, older, says that the village likely didn't end in the war he brought upon their heads, but Sakumo won't allow himself to be the cause of more death. He's caused enough harm already. We have to find a way out, he says, pushing back to his feet. He paces along the edge of the bars, testing them with his chakra for the 10th time today, searching for any gaps he might have missed before. If we can get to Konoha and warn them. Kushina doesn't point out that 2 previously dead shinobi walking up to Konoha's gates and spouting dire warning will be more likely to cause chaos than avert it. Then again, she's an Uzumaki, Sakumo likely shouldn't have expected her to. All she does is stretch a little, settle into a spot, and start sketching out designs on the floor of her cell. This would be easier, we think, she complains, though she doesn't pause. Let's see, counter for a control, we'll have to boost our own chakra. Maybe fluctuate it to keep the seal from aligning itself properly. Clearly there's nothing Sakumo can do to help on that front. He's a good shinobi, knows without giving himself airs that he was one of the best jounin before the disastrous mission at the end, but his grasp of seals is sketchy at best, especially compared to an Uzumaki's. He'll leave that to Kushina now and focus on the part he is good at, people. After all, if Orokaimori is working devotedly for those who resurrected them, he has no reason to give them pieces of the riddle that will free them. There's also little doubt that they can free themselves. Once they start trying, they wouldn't be jounin otherwise. So, a plot within a plot, it seems. Orokaimori must have his own aims, or he's not as much of a traitor as he says he is. But that last thought coils uncomfortably in Sakumo's gut, not quite settling. Orokaimori's anger at Konoha was genuine, his derision of Sakumo's loyalty unaffected. It didn't quite strike a chord, didn't quite hit home when Sakumo heard those words, but... There's a sliver of understanding, as much as he hates it. Recognition of just how Orokaimori could have fallen to that mindset, even if Sakumo knows nothing of the actual story. He takes a breath, turns on his heel when he reaches the wall, and listens for footsteps beyond his own. All the while, his mind turns the question over, seeks out the angles, judges the flaws. Kakashi isn't the only genius in the Hatake clan, after all. And if Sakumo has to match his genius against Orokaimori's much-lauded intelligence, so be it. He'll win. There's really no other choice. Between Jiraiya's sulking, B's rapping, Rishia's pouting, and Han's exasperation, Kurama manages maybe an hour on the ship, waiting to see if Ayos had any messages from Kuri, before he tells the Kuri jounin to send a messenger if he does get one, and gladly heads back to the dock. It's snowing harder than it was that morning, and there's already a thick covering on the streets. Kurama grimaces at it, not fond of the way the cold stings his bare feet, but tretters back to the inn regardless. The town is quiet, most people keeping indoors and only a few of the most devoted merchants out on the street. Pulling his hari a little more tightly around himself, Kurama heads up the stairs, trying not to let his worry over what's happening back in Kuri get any stronger. They are on the border between Frost and Lightning Country, and any news passing north would likely stop here, so if anything happens in one of the villages, Kurama will hear about it. Naruto is fine right now, they'll be on their way back to Water Country by tomorrow morning if Shizune clears Kakashi to travel, and that means they'll be in Kuri by the morning after that if the wind is with them. 2 more days, Kurama tells himself, and it's ridiculous, hilarious that the last few days without Naruto have felt like some of the longest in his existence, even though he once wanted nothing more than to escape the brat. The door of the inn swings open an inch away from his nose, startling Kurama out of his thoughts, and he blinks as Tsunade marches through, Kakashi a few paces behind her. The woman blinks right back, then sighs and orders, "Out of my way, shortcake. If I'm going to put up with this squad of clowns, I need a damn drink." Kurama's eyes narrow. "Shortcake," he repeats flatly. Kakashi eyes him and slides sideways, deliberately out of the line of fire. Of course, Tsunade just raises a brow at him, entirely unimpressed, though there's an edge of wicked humor in the slant of her mouth. "Like strawberries," she explained sweetly, tipping her chin at the top of his head. "Especially suitable since you're vertically challenged." "Fuck you," Kurama spits, bristling. "You're the tiny one, hag." Tsunade's smile turns dangerous, a vein all but throbbing in her temple. "What was that, brat?" she demands, grabbing Kurama by the collar and pulling him down a few inches so they eye to eye. Kurama growls at her, opens his mouth to tell her that at least he isn't horizontally challenged and can fit through doors without his rack scraping wood, and is suddenly hit by the perfect solution to his problem. Challenge plus Tsunade, and a bet she'll be certain she can win could only mean, "At least I'm not a wimpy lightweight," he snaps, and Tsunade growls right back. "Lightweight?" she demands sharply. "That's it, kid, get your ass to the bar. I'll have you under the table before sunset." "I bet you won't," Kurama retorts. "And I'll bet you that I can." They both ignore the sound of Shizun's protests as she staggers out the door, still pulling on her sandals, and Tsunade narrows her eyes at Kurama's smirk. "What odds?" "5 favors," Kurama offers. 1, she counters, giving him a shake that makes him snarl. 2, I look like an idiot, shortcake. "Keep calling me that and you'll look like half of 1, Kurama threatens, but allows. "Fine, 4. 2. 4. 3. Deal." Shizun makes a despairing sound behind the press of her hand over her face, while Kakashi just looks mildly entertained. Tsunade gives her apprentice an exasperated look, then turns back to Kurama and challenges, "First one to hit the floor loses." "Agreed." Kurama tries to bat her hand away from his collar, but all she does is shift her grip and drag him back out into the street. Kurama yelps, almost missing his footing on the ice-slick steps, but hops awkwardly on one foot to turn, gets his balance, and falls into step with her. "You going to tear my damn shirt?" he complains. Tsunade snorts. "Shortcake, I could hardly make it look worse. Those things you're wearing are about 3 sizes too big and 20 years out of fashion. They were a gift." Kurama pries her hand off as best he can, and when she turns with a glare, he sends one right back. "From a lady in Yuzushia, one of the first people to actually help me instead of just trying to cut off my head." Kakashi makes a quiet noise of protest and is summarily ignored. Tsunade pauses, staring at him, and Kurama thinks he sees her eyes soften. She sighs, but lets go of his shirt and instead tucks her arm through his. When Kurama tries to shake her off, she clamps her fingers around his forearm and eyes him warningly. "Easy, shortcake," she says. "You'll be too drunk to even pretend to be a gentleman pretty soon. Enjoy it while it lasts." With a snort, Kurama looks away, hoping she won't see his smirk, and catches Kakashi watching him. He quickly rearranges his expression into a scowl and demands, "And she's supposed to be on bed rest?" "No," Kakashi says easily, his visible eye crinkling, and Kurama can't tell if it's a real smile or a faked one. "I was told to walk a bit and loosen my muscles." "Well, walk somewhere else," Kurama huffs, because if anyone can call bullshit on this bet, it's Kakashi. He doesn't want to have to go to the trouble of thinking up another one when this is already a pretty damn perfect way to get the results he wants. Kurama. "Someone has to protect your virtue from Lady Tsunade," Kakashi protests, and when Kurama gives him an incredulous look, because really, what the hell, the crinkles just deepen. The bastard is laughing at him. Still, implying that Tsunade is going to get him drunk is the exact opposite of blowing his cover, so Kurama forces himself to relax a little, though it doesn't stop him from eyeing the Kopinin warily. "Fuck you," is the response he finally settles on, because it's fantastically multi-purpose that way. Predictably, Kakashi ducks his head a little, a familiar orange book coming up to hide what little of his expression is usually visible. I didn't think I was your type, he parries without missing a beat, and Kurama is so startled he almost whacks his head on the doorframe as Tsunade hauls him into a familiar bar. She raises an eyebrow at him, but Kurama is too busy checking for a mind control seal or something on the silver-haired shadow to pay attention. What the hell happened to convince me you're not a threat and all the posturing that went on last night? Kurama remembers that distinctly and is pretty sure he didn't say anywhere close to enough to change Kakashi's mind about anything, let alone Kurama being a dangerous chakra monster liable to snap at any moment. Even so, Kakashi flicks a glance up from the page, catching Kurama's gaze for half an instant, and Kurama's pretty damn certain that was meant to be a smile or something close to one. Uzumaki, a vaguely familiar voice says, amused, and Kurama turns to find the blonde bartender from the other day smirking at him from behind the counter. Found your mystery lady, did you? And an extra? Her eyes slide over Kakashi, halfway between assessment and admiration, and she raises a brow at Kurama. Something I can do for you? Sake, Tsunade answers, steering Kurama to the nearest chair and all but dumping him in it. As much as it'll take for pretty boy ever here to start kissing the floor. Only if you don't do it first, Kurama retorts and scowls as Kakashi lowers himself into a chair on his left. Aren't you supposed to be walking? Get lost. Kakashi's book dips just enough for him to give Kurama a perfectly fake smile over the top of it. I'll referee. A second that, the bartender agrees with wicked delight, dropping into the seat on Kurama's left. Huffing, Kurama sinks back in his chair and crosses his arms over his chest. Don't you have drinks to serve? Tsunade takes the chair across from him, Shizune hovering behind her, and her smile is dangerous. Leave it be, shortcake. If the lady wants to watch you humiliate yourself, she's welcome to. The particularly toughy expression Kurama gives her is almost a grin, much the same way that Kurama is almost human. I'm not the one who's going to end up under the table, hag. Humor flickering into irritation, Tsunade grabs two of the bottles a waiter deposits on the table and shoves one into Kurama's hands. Last chance to bow out, she tells the other woman, though her glare is all for Kurama. We're not going to be leaving for a while. The woman just laughs. Perks of owning the place, Kanma gets to watch the bar until I'm bored. She points at a sign on the back wall that reads BHS Bar. I'm Bach. Now, round one. On your marks and down N. Kurama pulls a face. It's just slightly possible he should have thought this through a little more, he acknowledges, but doesn't let the taste stop him from tipping his first cup back. He just hopes Tsunade isn't too hungover to travel in the morning. There's nothing in the entire world that will keep him from setting sail back to Naruto tomorrow, even if he has to find a boat and paddle the rest of the way to Water Country. Chapter 45, Coterie. Coterie, KD, are an intimate and often exclusive group of persons with a unifying common interest or purpose. From French, earlier denoting an association of tenants, based on Middle Low German cote, shelter. It's still far too soon to catch so much as a glimpse of Water Country on the horizon, but Kurama hasn't moved from the ship's railing in hours regardless. The wind and spray are viciously icy and the deck is slick, but Kurama stays where he is even after Ao several times tries to hint that he should go below. Kurama is tempted to go get Momiji to ask the fox to fly him the rest of the way so that he can get there first, so that he doesn't have to wait, but he doesn't. Not yet. There's a storm ahead of them, and while Ao says they'll make it through after it breaks, Momiji would have to detour around it or suffer the winds, and Kurama won't put him in that position. He's just frustrated. Impatient. Naruto is up there, beyond the horizon, and Kurama is utterly, fiercely determined that after this, he won't let them be separated for this long again. He rubs a hand through his hair, grimacing a little at the way the tips of the wet strands are starting to freeze, and folds down to rest his elbows on the railing, eyes on the dark clouds. There's been no word on Akatsuki that is heard, no word on much of anything, though Jirai managed to get his hands on a report of Kumonin heading into Moon Country, probably to investigate the mountain's graveyard. And while no news is likely a good thing, it's also potentially really, really bad. Obito is a tricky bastard at the best of times, and never more so than when he's been outmaneuvered. There's no chance of predicting his movements through what Kurama knows of the future. He might have the basic outline, but all the rest of what he remembers is completely useless now, and has been since he grabbed Naruto and ran. It's a little unnerving, not having even the faintest idea what Akatsuki is going to do now. Just like everyone else in the world, Kurama supposes with a wry smile. Besides, Naruto has a family. Kurama would make any change necessary if it ended in his Jinchuriki being happy. Over the creak and crash of the ship moving, he hears slightly unsteady footsteps nearing and turns just in time to see Tsunade collapse over the rail, fatally green. She groans, pressing her hands to either side of her head, and Kurama snorts. "Keep laughing, shortcake," Tsunade threatens darkly. "I'm going to remember this." Kurama knows better than to take an Uzumaki woman's threats lightly, even if that Uzumaki woman happens to be half Senju. He rolls his eyes but doesn't mock, even when she makes a noise like she's dying. "Could be worse," he points out. "I could have asked for something a lot more humiliating than visiting your almost nephew." Tsunade's expression darkens, and Kurama is absolutely sure that she's remembering Jiraiya's cheerful suggestions for her forfeit. Not that he got all that many out before Tsunade punched him hard enough that even Kurama winced. "You," she bites out, "seem at least mildly intelligent. Don't ruin my preconceptions by doing something that stupid." Casting him a narrow look, she sighs and kneads at her temples. "Why the hell aren't you hungover? I distinctly remember you getting tipsy halfway through the night." Kurama just grins at her, all teeth. He's not about to tell Tsunade that she got enough liquor in him that even his healing got bogged down for a while trying to burn it all off. He managed, and Tsunade was on the floor a little after midnight. That's a victory in his books. "You're not going to heal yourself?" he asks instead. "What's the point of all the talent if you can't even fix a hangover?" Tsunade pulls a face. "I promised Chizune that I wouldn't," she says. She seems to think it's nothing less than I deserve for drinking. Besides, every time I heal myself I cut time off my lifespan. A hangover isn't worth dying even earlier than I already will. It's tempting to call bullshit that Tsunade that Kurama remembers was fierce and strong well into her 80s, and no one could ever tell by looking at her that she wasn't the 20-something woman she appeared. Still, a promise to Chizune is reason enough, and if Tsunade has to justify it to herself, that's her problem. With a soft breath, not quite heavy enough to be a sigh, Tsunade leans forward, bracing herself against the rail and turning her face into the spray. "You'd really spend a favor from me just so I'll meet Kushina's son?" she asks, glancing over at Kurama and lifting a brow. Kurama just grunts. "Your family," he says gruffly. "Naruto needs all the family that he can get." A flick of his eyes, taking in a hunched posture, the lines of weariness in her face that are from stress rather than age, and he turns away again. "I could be wrong, but you look like someone who needs that too." Tsunade's mouth pulls tight, grimness and grief in equal measure, and she blows out a shaky sigh. "Believe me, shortcake. The last thing anyone needs is me getting close to them." With that, she shoves away from the railing and stalks away, sandals clicking loudly across the deck. Stupid dramatic shinobi, Kurama thinks but doesn't say, only just managing not to roll his eyes. He can't tell who's worse, his Naruto with his melodramatic sacrifices, Tsunade clinging to a grief, Sasuke in his timeline being a theatrical little bastard, or Obita caught up in his delusions. There are more, too. Those are just the ones who get the prize for making Kurama want to roll his eyes the most. Practically everyone else in the shinobi world is a runner-up, though, and some far more than others. "Driving away your allies already, Kurama?" a dry voice asks. Speak of the devil, Kurama thinks, amused, and glances over to watch Kakashi take Tsunade's spot, his back to the ocean and that ridiculous book out in front of him. "Doesn't that thing have enough stains on it already?" he asks, equally dry. Kakashi flicks a glance at his book, then at Kurama, and his eye crinkles. "You make it sound so dirty, Kurama," he protests. Kurama snorts. "You're the one reading porn in public," he points out. "So you've read them?" Kakashi sounds caught midway between cheerful and mischievous and is watching Kurama with interest, not even pretending to read. That gets him an incredulous, derisive huff, and Kurama folds his arms over his chest, glaring pointedly. "Not on your life, asshole. I don't need to have read them to know what they're about. The damn title kind of gives it away." Kakashi flips the novel around to study the front like he's forgotten what it says, then makes a thoughtful noise. "Haven't you ever heard 'Don't judge a book by its cover'?" he asks mildly. "Like meeting the perverted old geezer isn't enough of a clue what it's about," Kurama retorts. "Whatever, keep your porn. But if you try to make me read it, I'm stuffing it down your throat." Kakashi clutches the book to his chest with a theatrical sound of horror. Kurama, he protests. You would do something like that to an innocent book. Kurama rolls his eyes hard. That book is about as far from innocent as it can get without actually dripping sin. Very pointedly, Kakashi slides it into one of the inside pockets of his flak jacket, carefully tucking it out of sight. Some people, he says airily, have no appreciation of quality literature. Another eye roll, and Kakashi is rapidly moving up Kurama's list. He doesn't bother answering, turning his gaze back to the horizon. The last scattered rays of sun vanish up ahead of them, overwhelmed by heavy dark clouds, and he can't see beyond them no matter how hard he looks. Kuri is beyond them, hours distant, and the impatience itches at Kurama's bones, deep and maddening. Did you want something? He asks distractedly. Other than waving your pawn in my face. For a long moment, Kakashi looks like he's struggling not to make the obvious joke, but Kurama's dark look makes him raise his hands in surrender. I just had some questions, he says, mildly enough that Kurama looks up suspiciously, eyes narrowing. Kakashi meets his stare, for once not even faking a smile. The passenger room is empty if you want to talk there. It's better than having this conversation out in the open, so Kurama nods once, sharply, and turns on his heel. He leads the way below deck, down a narrow corridor with crewed berths on one side and storage on the other, and steps into the tiny room, like the one Kakashi used when he was hurt. It's a different room, a different ship, but Kurama doesn't wait to take in the differences. He sinks down on the bed, watching Kakashi take the lone chair that's bolted to the floor, and crosses his arms over his chest. Kakashi looks back at him, visible brow lifting, and sighs a little. You didn't tell me anything before, he points out, and when Kurama opens his mouth to protest, he cuts him off with, nothing solid. Are you trying not to change things? Kurama hesitates, but wasn't he just thinking how the timeline he came from is practically obsolete? There's likely no harm in giving away a few details, now that Kakashi already has so many. Not all of them, but some will be fine. I stopped trying to keep things the same back in Konoha, he admits gruffly, leaning back to brace his shoulders against the wall. If they went badly enough the first time that I had to come back, why try the same thing all over again? Kakashi hums in what could be agreement or simple acknowledgement, though his gaze stays firmly on Kurama. That body belongs to an Uzumaki, he says carefully. The statement, simple as it is, makes Kurama curl his fingers into fists, jolts across his nose like an old ache suddenly flaring back to life. He takes a breath, holds it for a moment, and then lets it out. Yeah, it did. Were there more in your time? Kakashi asks, and if Kurama weren't looking for it, he wouldn't see the faint tightening of the lines around Kakashi's eyes, as much of a towel as his mask allows for. Kurama snorts, closing his eyes. You mean before everything went to hell? Just two. It's very nearly possible to see the pieces falling into order as Kakashi watches him, tiny hints that most people would gloss over or forget clicking together to form a whole picture. Kakashi hesitates, then nods once and asks, how far in the future? The Nanodame's reign. When he sees Kakashi open his mouth to ask another question, Kurama huffs. Does it really matter, he asks, maybe a little testily. None of this is important anymore. Kaguya's not coming back without the Jedmaz, and we broke it. That already makes my future obsolete. But not your enemies, Kakashi points out. He studies Kurama for one more moment, then asks, so quietly that Kurama can barely hear him, that's Naruto's body, isn't it? The noise that wrenches itself from Kurama's throat is painful, involuntary. He shoves away from the wall, rising to his feet, and turns away so that he doesn't have to look Kakashi in the face. Fuck you, he bites out, pressing a hand over his face. Do you think I fucking wanted this? I didn't even know what the idiot was planning until it was already done. He could have fucking defended himself, but instead he wasted every last drop of his damn chakra, and Sakura's, she could have saved him. Kakashi doesn't say anything, but Kurama can feel the Koppinin's gaze between his shoulder blades, pressing against his spine like a physical weight. He takes a shuddering breath, ducking his head to get himself back under control, and lets his hands curl into fists, the tips of his nails biting into his palms. Another breath, a third, a fourth, careful and measured, and he finally feels steady enough to pick his head up, staring at the wooden wall in front of him. Yes, he answers tightly. This is Naruto's body. He painted the seals on himself so it would travel back, even knowing that the trick would kill him and leave me possessing it, but Kaguya killed him right as he activated it. I healed, but... A long stretch of silence from Kakashi, and then he says quietly, sometimes the hardest choices to live with are the ones other people make for you. Kurama barks out a rough laugh, because he's never heard anything true. Yeah, he agrees, tired and grim, and slides back down to sit, though he can't quite bring himself to look at Kakashi. One half a glance, and... Kakashi pulls out his book, settling back gingerly in his chair, and flips it open with a quiet hum. Before he can stop himself, Kurama laughs, hoarse and a little choked, and scrubs his hands across his face. Of fucking course. That's just typical. But Kurama is kind of bewildered to realize that he doesn't mind. He breathes, takes in the quiet that's broken only by the intermittent rustle of pages turning and the odd giggle, and lets his grief and anger fade 1 inch at a time. Too much still, too strong, but maybe it's getting easier to handle. Slowly but surely. Kakashi doesn't leave, and Kurama doesn't ask for solitude. No platitudes, no words at all, but... Inhale, exhale. That's pretty close to moving forward. And it's enough. They reach Kuri just at dawn breaks on the last dissipating wind of the storm. The harbor is quiet, only a pair of Chunan on duty and a few fishermen setting out, and Ao's crew steer them safely into their berth. Kurama hardly manages to wait until they started tossing lines before he's vaulting over the side to land lightly on the dock, Momiji draped across his shoulders like a sleepy scarf. The village itself starts just up ahead, wood and stone giving way to packed earth streets, and he heads for it at a near trot, ignoring the call of his name from behind him. The sun is rising, casting long shadows across the path and over the faces of the handful of people he crosses paths with, but Kurama doesn't slow even when Amiyuri waves cheerfully to him. He can feel Naruto's chakra up ahead, like a sunbright beacon, and isn't about to let anything stop him. You're a bastard, Rishi complains, jogging a few paces to fall into step with him. Can't you give a body 5 seconds to grab their gear? With a snort, Kurama glances over his shoulder to see Han following behind, expression placid, though he raises a brow when he catches Kurama's eye. You are very quick off the mark, he agrees, though his tone is mostly amused. There it's a bruiser still. Kurama rolls his eyes, but turns back around, judging distances. Yeah, he agrees, putting one hand up to stroke Momiji's ears. The fox turns his head into the touch, but doesn't otherwise stir. Seems like it. Risha grunts, hitching his pack up on his shoulder. Whatever, he huffs. Nice to get away from B for a bit, so I don't blame you for rushing. I forgot how aggravating translating everything from rap was. Snorting, Kurama turns off the main street, heading down the side road that runs along the Costale cliffs and will take them back to Zabruza's house, deeper in the forest. He keeps all of his senses strained ahead, feels a whisper of familiar chakra rising to touch his own, and smiles a little, returning Matatabi's light nudge across the mental plane. They're going to be gathering a welcoming committee, Han says, smiling as he tips his hat down over his eyes. More like a mob, Risha retorts, amused, and then casts a glance at Kurama. He hesitates for a moment before he asks, "Good ideas for after this?" Going to stay in Kuri. Kurama blinks, dragged away from watching the far end of the path where it coves into the trees, and raises an eyebrow a little at the other redhead. I wasn't planning on it, he answers. The cage gave me a pardon, so I was going to head back to Konoha. Rishi makes a sound that's somewhere between confusion and surprise. Really? I thought you were just telling the Toad Sage that to get him off your back. You want to go back to one of the villages. With a faint sigh that says dealing with Rishi is something he should really be getting S-rate mission hazard pay for, Han lightly slaps his friend in the back of the head. You're in a village right now, in case you hadn't noticed. And Kuri is fine, but I sure as hell wouldn't want to live here for any longer than I absolutely had to, Rishi retorts, aiming a kick at armored shins. Look me in the eye and tell me that you want to be part of a village again, Han. Han is silent for a long moment, then tips his head down even further, trying to hide his face. Of course I would like to be, he says quietly. I've spent the majority of my life alone, surviving by myself, never certain what will happen in a day, a week, a year. There is very little I would like more than the chance to rejoin a village and be a part of something larger, grander. What I don't want is everything that would come with it, the hatred, the fear, the whispers in the street. being thought a monster for nothing more than something that was decided for me. Sometimes the hardest choices to live with are the ones other people make for you. It echoes in Kurama's head, too soft for the grim, bitter recognition that it brings, and he smiles crookedly, turning his eyes up to the cloudy sky. Doesn't say it, because Rishi and Han already know, even if they've never explicitly put it into words before. He thinks of Naruto, of the hatred and resentment buried deep inside of him, curled up in the darkest parts of his soul. It never really went away. Naruto may have accepted it about himself in order to control Kurama's power, but he never banished it entirely, even as Nanadane. It was always a thought, never quite conscious but held in the very back of his mind. What if they go back to resentment? What if I choose wrong and they call me a monster again? What if what I am causes me to lose everything for a second time? Kurama wonders, sometimes, if he was the only one who ever saw it. Sasuke might have, but he worshipped Naruto. Naruto was the most precious thing to him, the way he was to Naruto, and love like that might see flaws, but it makes them beautiful instead of emphasizing them. Sakura might have, because she was undeniably brilliant. Likely not Yamato, and definitely not Sai. Possibly Kakashi, but he was busy as Rakudame at first, and then he was dead. Kurama was likely the only one, and while he stopped trying to draw it out in his Jinchuriki, he always knew it was there. "Remember what you told me before we left?" he asks, drawing both men's eyes to him. He meets hands and, seeing only confusion there, has to smile a little. "When you both were being bull-headed bastards in the kitchen. I wanted to leave you behind, and you told me that if we went together, none of us would have to fight alone." Tipping one shoulder in a half-hearted shrug, he looks out towards the ocean. "I'm going back to Konoha because I promised the old pervert, and because it's where Naruto needs to be. Anyone who wants to come at well. Nothing has to change between the 9 of us, right?" "Like a miniature village," Rishi says with some amusement, folding his arms in front of his chest. "Perfectly suited for you," Han agrees, hiding a smile behind one hand and sidestepping Rishi's aggravated kick. "You damned walking haystack, I'd say pick on someone your own size, but the trees haven't done anything to deserve you. I don't know where you're attempting to aim, but that's my thigh. I fucking swear, I will cut you off at the knees." "Kurama and I." The sudden cry makes Kurama wrench around, entirely forgetting the spectacle of Han and Rishi's argument. Yujido is at the bend of the road, laughing, and a blonde blur is halfway to them. His heart trips in his chest, and he takes 4 long, quick strides, bending down just as Naruto reaches in. The little boy slams into his chest, laughing, and Kurama scoops him up. He hugs him as tightly as he can, buries his face in wild golden hair, and feels small arms wrap around his neck in return, squeezing almost as tightly. There's something wet against his cheek, not his own tears, not this time, and Kurama lets out a quiet sound, sinking to his knees in the dirt and gently rubbing Naruto's back. "I'm back," he whispers. "I'm back now, I promise, and I won't leave you again. I'm home, Naruto." Naruto hiccups, pulling back just a little even though he doesn't let go of his deft grip around Kurama's neck. His face is covered in tears and the beginnings of snot, and his expression is scrunched up in confusion. "But this isn't home, Kurama and I." Caught, Kurama can't do anything but laugh, leaning forward to tap his brow against Naruto's. "It kind of it's, kid," he says. "You're all I need. Everything else is negotiable." That makes Naruto screw his face up, clearly trying not to cry anymore, and he throws himself forward, cracking his head into Kurama's jaw. Kurama winces slightly, shifting back, though he's definitely not anywhere close to wanting Naruto to let go, and looks up again. Gaara is just getting close, and when he sees Kurama watching, he stops, hesitating. With a chuckle, Kurama stretches his free arm out, and Gaara practically lunges for him immediately, slamming into the left side of Kurama's chest with enough force to make him grunt. Small hands clutch at his shirt, grip and pull as Gaara tries to worm his way even closer, and Kurama wraps his arm around him, humming softly. "Hey, squirt," he says, feeling the boy's chest itch. "Missed you, kid. Felt like a lot longer than 7 days, didn't it?" Silently, Gaara nods and then asks in a bare whisper, "We're not negotiable, are we, Kurama and I?" "You're not," Kurama promises, kissing his hair. "Never, Gaara. The 4 of you are mine, you got that?" There's a choked sound, and an instant later another body is squirming its way into the press. F wriggles her way in between Gaara and Naruto, tucking herself up under Kurama's chin and gives a happy, if watery, laugh. "You're ours too," she declares. "We are never going to let you go." "Dan," Kurama says, mock disappointed. "And Hiro thought I could ditch you all over the ocean. I'll have to come up with a better plan." He manages to get a hand free to stroke her hair, then looks up for the wayward final member of their little bureau. Yujido is just within arm's reach, smiling, and when Kurama looks at her expectantly, she laughs and ducks around behind him, throwing her arms around him and pressing herself up against his spine. "We missed you, Kurama, she says softly. "I don't want you to leave again." "I won't," Kurama assures her and meets F's eyes, then Gaara's, then Naruto's as they all look up at him. He says it again, as firmly as he can manage. "I won't. Next time we go somewhere, you can bet like hell that it's going to be together." "What he said," Rishi offers, leaning against one of the boulders that line the path. When Kurama shoots him a questioning look, he smiles a little wryly and confirms, "All of us." Han nods his agreement, standing with his arms folded over his chest and a smile in his eyes. "I'd like to see anyone in the world try to separate us," he says, cheerful but with a definite edge of darkness. "And then, I have always wanted to see Konoha." "We are going back?" Naruto asks interestedly. "Oh. Gigi is going to be so happy I can do the chains. And the clones. Do you think I can be Hokage now?" "I'd be good at it." "The best, I'm sure," Kurama agrees, not quite sure if he's being wry or nostalgic. He shifts his grip, and with a theatrical groan of effort he levers himself to his feet, taking all 4 children with him. "Oh Sage, have you been eating bricks?" Kurama F protests, squirming harder. Momiji gets displaced with a startled, affronted yip, spilling off of Kurama's shoulders in a tumble of limbs and tails, only to have Rishi catch him halfway down. He claws his way up onto the man's broad shoulders, then settles down with a huff. "Sorry, Momiji," F says sheepishly. The Reynard flicks his tails at her, dismissing the words, and leaps down. "I should find my sister," he says, then bounds away, vanishing into the bushes without a sound. "And you," Kurama adds, "need to start packing. One more long trip and we can put down roots for a while, okay?" "Okay, Kurama." Naruto says, the cheer back in his voice. He wriggles up until he's half draped over Kurama's shoulder and asks curiously, "Who's the old lady?" Turning, Kurama spots Tsunade and Jiraiya behind them on the path, with Kakashi and his squad following them. Tsunade looks amused as she studies them, and Jiraiya long-suffering. It's probably safe to assume that Tsunade didn't hear the older comment, then. Healthier for them all that way, Kurama supposes. "She's kind of your aunt," he tells Naruto, and the look he shoots Tsunade dares her to contradict the statement. "Her mom was an Uzumaki, just like yours." "Hi, old lady." Naruto says cheerfully, giving her a happy wave, and this time it's loud enough that there's no way Tsunade could have missed it. On cue, a vein starts ticking in her temple, and she growls, taking a threatening step closer with her fist raised. "What the hell was that, brat?" Apparently recognizing a sore spot when it's prodded, Naruto gives a trickster's grin and repeats without fear, "Old lady. 'Cause you look like one." "Why you?" Thankfully, Jiraiya catches her before she gets any closer and drags her back a few paces. "Easy, Haim, easy. He's just a kid, he doesn't know how to respect a mature woman, What was that for?" "For groping me." Tsunade hauls off and punches him again. "And that's for calling me old." "Mature isn't, it was a compliment." "You perverted idiot." "Come on," Kurama tells his burdens with a roll of his eyes, hitching them up a little higher and heading back towards Zabuza's house. "Let's leave them to it." "Oh." F cranes her head to keep watching. "She's amazing. She just split a tree in half with one punch." Yujido makes a noise that's equal parts agreeing and mildly besotted. "Do you think she can teach us to do that?" she asks, very interested. It's maybe just slightly possible that Kurama didn't think enough of this through. It's not like Jinchuriki need help to be scarier, but Tsunade's influence won't make them anything else. Well, as long as they are having fun, he supposes. "Brats," he says, and for once he doesn't even try to pretend that it's not wholly fond. Chapter 46, Tergiversate. Tergiversate Jiva essay with macron-t, Jiva / to change repeatedly one's attitude or opinions with respect to a cause, subject, etc. Equivocate, to turn renegade. From Latin tergiversat, with one's back turned, from the verb tergiversari, from togum, back plus verdia, to turn. So, Kushina says, trying to keep her voice bright and cheerful even when what she really wants to do is swear. I have a good idea that probably won't work, or a bad idea that most likely will. From where he's leaning against the wall in the far corner of his cell, ostensibly watching the door, but really, Kushina was friends with Uchiha Mikoto. She knows brooding when she sees it. Sakumo glances over at her, brows furrowing just a little bit even as he quirks a half smile. You know, I'm beginning to see the downsides in letting an Uzumaki make the plans, he jerks. Kushina pulls a face at him, huffing and crossing her arms over her chest. I'd like to see you come up with something better, she protests. We're a little light on options here, you know. Sakuma raises his hands, surrendering the point, but his eyes are still dark, untouched by the humor in his face. Kushina watches him through her lashes as she pretends to concentrate on the seal again, but she doesn't quite know what to say. As soon as I'm out of this cell, I'm going to punch you for what you did to Kakashi is a little more warning than she wants to provide a veteran shinobi. She'll be able to land a hit either way, but she doesn't want Sakuma to see it coming. Better for her temper, because she doesn't have the luxury of losing it right now. Stifling a sigh, she leans back against the stone behind her and closes her eyes, trying not to feel the lingering fat make all through her body. All her imagination, she knows it doesn't respond to movement, and she seems to be healing almost as fast as she did when she was a Jinchuriki. If it were real, the pain would be gone. If it were gone, maybe the tearing ache that's curled around her heart would be easier to bear. She doesn't know how long it's been since she died, and there's a vague sense of something in between then and now, even if she can't recall it clearly. But it feels too immediate, too close. Her husband is dead, life sacrificed to seal her burden into her son. The Kyuubi she was supposed to contain tore through Konoha and probably killed hundreds. Her child, her son, the baby she was so deliriously excited to bring into the world, was taken before she even got to hold him, used as a pawn in some fight she didn't even know was brewing. There was only one brief second where she got to hold him, right before she died, and it was amazing. He was so beautiful. Taking a shaky breath, Kushina curls a hand over her heart and wonders how old Naruto is now. His hair looked blonde. In that moment she could see him. As blonde as Minado's, and the thought makes her smile, though it comes with its own dose of grief. Minado hadn't survived sealing the Kyuubi, even splitting its power between himself and Naruto. So did her son grow up alone? Did Mikoto take him in? Did Yoshino or Inoichi or even Hiruzen? She hopes so. Hopes with all her heart that Naruto never, ever had to face the pain of being a Jinchuriki with the world against him. Kushina knows the feeling of that all too well and has never wanted anything that painful for her son. Minado wanted the village to see Naruto as a hero, and Kushina smiles sadly, shaking her head a little. Such an airheaded, optimistic pretty boy. She doesn't know how he ever got anything done, walking around with his head in the clouds like that. Maybe Minado was right, and Naruto is a hero to Konoha. But Kushina doesn't think so. People don't see Jinchuriki as heroes, they see them as the monsters inside of them. Kushina took up the burden from Mida, and people were worried, but the Kyuubi had never escaped, never harmed anyone in Konoha. Only Hashirama, when he fought it, and he lasted long enough for Mida to seal it within herself. After an attack like the masked man started, with no way to tell people that the Kyuubi wasn't acting entirely on its own. There's little chance that Naruto didn't take at least part of the blame. This bad idea, Sakumo says, making her open her eyes and look over at him. He's frowning at the doorway, eyes narrowed, and it makes her remember that the white fan used to outshine even the Sannin where fame and reputation were concerned. You said it will probably work. Most likely, Kushina corrects, a little miffed, because she'd hardly risk both their lives on a probably. Well, usually. Unless it was a really exciting plan. That earns her a flash of a smile, gone in a moment as Sakumo looks away again. I'll take most likely, then, he says, faintly wry. What do you need me to do? Nothing yet, Kushina assures him cheerfully. I'm going to draw up a seal. Do you think you can copy it on yourself if you see it on me? Sakuma nods because that's a basic shinobi skill and glances at the door again. Orochimaru has left them alone for almost 6 hours straight without even a summons to watch them, and Kushina is a little worried about what it means. Orochimaru isn't quite their enemy right now, even if he's creepy. What if whoever he's working for figured out that he was dropping hints to them and killed him? Their plans might change, and then Kushina will really have to scramble for a solution. Was there another? Sakuma asked suddenly, and this time he's very definitely not looking at her. Was there another war? Kushina stares at his profile for a moment, the tense line of his jaw, the tightness around his eyes. There's always another war, she says, not unkindly. We're shinobi. Sometimes I think that fighting is all that we know how to do. Sakuma tries for another smile, but this time it comes out WAN, hard to see with his face set into lines of tired grief. And Kakashi, he asks, barely a whisper. The sharpness of a biting retort is on Kushina's tongue, a rat about committing suicide and leaving your 8-year-old son to find your body, but she reins it in. Too sharp for right now, faced with the unsteadiness in Sakuma's voice, the cold in posture. Kushina isn't that cruel. He was 14 when I died, Kushina says, and lets herself smile a little. Maybe it's a touch melancholy, but the fact that Kakashi was even vaguely steady and functional after everything that happened to him was always something she thought of as a miracle, and she loved the brat. Loves him if he's still alive, and she's sure he is. Kakashi is a survivor, no matter what life throws at him. Even if it's sometimes despite himself. He was one of the best shinobi in the village, and an insufferable little rat. Sakuma chuckles like it's being pulled up from somewhere deep inside of him, rough but sincere. Like his mother, he says, and this time his smile reaches his eyes. All the various weapons that she carried, and her tongue was always the sharpest one. Kushina's not about to mention Kakashi's newer habits, showing up everywhere and out late with the worst excuses. Even Obito would have been ashamed to use some of them, honestly. She'll have to explain their source, and she doesn't think she can do it in any way that won't make Sakuma feel even worse. She needs him at his best for their escape, after all. We'll see them, she says instead, looking down at where her fingers have curled into fists. You'll see Kakashi, and I'll see Naruto. I'm sure they've grown up so much. Maybe Naruto looks like Minato, she thinks, unable to help it. Minato was so handsome, of course she wants her son to look like him. She loves him regardless, though. Loves him more than she can even begin to contemplate. Naruto? Sakuma asks, still smiling as he watches her. Yeah. Kushina laughs, curling her arms around herself. She's happy just imagining getting to hold Naruto again, this time without death hanging over them. The Kyuubi Jinchuriki, a low voice says, making them both twist around. Orochimaru glides into the room, carrying 2 trays balanced on his arm, and shuts the door behind him. His eyes flicker from Kushina to Sakuma, linger for a moment, and then slide back. An outcast orphan Konoha can't even manage to keep track of. Dread creeps into Kushina's chest with a sensation like her blood has suddenly turned to lead, weighing at her, dragging her down. She freezes, eyes fixed on the scientist, and tries to remind herself to breathe. What? Sakuma asks for her, and that's enough to jar Kushina into motion. She's on her feet in an instant, reaching automatically for the bars even though she knows it will only hurt her, but Orochimaru is already turning away to look at Sakuma. Surely you of all people can understand Konoha's black heart, Hatake, Orochimaru says, coldly sly, and if Kushina wasn't looking she might miss the faint pull of his jaw, the way his mouth tightens. Even useful monsters only have so long a shelf life. Naruto is not a monster. Kushina cries, fury hot like acid in her throat. She slams her hand against the barrier, automatically doubling down on the Kyuubi's chains because he always tries to take advantage of her anger. But there's only an empty space where the bijou is supposed to be. Only an empty space because the Kyuubi is in her son, sealed away but still the cause of so much grief. She regrets, sharply and fiercely if only just for a moment, that Minato didn't listen to her at the end, seal the Kyuubi back into her and let them both die. Naruto wouldn't be a Jinchuriki then. Naruto wouldn't be an orphan. He'd have a father at the very least, and no reason for the people of Konoha to hate him. Everyone Konoha can't control is a monster, Orochimaru says flatly, turning on her, and there's a rage to match her own deeply buried in his eyes. Forlorn, stalking steps across the floor and is right up before the bars, golden eyes holding hers without blinking, without wavering. Kushina takes a breath, but she's not scared of him. She lived a lifetime with a monster in her soul and she's not scared of anything. How did you leave, Orochimaru, she demands. Why'd they chase you out? His eyes narrow, features twisting in something that could be disgust or disdain. Maybe regret, Kushina thinks, and wonders if she's fooling herself. Because I followed the wrong orders, he spits, as venomous as a cobra. Kushina isn't stupid, that's hardly the full story. And she prods, aiming for sore points without mercy. She's a kunoichi, after all. Did they yank the Hokage right out of your hands this time? Did you insult the wrong person? Did people say mean things about you and push you out? I killed children. The shout takes her aback, and just for a moment Kushina can't find the words she needs to answer that. Orochimaru glares at her, face full of a rising fury, almost inhuman in the grip of his anger, but just for a moment she can see in his features the grin, solemn man who would walk through the graveyard once a week, pausing before 3 different sets of graves. Orochimaru laughs at the look on her face, but he takes a step back, spinning to pace a line between her cell and Sakumo's. I kill children, he says again, and all Kushina can see is the back of his head, but there's an undercurrent in his voice she can't quite pick out. Tell me, Uzumaki, Hatake. What would you do, given those orders? Given orders that you know will cause deaths. Orphans, abandoned children, all lined up like sacrifices, with a hand on your back pushing you forward. Good could come of it, a way to save every life that's at risk, and it's nothing you haven't done before with prisoners and captured shinobi. These one you simply don't ask where they come from. Horror twists in Kushina's gut, but she forces herself to breathe through it. Across from her, Sakumo is doing better, his expression set and unwavering. If, as shinobi, he says, carefully even, we target those from our own village, the sacrifices of our comrades become meaningless. Doing something like that. Orochimaru snorts, turning on his heel to face Kushina again. Spare me the sermon, Hatake, he says dismissively. Sarutobi Hiruzen was my jounin sensei, I assure you, I've heard every last one your little mind can dream up, but still I remain unconvinced. In the eyes of chemistry, biology, physics, we are all the same. One life is no more worth than any other. Just sentimental attachment created by those who cling too tightly. With deliberate grace, he sets one tray on the ground and slides it beneath the bars on Kushina's cell, then steps away. Before he can pass Sakumo his food, though, Sakumo says quietly, and who are you clinging to, then? Orochimaru's hands go white-knuckled on the tray. I beg your pardon, he says icily, and it's certainly not framed as a question. But Kushina's taken the leap as well, Sakumo's words enough of a bridge to follow the logic. We're a test, she challenges, and even when Orochimaru's dark look snaps back in her direction she just grins at him, all teeth. You using us to make sure everything works, and when we get out you're going to use it as an excuse to bring someone else back to life. Judging by the faintly surprised glance Sakumo flicks her, he hadn't drawn the conclusions down quite so far, but Kushina is confident that that's what this is all about. It's the only thing that makes sense, after all. Orochimaru's eyes dart towards the door, as if double-checking that they're alone, and then he lifts his chin, draws his spine up straight, and turns sharply to face her. It has no bearing on you, Uzumaki, he says coldly. Play your part and you'll be reunited with your son and brother. My plots have nothing to do with yours. Brother. Kushina blinks at him, suddenly very confused. I don't have a brother, you know. Orochimaru dismisses that with a flick of one hand. He never introduced himself to you, but Uzumaki Kurama claims he shares blood with you nevertheless, or half of it, at the very least. You might wait before you deny him. The thought that he is actually Naruto's uncle is one of the only things keeping the hidden villagers from locking him away forever, given what is done. Something big, it sounds like, Kushina thinks a little wryly, and if there was ever a sign of an Uzumaki. Tell me, she demands, heedless of the sparks that leap at her when her fist slams into the barrier. If he's my brother, tell me. Before Orochimaru can so much as open his mouth, though, there's a light rap on the door, a pause, and then the click of the lock turning. Orochimaru turns in a swirl of long black hair and black robes, pausing only to shove the tray roughly into Sakumo's cell. As he sweeps for the door, it opens and a blue-skinned man with vaguely shark-like features leans in. Leader wants to speak with you, he tells Orochimaru cheerfully, then yelps and hops back a few steps as Orochimaru sails past him, looking ready to mow down anyone in his way. The Sharkman huffs after him, sounding offended, but still wanders into the room, his steps deliberately lazy. Kushina glances at the black cloak with red clouds, clearly some kind of uniform, and then up at Sakuma, who looks calm but faintly wary. He holds her gaze for half a second, one hand twitching faintly behind the stranger's back. The A and BU sign for enemy nin, and in this context it's easy enough to understand. Who are you? She asks, sinking back to the ground and pulling her meal closer. She fiddles with it, rearranging the wooden bowls, but doesn't start eating as she keeps one wary eye on the man. Hoshigaki Kasame, he answers, still unflinchingly cheerful, but his eyes are on the papers scattered across the table. He sifts through them idly, but the expression on his face isn't one of a man trying to keep his hands busy, he's looking for something. Formerly of curry. No need to introduce yourselves, everyone knows the red-hot habanero and the white fang. Or used to know you, I guess it is now. He laughs like it's a fantastic joke, and when he looks up at Kushina he's grinning, showing foul teeth. Pretty impressive what Orochimaru can come up with, isn't it? Kushina's eyes linger on the slashed Tatayate, and she wonders a little disbelievingly what it takes for curry to make someone a missing nen. Nothing good, of that she's certain. You're second in command here, she asks, remembering his words about a leader. Not him, then, but somehow she doesn't think he's just a follower. Kasame pauses, tilting his head a little, and then his grin comes back. He chuckles to himself, rubbing a hand over his hair, and says, yeah, I guess I kind of am, as if it's a surprise to him. He sets the papers back down precisely where they were before, with no visible sign to show they were moved, and offers a cheerful wave as he turns back to the door. Enjoy your meal, he laughs, and the door falls shut behind him, the luck sliding home with a clear snap. Taking a breath, Kushina tries to ease her shoulders out of their tension-tight posture, even as she twists her fingers in her lap. Too much to think about, even though what she needs is to focus on the seal that will get them out of here. But a brother, she thinks, still slightly off balance. I have a brother. And Orochimaru implied that Naruto is with him, so even if all of Konoha turned on Naruto, he still has someone. She closes her eyes, breathing carefully, and leans forward to rest her head on her raised knees. Brother and son. She has a brother and a son waiting for her out there, even if they don't know her. That's one more reason to push on, to go faster, try harder. Orochimaru could be lying. That's certainly a possibility. But, Kushina thinks, what if he isn't? Kurama is awake well before the sun, though it takes him a few good minutes to wiggle out from between Gaara and Naruto, who apparently decided that his bed was more comfortable than theirs. Once he's managed to get free without waking either of them, he rolls his eyes a little at their immediate gravitation towards each other, pulls his blanket up, and slips out of the bedroom, being careful to pick his way over the piles of Jinchuriki without disturbing them. Only hand stirs, and he simply opens one eye, grunts, and goes back to sleep. With a soft snort, because sage damn it, this was very much not what he intended what he landed here, Kurama takes one look back at all 9 Jinchuriki sprawled out on the floor of Zabuza's main room, shakes his head, and slips out. To his faint surprise, Haku is already in the kitchen when he walks in, just pulling the kettle off the heat. He offers Kurama a tentative smile, and Kurama can't help a small smile in return, sinking into the cushioned window seat with a sigh. Would you like any tea? The boy asked politely, reaching up to pull down cups. Sure. Thanks, Kurama agrees, casting a glance out the window. False dawn hasn't even touched the horizon yet, and there are stars still out, though the moon is hidden behind a ragged swathe of clouds. Kurama can't quite wait for the day to come. Yugura has a ship ready to take them to Fire Country's main port, and from there it's an easy day and a half of travel to Konoha. Since technically this visit is because the Mizukichi needs to attend the summit, the Freak Squad gets to play escort for him and his guards, and Kurama and his ragtag bunch are more or less tag-alongs. That's fine with Kurama, he doesn't want to cause a stir with Akatsuki still on the loose. Here, Haku says quietly, and Kurama blinks and turns, taking the cup from his hands. The porcelain is warm against the chill of the morning, and he wraps his fingers around it, watching the steam billow and rise from its surface. The cushion shifting makes him look up as Haku takes a seat across from him, perching on the far edge of the window seat and crossing his legs under him, his own cup cradled in his hands. Something on your mind, Snowflake? Kurama asks because while he knows Haku doesn't exactly dislike him, he'd gotten the impression that he wasn't high up on the kid's list either. Haku makes the barest suggestion of a face at the nickname, but keeps his eyes on the surface of his tea. Zabuza was worried about you, he says at last. While you were gone, and especially when you were late coming back. That's not really what Kurama expected to hear, but somehow it's not all that much of a surprise either. Kurama huffs a little, taking a long sip of tea, and mulls over his responses. There's only one that seems to fit, though. Yeah, well, he says on a sigh, and movement in the doorway makes him look up with an expression that's halfway between a smirk and a smile. Kurani Breath doesn't seem like the type to have a lot of friends, and I'm not either. Course that would be enough, right? Or read Confessions of Friendship. You making me blush, Zabuza says with a chuckle, setting Kubikarich aside and dropping backwards into one of the chairs. He folds his arms on the backrest, looking between Kurama and Haku for a second, and then huffs. This one's mine, you know. Tragic backstory and all. I'm not letting you swipe him, so sticky child-snatching fingers to yourself. Haku is turning steadily redder between them, shoulders coming up around his ears, and Kurama has to snort. Like I'd want him, he retorts. I've got enough of my own, and besides, you've probably taught him all sorts of bad manners. Nah, Haku's incorruptible. Zabuza reaches out with one arm, tilting the chair enough that he can slap Haku lightly on the shoulder. He hasn't poisoned me yet, right? Proof enough. With a noise that's equal parts mortification and pride, Haku slides out of his seat. I'll start breakfast, he says, and ducks away. Quite the tool, Kurama drools, watching the way Zabuza's eyes follow him, the lack of his usual tension in his face. Zabuza flips him off, but it's clear the gesture is mostly for show. Kuri's never going to change all that much. Still. Might be nice if we don't have to be weapons and tools all the damn time. Kurama could mock, tease, taunt. Instead, he just hums a little, taking another sip of tea. Yugura said you're one of his guards, he offers. Pulling a face, Zabuza makes a sound of clear disgruntlement. Fuck. Yeah. And Terum is the other one. It's almost like he doesn't trust us not to take over his village or something while he's gone. He's leaving Ao in charge. With a roll of his eyes he doesn't even try to hide, Kurama drools, yeah, imagine that. Leaving a loyal dog here over a rabid fish. Fuck you, firecracker, Zabuza retorts, but there's only amusement in his face. From the doorway, a throat clears. Am I interrupting something? Kakashi asks dryly. Only Fishman's impending death by strangulation, Kurama tells him, watching as Kakashi makes his way into the kitchen. The Kopinin hesitates for a moment, but in the end he takes Haku's abandoned perch on the far edge of the window seat. Eyeing the man, Kurama asks, up early for a reason. Kakashi's expression shifts into something fatally long-suffering. Tans and Shisui are arguing about whether it's more embarrassing to walk in on someone masturbating or two people having sex, he says, and his tone gets even drier. Itachi went to train on the beach. I thought I'd come see if everyone was ready. Kurama huffs out a laugh, watching Kakashi with amusement. You know they're going to. Kakashi holds up his hands, fending him off. Stop. Snickering, Kurama settles back a little further in his seat. Before he can answer, though, there's a clatter of footsteps against the wood, and a moment later Naruto skids around the corner. Kurama and I, he shouts, and throws himself headlong at Kurama. Kurama yelps as he very nearly loses his grip on his teacup, only just managing to save it with the very tips of his claws as he catches Naruto with his free arm. Watch it, kid, he huffs, even as he drags the boy up onto his lap. Naruto has a shadow too, still sleepily rubbing his eyes as he totters over, and Kurama sighs and grabs Gaara by the back of his shirt, hauling him up as well. You two are supposed to be asleep, he tells them, exasperated. We've got a long few days coming up. You left, Kurama and I, Naruto protests, even as Gaara just tucks himself in tighter to the crook of Kurama's arm and appears to go back to sleep. Well, Kurama supposes he can't fault them after a week separated. He presses a kiss to wild blonde hair and leans back, letting Naruto sprawl over his chest. Whatever, brat, he says, and pretends not to hear it when Naruto giggles a little, curling up against him and wedging his head under Kurama's chin. Kurama gives Kakashi and Zabuza a look that dares them to say anything. Zabuza just snorts and shakes his head, and Kakashi gives him a look that's clearly amused. "Hate you both, assholes," Kurama mutters, but it's hard to be all that pissy as he is now. He wiggles his arm up enough to still be able to drink his tea and settles in, watching the sun break through the eastern horizon. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day. Chapter 47, Sedition. Sedition estish n, conduct or speech inciting people to rebel against the authority of a state or monarch, rebellious disorder. From Old French or from Latin seditia n, from sed, apart, plus idia n, going from the verb ia dot. We're not going to have much time to make this work. Jolted out of his thoughts, Kasame looks up from the kunai he's sharpening, eyes finding Obito where he's leaning over a map. The man's mask is off, discarded near the door, and the shadows curl interestingly across the deep scars on his face. "You found M?" he asks, and can feel a grin threatening. That sounds promising. Obito glances at him, and there's a flicker of emotion in his features that might almost be amusement. "One of my spies in Kuri sent me word that they departed yesterday, on a ship headed for Konoha's port city." Kasame calculates times and the distances involved. His Kuri never did much trading with Konoha, but he visited Fire Country's main port a few times, enough to know the length of the trip. As long as the Jinchuriki didn't stop somewhere along the way, and they'd be stupid to, knowing who's after them, they'll be landing in Fire Country today, and probably hitting the road right away to cap somewhere when it gets dark. Shinobi don't tend to linger in cities unless they have to. Ordinarily, someone wanting to intercept them would have to leave now, cross the majority of 2 countries at the next best thing to a flat-out sprint, and pray that they could make it before the group hit Konoha. Obito doesn't look like he's in any rush to move, though, and Kasame eyes him for a moment, then asks, "You've got a way to get us there in time?" Obito blinks, as though it hadn't even occurred to him that that would be a problem. "Of course," he says, and vanishes. Kasame sits back against the wall, mildly startled, but a bare second later the air warps in reverse, and Obito reappears directly in front of him, the Sharingan in his right eye spinning lazily. "Well, there's a neat trick," Kasame says, starting to grin. The words earn him another ghost of a smile, barely present but still clearly visible now that Kasame knows what to look for. "Distance won't be a concern," is all he says, though. "Did you find anything?" "With the snake?" Kasame checks his kunai, judges it decently sharp, and slips it away. "I found the notes he keeps in his room and checked the ones in his labs in the cell. I'm not the best with seals, but it looks like that one will work without any gaps." Obito doesn't look entirely convinced, and Kasame doesn't blame him, because he's not convinced either. Orochimaru isn't the type they should trust blindly, should put any faith in at all, really, and just because Kasame didn't find anything doesn't mean it's not there. "I'll keep looking," he says, and gets a short nod in return. "They'll reach Konoha within 2 days," Obito says, turning back to his map. His fingers curl around the edge of the table, knuckles going white, and Kasame studies them for a moment, feeling a flicker of something that's not quite amusement, but could possibly be close. That's a lot of anger for one man to live with, not that he doesn't understand it. The entire world is going to shit, and this is their chance to turn it around. "We need to catch them on the road, sir." Kasame pushes to his feet and goes to join him, leaning over his shoulder to watch one finger trace a path from the port to Konoha. "You think they'll take the main road?" he asks, a little surprised. Obito casts him a look, one brow sliding up towards his hairline. 10 Jinchuriki, he points out. 8 of whom have some level of control, one of whom is the Mizukage, and one of whom managed to beat the Mizukage in a fight. And 2 of the Mizukage guards, 4 of Konoha's best Chunin, the Toad Sage, and Senjutsu Maid and her apprentice. They won't be worried about an attack. Well, put that way, Kasame can see why. It's also kind of disconcerting how fast they are picking up allies. Is pretty sure the Sannin Tsunade wasn't with them when they attacked the base before. He chuckles a little, glancing over to where Samahada is leaning beside the door, and asks, "So that's when we hit them?" The look Obito gives him is bordering on amused, though it only really shows in his eyes. "Yes," he agrees, and reaches out to tap a point on the road. A river intersects the path, with a steep cliff on one side and a forest on the other. "We'll have to scatter the rest of the party, but the others can take care of that. Uzumaki and Kakashi will likely stay with the youngest of the children, so we bring the puppets there and distract them." Kasame doesn't have to ask what Obito will be doing. The children who can't yet control their bijou will be vulnerable, easy targets to snatch away. The Jedmas hasn't been repaired yet, but a head start on gathering the Jinchuriki, especially Jinchuriki who won't be able to fight back and have only a slim chance of escaping, can only give them an advantage. And who do I get? He asks with a grin, more than ready for this fight. It's going to be a hell of a lot of fun, that's for sure. Another half-second of humor, clear enough, and Obito looks back down at the map. Whoever tries to interfere, he says, and doesn't ask can you manage, the way most people would. Whether it's because he trusts in Kasame's skills that much or just assumes he'll be fine regardless, either way, Kasame kind of likes the assumption. Another big fight after just a week. You spoil me, he jokes, and this time the amused tilt of Obito's mouth is actually visible. Kasame chuckles, inordinately pleased with himself, and says, a step closer to the drain, huh? For a long moment, Obito simply looks at him, red and black Sharingan still spinning lazily. Kasame has never had the chance to see one activated before. He's fought Uchiha a time or two, but shinobi outside of Konoha learn early on that it's always best to keep your eyes shut when you're up against one. Obito is an ally, though, and beyond that his Sharingan is always activated. It's interesting, Kasame thinks, and then has to chuckle a little at himself. There's a lot that's interesting about this situation. Obito glances away, back down at the map, and breathes out, slow and steady. His knuckles have gone white where he's gripping the table again. Right, he agrees, almost soundless, and his eyes fall shut. Just for a moment he looks tired, weary in a way that sleek won't touch. Abruptly, almost challengingly, he asks, what do you want to see? Kasame doesn't have to ask to know that he's referring to the world of truth they are going to build. He leans against the table, considering it, and then says, I think the fact of it will be enough. Somewhere lies don't mean anything, and people can see the truth just by opening their eyes. This time Obito's smile is more obvious, but also far more crooked, touched with the same tiredness that's in his face. You should have been one of the heroes of Kuri, Kasame, he says, and the words are almost wry. My world is a lot more selfish than that. Kasame doesn't try to convince him otherwise. He has no idea what Obito wants once the world is better, but if he thinks it's selfish, he's probably the best judge. The good thing about a world like that, he offers, is that being selfish once in a while isn't going to hurt anyone. You just can't dress it up as if it's for the good of everyone. Another short, careful exhale, and Kasame pretends not to hear the way it shakes as it leaves Obito's lungs. He watches silently as Obito presses a hand over his face and wonders if he notices that he automatically covers the scars before anything else. There's something that still seems so torn about him, something deep inside, and Kasame wonders if anyone else has ever had the chance to see it. This reality is broken, Obito says, and Kasame can't tell if it's to himself or meant for other ears. It's warped and twisted and not as it should be. We have to fix it. He hesitates for a moment, but why not? It's hardly the most dangerous thing he's done, so he claps Obito lightly on the shoulder and tries not to think of the bodies of his comrades, thick upon the ground, and the way it felt when he killed them. Killed them because of a traitor's lies, a traitor who Kasame then killed as well. Too much killing, all of it pointless, and Kasame is all for a good fight, but loyalty, once given, should never be a lie. We will, he says, and let's go again, pretending not to see the way Obito turns, watching as he goes to collect Samahada. Orochimaru has 12 hours to finalize the seals, the Uchiha says, and Kasame is more than happy to follow the change of subject. After that, I'll start moving Akatsuki into position. I'll let the others know, Kasame agrees cheerfully, shouldering his sword. He glances back, holding Obito's dangerous eyes for one more moment, then nods and leaves the room. What do you mean, our Jinchuriki's been kidnapped? Hizen demands, not quite in Hiruzen's face enough to earn a punch, but also quite certainly too much so to even be bordering on polite. You haven't noticed? Rosa asks, quite clearly unimpressed as he folds his arms across his chest, watching Taki's headman bristle without so much as a trace of wariness. Hiruzen can't quite blame him. Hizen might be headman of the only village outside the 5 nations strong enough to be grouted a bija, but the man is quick to anger and arrogant about the strength that Taki's hero warder grants. Hizen shoots him a dark look, but finally steps away from Hiruzen's desk. The girl knows her duty, he says sharply. She may leave to wander, but she always returns. Taki's Jinchuriki is his granddaughter, if Hiruzen remembers correctly, and he can't quite hide the faint grimace that crosses his face. Thankfully, Hizen's back is already turned, but Hiruzen catches a flash of amusement at his expression. If he knew its source, Hiruzen suspects he would be far closer to offended. After all, even though Kumo treats its Jinchuriki better, that doesn't exactly mean it treats them well, and the fact that the Nidi's host ran straight to Kurama rather than her village says quite a lot. Not one country in all of the elemental nations has treated their Jinchuriki anywhere close to how they should, and Hiruzen rather expects that they are about to feel the backlash of that decision. And 2 dead Jounin aren't enough to convince you that you've lost her loyalty? Rosa asks, grimly amused. Hizen scoffs. Unrelated, he insists. This road Jinchuriki may have killed them, but F wouldn't have. And the fact that you can't find her. Rosa raises one red brow, and when Hizen only glares without a word, he nods as if that's answer enough. Regardless, a summit has been called, and you accepted the invitation. If you're still doubtful, wait for the cage to gather, and you'll get your evidence. Noki has been convinced to drag himself out of his mountains. Hiruzen interjects before the offense on Hizen's face can spark another argument. He will arrive tomorrow, and Yagura the day after. Kusa's head women informed me they are also on their way, though I have no estimation for their arrival. Left unsaid is who exactly will accompany Yagura's party, but Hiruzen feels no need to share that information with Taki's leader if he can't even be bothered to believe his Jinchuriki is well and truly gone. And Hiruzen is certain that she is. Kurama's influence is likely there to stay, and he for one owes Naruto too much to try and take his uncle away from him. The younger Jinchuriki's collective uncle, if Tanze's last report is to be believed. All the Jinchuriki except for B are likely gone, Hiruzen thinks a little wryly, taking a long pull on his pipe. Even Yagura and Kuri's other Jinchuriki can likely be included in that count after recent events. None of the nations will be gaining their loyalty anytime soon, that's for certain. B. A rumbles, leaning back in his chair. That message of anything about him in it. Hiruzen glances at the scroll one of Itachi's crows left on his desk. Written in Tenze's hand and signed by him, which would already be a decent indicator that Kakashi was injured enough that he couldn't manage it, even if the report hadn't said as much. Kakashi likes to act as if he's irresponsible, but he'd never leave a direct report to the Hokage for his second-in-command if he had a choice. Injured but recovering, he says, instead of voicing his worries. They were planning to stop briefly in Frost Country to find a healer before continuing on to Kuri. Several of them received injuries, but Tenz was optimistic about their chances of recovery. A inclines his head in silent thanks, not asking anything more. Akatsuki will be moving soon, he says instead. The attack was a setback, but it won't last forever. He meets Hiruzen's eyes across the room, and Hiruzen can see they are sharing a similar thought, for all that the various countries will be very unhappy with it. Having all the Jinchuriki in one place might be for the best. At least that way they are easily defensible. And defense is most certainly what they'll be playing now. The statue Jiraiya described, the one Kurama was in such a rush to destroy, sounds like it was something integral to Akatsuki's plan. Hiruzen knows better than most that cornered rats fight the hardest. The thought makes his fingers curl just a little more tightly around his pipe, and he pushes to his feet before he can think better of it. Excusing himself with a murmur that doesn't quite make itself clear, he steps out the door of his office and shuts it carefully behind him. The guards they had earlier ejected from the room are here, hovering warily and not quite mingling, but Hiruzen is just glad they haven't started another war yet. Stepping forward, he catches Genma's eye, tipping his head just faintly. The Takuta's brows lift, but he slides off his perch on the windowsill next to Raid and wanders over, hands in his pockets and a casual slouch to his shoulders. Between Genma's lazy demeanor and Raid's sheepish smile, Hiruzen has to wonder how many of the other guards have managed to overlook the fact that these are 2 of Konoha's deadliest assassins. Most of them, he assumes, Genma and Raid are well practiced at appearing harmless. Hokage-sama, Genma asks, pulling the senbon out of his mouth as he inclines his head. Genma, Hiruzen returns, managing a faint smile. I have a mission for you. Hazel eyes sharpen, and without otherwise moving, Genma gives the impression of a wolf coming alert, ready to hunt. Do I need to go get my mask? He asks, perfectly mild. Hiruzen considers for a moment, then nods. You'd best, he confirms, and watches the hunter surface further. Half a glance around them and he knows it's as private as they are likely to get. Disappearing to go somewhere more secure would just increase suspicions at this point. I want you to make very certain Dan's isn't planning anything, he says quietly. Gunmar's eyes narrow and one hand curls ever so faintly, not quite forming a fist even if the thought is there. You worried about treachery, he asks, so softly that it's almost soundless. If there's one thing Gunmar hates more than Kuma Nin, it's traitors. Hiruzen might feel bad for taking advantage of what he knows is a sore point, but it's his entire reason for choosing Gunmar in the first place. There's absolutely no chance of him being won over or bought off, and if there's even the faintest hint that Dan's is doing anything but basic work for the council and village, Gunmar will never give up his investigation. I think that access to 10 of the most powerful shinobi in the world, 4 of them young children, is quite a lot of temptation for a man who once trained children to be the perfect weapons, Hiruzen admits. It's not the entire truth, but it is most of it, and the rest, well. His show of trust in Fugako has already helped bridges start to mend, and Shikaku's visits to the Uchiha compound to strategize have helped as well. He doesn't want to believe his old teammate is behind those whispers blaming the Uchiha for the Kyuubi, but he also would not put it past him. Thankfully, Gunmar isn't the type to overlook something like that if he comes across mention of it, and is subtle enough that he likely won't get caught. If Dan's is planning something, if he's already done something, Gunmar will find it. Hokutsama, Gunmar says formally, dipping into a bow, then steps back, turns on his heel, and heads down the stairs at a trot. Raid watches him go, concern shading across his features, but other than a quick glance darted at Hiruzen he doesn't move. From behind the heavy door to his office, loud voices erupt, not quite shouting but certainly close. Hiruzen sighs, rubbing his forehead, and goes back into do damage control. Tsunade truly regrets attempting to intervene when she saw an adult spitting harsh words at a child. Well, she mostly regrets doing so because she knows now that the man was Uzumaki Kurama, grouchy mother hand to anything that stands still long enough for him to fuss at it, and his words were almost definitely meant to help, seeing as they were directed at the most emotionally stunted little boy she's ever had the horror of coming across. Even Orochimaru wasn't as bad as Uchiha Itachi's. So she regrets that part, seeing as Itachi most certainly didn't need her defense. She doesn't regret that Shizune was able to save the Hatake brat, though, even if most of her feelings come from knowing the man's father. Nor does she regret the chance to meet Kushina's son, who was every bit as bright and vivacious as his mother once was. Or her sort of nephew, because Kurama is, as she's coming to realize, entirely someone worth knowing. Of course, she could have done without the bet that left her sleeping off one of the worst hangovers in her life, and she definitely could have done without the 3 favors she now owes Kurama. One of which was going to Kuri to meet Naruto, and the second of which was accompanying them back to Konoha. It is vaguely conceivable that Tsunade could get out of it if she wanted. Kurama is certainly powerful. He moves with the ease and assuredness of someone fully aware that they can level mountains if they need to, and even Jiraiya treats him with grudging respect, to say nothing of the 9 Jinchuriki in their party, but he looks like he's just barely into his 30s. Tsunade has a good 20 years of experience on him, and if she wanted to slip away, she could. She doesn't want to go back to Konoha. That much she knows without hesitation. It holds too many memories, too much darkness. It's the place that Nawaki and Dan died for, gave their lives to protect, the place where she failed to save them. And there was another war after she left. There's always another war. When word reached her, she was so close to going back. Fighting broke out, IWA invaded Kusa with the intent to reach Fire Country, and Tsunade, caught on the border, had her things halfway packed and her sandals on before she realized what she was doing. Before she realized what going back would mean. Shizune had been with her, young and stern but still so soft, and Tsunade had looked at her and seen Dan in her features, in her future, had seen her apprentice bleeding and broken on the ground as war raged around her. She'd unpacked her bags and hidden herself away in a bar for the next week straight, then headed for Tea Country the moment she could walk in a straight line. That, she thinks, is one of the biggest sources of her ever-present guilt. She's the granddaughter of the Shodain, the grandniece of the Nadain, the student of the Sandain. Maybe she can't save everyone, maybe she can't save anyone as the world has so handily proved, but something inside of her is horrified that she wasn't there, that she didn't go back. It's the same but that feels relief right now, that someone is forcing her to return against her will. Dan and Nawaki are still open, tearing aches. There's no cure for them, no fix. Tsunade will always have failed to save them, will always remember their deaths as the twin moments where her world came tumbling down around her. But Kurama and I, a small voice asks, and Tsunade lifts her eyes from the dirt beneath her sandals to watch the red-headed man pause, looking down at the tiny shadow tugging on the hem of his shirt. What, Squirt? Kurama asks, using the tone he probably thinks is supposed to sound gruff. Tsunade can see through him like he's made of glass, though, and she can't fight a faint smile as she watches Gaara reach up, solemn and quietly hopeful. Kurama takes one look at his expression and sighs. Don't you want to stick with Naruto? He asks, even as he bends down to scoop the little boy up onto his hip. Gaara glances back past Tsunade to where Naruto and F are letting the rage brother toss them around like rubber balls. A pause, as if Gaara's searching for the words, and then he wrinkles his nose a little and says, he's loud. Tsunade snorts, because after several days on a boat with B, she can say with certainty that that's an understatement. At the same moment, B bellows something cheerful and sort of rhyming and chucks a happily screeching Naruto straight up in the air. F, clinging to B's back like a very small monkey, whoops with laughter, and Kurama winces, very pointedly not looking back. Yeah, he says, a little tiredly, and reaches up to ruffle Gaara's hair. That's a pretty good description of him, Squirt. All right, you can ride with me for a bit. Seemingly content, Gaara puts his head down on Kurama's shoulder, hands still fisted in his shirt, and Tsunade can feel her smile softening. That's a pretty cute image. Especially since Suna's Jinchuriki is supposed to be batshit crazy. She suspects Kurama has something to do with the change, and for the little boy's sake, she's overwhelmingly glad. For the sake of all the Jinchuriki, she corrects herself, glancing from the 2B's manhandling to the slim, dark-haired teenager walking with the other little girl, who's carrying a pair of foxes with multiple tails. Then her eyes move on to the Mizukichi with his guards and the mismatched pair walking ahead of him, joking with each other. There's an ease to them that she wouldn't have expected of Jinchuriki, especially given that several of them were previously on the run, and it makes her happy to say. Happier still that there's some kind of support, some kind of family tie between all of them. It will serve them well in the long run, especially if they're going to be facing down the villagers that created them. Kurama probably needs all the family he can get, she thinks a little bleakly, glancing over at the man. Yuzusho is gone, Mido is gone, Kushina is gone, practically every last Uzumaki, as far as she knows, is dead. All Kurama has left is Naruto, and if what Jiraiya told her is true, he likely has spent the majority of his life either wandering alone or haunting the ruins of Yuzusho like a ghost. Her shoulder bumps Jiraiya's as they walk, and she glances over automatically, but he just gives her a companionable smile and goes back to his conversation with Kakashi. And it's a reminder, Tsunade thinks, a little sadly. A reminder that even after Dan and Nawaka died, she could have turned to the rest of her mismatched family, could have leaned on them. Jiraiya and Orochimaru and Tsurutobi at the very least, and if she hadn't. Kurama lost far more than she did, lost everything, and still manages to find it within himself to be so painfully kind to lost children. With one quick glance back at Shizune, who's happily chattering with the Kurikunoichi, Tsunade lengthens her steps just a little, quickly drawing level with Kurama. He turns to her with some surprise, brows lifting, but Gaara shifts in his arms and distracts him before he can ask her anything. Tsunade watches him resettle the little boy, offering him a winter-stunted apple he'd picked up in the port city's market, and when he finally looks over at her she just smiles. You're something else, Shortcake, she says, mostly for the pleasure of watching the face he pulls at the nickname. And you're an old hag, he huffs, not even trying to dodge the fist Tsunade thumps against his shoulder. It's only enough to make him stagger, but is holding a kid. She's hardly about to go all out. Keeping her as ahead, she matches her steps to Kurama's and asks lightly, did you ever get to meet Kushina? Kurama hesitates, and she can feel his gaze on her, searching. Finally he says, not really. Not in any way that mattered. That's about what Tsunade expected. Kushina never mentioned a brother to her when she was mourning her lost village. A mother, an aunt, all of her friends, but no brother. And it's clear enough that Kurama has some other blood in him as well. Akuma in mother, Jiraiya said, and given how Kumo tried to kidnap Kushina when she was still in the academy, it makes sense to Tsunade. But you saw her from a distance. Tsunade prods. Yeah, Kurama admits, clearly grudging. Why the hell are you asking? She doesn't look at him, keeps her pace steady and measured as they walk, because I know what it's like to have your family at a distance and then to lose them entirely, she says simply, thinking of Orochimaru. Wondering, sad and a little resigned to her own guilt, whether she would have been able to save him. She doesn't need to wonder, she already knows she would have. Just one more failure to lay at her feet, isn't it? Gaara is watching her when she glances over. She offers him a small, slightly WAN smile, and he doesn't quite smile back. All of his smiles are reserved for Kurama, Naruto, and the other Jinchuriki, she's noticed, but he doesn't immediately duck his head and hide his face, which is more or less an improvement. Kurama breathes out, rough and a little shaky, and it's clear her words struck some sort of chord. Yeah, he says, turning his face away. That's something I'm used to. The first part. I'm still getting used to the second. It's been almost 20 years since Uzushiya fell, that's a hell of a long time to mourn. But Tsunade is hardly one to throw stones when her whole world is made of glass. And beyond that, she remembers something Mida once told her after Hashirama died, and again after Tobirama was killed. Everyone grieves in their own time, my dear. Some cope by moving forward. Others hold on, even when the world tells them to let go. It doesn't mean they're broken, it just means they hold on a bit harder than most. Kurama, Tsunade thinks with a touch of wry sadness, is very much the type to leave claw marks in anything that slips from his grasp. Chapter 48, Suscitate. Suscitate, SSTA with macron T, to rouse, to excite, to call into life and action. From Latin suscitatus, past participle of suscita, to lift up, to stir, to rouse. It gives Kushina a sense of vicious satisfaction that it takes 3 large men to drag her out of her cell. She screams and snarls, thrashing against their hold, fighting back with every ounce of the strength left to her by the seal-etched manacles they manage to wrap around her wrists. No chakra, not that she can reach, but she slams her elbows into vulnerable kidneys, kicks at fragile knees, slams her legs up into crutches whenever her captors are distracted. The masked and hooded missing men, with his scratched tacky Hatayate, is swearing at her in a loud, steady stream, face still pale with the pain of a blow that connected, and the emotionless, purple-eyed redhead on her left is limping faintly. The shark man who riffled through Orochimaru's papers is still chuckling as he shoves her down onto her knees and helps pin her there, and if Kushina still had the QB. Well. She's never been tempted to let him loose before, but this is severely testing her self-control. Get off of me, she rages, trying to throw them off, but she doesn't have a Jinchuriki's physical strength right now, can't even augment her natural strength with chakra. Stop struggling, my dear, Orochimaru tells her, crouching down in front of her with a bottle of ink in one hand and a brush in the other. I'm doing you the favor of not using a paralysis seal, but if you make this any harder than it has to be, I'll gladly change my mind. Kushina glares up at him through a veil of red hair, so furious that she's almost tempted to lunge forward and bite him. Bastard, she hisses. What do you think you're going to do with that? It's only because she's looking for it that she sees the faintest flicker of amusement in golden eyes, an edge of appreciation that means he definitely intended to give Sakuma that control seal and can recognize that she's acting right now. She's not acting that much. Kushina will gladly take a chunk out of his perfectly straight nose if he gets even a centimeter closer. Don't worry, Orochimaru tells her, and there's a strange intensity in his face that anyone else might mistake for victory, a light in his eyes that manages to be both eerie and encouraging. I'm going to put a seal on you, and you're going to go to sleep. And then, well, then you'll wake up, and that's when the fun begins. Kasami chuckles, soft and barely audible, and Kushina tears her eyes away from Orochimaru, glancing over his shoulder to where Sakumo is braced in front of the bars of his cell, looking torn between panic and fury. Bad idea, she reminds herself, dragging in a breath that shakes. Bad idea that will most likely work. Fuck, but she has some of the worst ideas. To your worst, Snake, she spits, and the rapid flutter of her heartbeat high up in her throat adds a vicious bite to it. Orochimaru smiles, small and wicked, and raises the brush. Calling sweeps across the base of her throat in a curving line, etches out a familiar symbol Kushina has drawn over and over for the last few days, and she has to close her eyes so none of the shinobi watching will see her expression. Naruto, she thinks, and then blackness crashes down on top of her like a wave, and all she can feel is a long, long fall. Kurama's bad feeling is back with a vengeance. He tries not to let it show because everyone else seems relaxed enough, but there's a faint, biting sort of insistence that says they're being watched, that something's coming, that something's waiting for them, and it's making it hard to focus. Tsunade gave up on talking with him after a few conversations he dropped halfway through in favor of paying more attention to their surroundings, and Kurama can't particularly say he minds. The countryside is quiet. Early morning frost has given way to pale sunlight in between a scattering of dove-gray clouds, and the handful of people they've passed on the road have all been civilians. The only flicker of malice Kurama can sense is from a pair of magpies in the winter-bare trees, fighting over an acorn. There's no conceivable reason Kurama should feel tense, but he can't fight the creeping sense of impending doom. "You're quiet today," Kakashi observes from beside him, even though his nose is buried in his book. "You say that like I'm normally loud," Kurama retorts, folding his arms into the sleeves of his hari and pointedly not looking over. Kakashi glances up anyway, eyeing him with a very obvious edge of amusement. "Millimeter," he hums, non-committal, and when Kurama turns to glare he just crinkles his eye cheerfully. "But you normally say more than 10 words to people who aren't your kids." "They are not my—" Kurama catches sight of Kakashi's raised brow and breaks off, scowling at him. "Fine, they are my kids. You overacted the first time when I tried to get to Naruto, so why the hell are you taking this so calmly now?" There's a pause as Kakashi flicks a glance around them, judging distances, but they are at the very back of the group, and the only ones in front of them are the 4 youngest Jinchuriki, sprawled out on top of Momiji and Fuji and apparently enthralled in whatever story Yujido is telling. Kakashi's gaze lingers on them for a long moment, and then he says quietly, "Your future, Naruto trusted you enough to give his life for you. It still aches." Kurama halfway suspects it always will, to some degree, but... Naruto laughs, bright and happy, as Yujido smiles back. In his memory, Kurama can hear a faint whisper, that last bit of comfort his Naruto left with his chakra impression when he sealed Kurama's power. "Bye, Kurama. I love you, and I'm so proud of you." Maybe it's not the goodbye Kurama had wished for, but it helped. It helped a hell of a lot. Yeah, he agrees, and it comes out softer than he intends. "I wasn't lying when I said he was my best friend. He was just another jailer at first, and I loathed him for it, but Naruto's not the kind of person anyone can hate, even if that's all they think they know." There's another shadow of a smile crinkling Kakashi's eye, though he doesn't look up from his book again. "That's why," he says simply, as though it explains everything. Flipping a page, he glances up for half a heartbeat to meet Kurama's gaze, and then adds as if he recognizes the confusion Kurama is feeling, "You always tell Naruto he's a lot like Kushina. I trusted her judgment. That is just about the worst logic Kurama has ever heard, and he was privy to the logic behind every single one of Naruto's terrible, always questionable choices." He doesn't quite groan as he presses a hand over his eyes, but it's a close thing. "You're an idiot," he tells the man with some disbelief. "How the hell did you ever become a jounin?" "How?" Kakashi makes a sound that's definitely amusement. "I'm very, very good at killing people," he says mildly, turning to another page. "Natural talent, I think." Someone else might flinch away from that remainder, but Kurama knows very well what it means to be a shinobi. After a marriage, Mida might have been more or less non-competent and less forced to be otherwise, but Kushina clocked almost 1,000 mission in the 14 years she was an active shinobi, and Kurama saw pretty much all of them through her eyes. He might have been muzzled, chained down, and never allowed free, but he was still aware. Sometime he thinks it might have been easier, waiting that 100 years, if he hadn't been, but, well. It's over now, and he'll never be bound like that again. A good teacher, too, Kurama says, and can practically feel the sudden stiffness as Kakashi's steps falter slightly. For half a second, he debates leaving it at that, but then decides fuck it, he's changing everything he can, but that doesn't mean some things can't stay the same. "You taught Naruto a hell of a lot about being a shinobi. Gave him a reason to keep going through the darker parts. Those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their comrades are worse than trash. He lived by that. It's only because he's listening that he hears the fate hitch in Kakashi's breath, though the book in front of his face doesn't waver. "I'm glad," he says at length, and the rough rasp of it is something close to bone-deep relief. "Glad he could learn that. They gave him to me." "Yeah," Kurama confirms, watching F teach Gaara a clapping game. She's laughing, and Gaara is smiling, and it makes Kurama smile too. him and two other brats, Haruno Sakura and Itachi's little brother, Sasuke. The book dips and Kakashi gives him a mildly startled look. They put a Jinchuriki on a team with other children. With an Uchiha. Kurama bristles, opening his mouth to snap, and Kakashi quickly raises one hand, cutting him off. Not like that, he says, meeting Kurama's angry glow steadily. Most villagers make Jinchuriki single apprentices rather than putting them on a team. Puberty and the power to level whole towns isn't the safest mix. A hesitation, so brief that it's hardly noticeable, and he adds, the Uchiha, there were rumors when the Kyuubi attacked. Shinobi who'd survived getting close said that his eyes had the pattern of an evolved Sharingan. A little sourly, Kurama wonders just how many of those survivors were root members. Most of them, probably, and they likely disappeared conveniently after setting the rumor off. Yeah, well, I can tell them exactly who's responsible for that, he growls, feeling it reverberate slightly in his chest. That should put an end to it. Probably predictably, that doesn't ease the tightness from Kakashi's expression. Well, he says, and there's an edge of something that's not quite wryness to it, but not quite bitterness either. At least no one will suspect a widespread conspiracy if you do. Obito was not well liked. Kurama remembers that, vaguely. All of his knowledge about Obito comes from the conversations during the war and what little Kakashi mentioned in the years before it, but his memory of it is clear enough. Why, he asks, watching Kakashi a little warily. The Kopinin brought it up himself, so Kurama assumes talking about it isn't going to make him curl up in a catatonic ball, but then again Kakashi's sense of self-preservation has never been his strongest point. Another pause, this one considering, and Kakashi answers carefully, I'm not sure. He always said it was because he couldn't awaken the Sharingan. But you don't believe that. Kurama studies his face, what little he can see of it between the mask, the hair, and the Hitayate. Kakashi glances at him, then away. The Uchiha clan is one of the largest in Konoha, he says. Only the Hyuga outnumber them. And unlike the Hyuga, only a small percentage of their members ever end up in the kind of situation that will activate their Sharingan. It's not a common thing. There are lots of Uchiha shinobi who don't have it. So Obito was average, Kurama reasons, trying to follow his logic. With a soft hum, Kakashi flips his book closed, then back open. Obito was good, he corrects. I finished the academy in 1 year, and I could keep up with Jounin when I was still a genin. It's why they promoted me so quickly. Obito could hold his own against me, and he was clever, even though he tried to hide it. A breath, and then he sighs, just a little. I never paid close enough attention to him to figure it out, and by the time I realized, it was too late. Kurama doesn't bother telling him that there's still time now, because Kurama isn't Naruto, Obito is a threat, and if Kurama gets an opening, he's going to take it and get rid of the threat, preferably for good. He's grateful that Obito saved Naruto's life in the original timeline, is grateful that he took that blow for Kakashi too, but is also one of the main reasons Naruto was in danger in the first place. Madara's pawn, Kaguya's pawn, but still an enemy and a menace in his own right. Madara must have noticed, he says, and when Kakashi raises a brow he just shrugs. You really think it was coincidence that the one Uchiha who'd have a big fucking reason to turn his back on Konoha had his would-be girlfriend kidnapped by a bunch of IWA nin in the middle of nowhere on a secret mission? The smart thing to do would have been to kill you and Obito, then Gredrin so they wouldn't have had to worry about rescue, but they didn't even touch you. And backup appearing just when you were about to get out, without any word being sent. I believe in coincidences, but not that much. One gray eye goes wide, and Kakashi stops dead. Kurama pauses as well, turning to look at him curiously, but there's a mixture of shock and horror sliding over Kakashi's face and he doesn't even seem to notice. It wasn't a coincidence, he repeats, and the words come out half-strangled. That night. Right. Kurama had forgotten that he'd left that part out when he was trying to rattle Obito. There hasn't exactly been a good time to drop that fact into the conversation, either. Madara, he confirms quietly. He was controlling the Kurinin from the start, and he put Obito there just in time to see how things ended. Another hitch of breath, just a little more audible than before, and Kakashi closes his eye, dipping his head until Kurama can't see his face. It was all planned, he echoes, and the words hurt just to hear them, jagged-edged and laced with a relief that may as well be poison. And Rin realized half of what was happening, but not the rest, so she He trails off, but at this point it hardly needs to be said. Kurama doesn't answer, just waits, watching Kakashi try to piece the fragments of his composure back together. He knows from experience now that there's no way he can make the pain better. Kakashi, Obito, Rin, they were all manipulated, all played like puppets for the sake of Kaguya's revival. Just 3 more casualties in the grand scheme of things, but that won't help the scars left behind. And then, just faintly, Kurama hears something. He spins, head coming up and senses reaching, but the only sound is that of their group further ahead, approaching the mouth of a narrow canyon that follows a winding river. The rest of the land is quiet, the sparse forest on either side of them still without so much as a wind to knock the bare branches together. Kurama's eyes narrow and he turns, taking a deep breath of the crisp air. At his side, Kakashi has come alert as well, and when Kurama glances over at him he shakes his head. "If there's something there, we're upwind," he says quietly, sliding his book back into his weapons pouch. He doesn't question Kurama's instincts, though, scanning the trees in a careful sweep. Then his shoulders go stiff, locking onto something deeper into the forest, and Kurama turns to follow his gaze. All he sees is a bush swaying, independent of any sort of breeze, but the expression on Kakashi's face is that of a man who just saw the world crumble before his eyes. "Kakashi," he asks, bordering on sharp, and casts a glance back down the road. Naruto is with 8 other Jinchuriki, though not to mention Tsunade, Jiraiya, Zabuza, Mai, Haku, and the rest of the freak squad. He's probably the best protected person in the elemental nations right now. "I thought," Kakashi starts, but the words trail off, even though his gaze doesn't move from the shadowed undergrowth. A breath, and he steps forward, drawing a kunai. "Go ahead, Kurama." "I'm going to check." "Idiot," Kurama huffs, falling into step with him as he moves off the road and leaps up into the branches. A half-second of effort and Kurama joins him, crouching on one of the wide limbs and ignoring the surprise on Kakashi's face. It's quickly overwhelmed by amusement and the copinen's eye crinkles. Kurama," he says, verging on laughter. "Careful or people might start to think you care." "Their mistake," Kurama retorts, then leaps lightly to the next tree over and uses it as a springboard to keep going. "What did you see?" There's a beat of silence and Kakashi huffs quietly. "A ghost," he answers helpfully and then sketches out the A and BU sign for silence. Kurama rolls his eyes, but complies, minding his footfalls as he slips to the side so that he'll come at the moving bush from a different direction. He stretches his senses out, feeling for any ill intent, and there's a whisper of it, pale and buried under other feelings, that makes him frown in consternation. That feels strange. Tattered, almost, and strangled by something he can't make out. Not rage, not malice, but... oh, fuck. He flares his chakra, loud and bright like a warning, and slams his sudden surge of panic and desperation into his siblings' minds, even as a streak of red and black crashes headlong into him and knocks him right off the branch. The dizzying, twisting lurch of the fall is too brief, too confusing for him to get his feet under himself, and he hits the ground hard on his side, feeling his ribs creak from the impact. There's no time, though, and he instantly rolls to his feet, staggering upright as his attacker does the same. Long red hair, red-violet eyes, and a trickster's wicked grin, all wrapped up in a black cloak with red clouds. Kurama takes a breath that slides out as a growl, and tells himself that he probably should have expected this. "Kushina," he says, more to see if it will get a response than any real desire to greet his former Jinchuriki. The smile stays fixed in place, and she doesn't even blink. None of the eerie changes of Ida Tensei, but Kurama has absolutely no doubt that Kushina isn't in control here. That was definitely Obito he felt earlier, malice almost completely covered by his determination. It makes Kurama remember Kakashi's theory in the war, that the reason Obito turned everything into an impossibly complex game was because there was a piece of him that knew it was wrong, knew that he shouldn't, and fought for control every step of the way. Sage, but Kurama hopes that piece is feeling particularly strong today. Still, Obito made a mistake here, and a big one. Kurama knows intimately how Kushina fights, every last one of her jutsus, even the ones she keeps in reserve. He knows her tactics and her tricks, and beyond that, he's a bijou and she isn't even a Jinchuriki anymore. Uzumaki are always dangerous, and Kushina more so than most, but Kurama can handle her. Especially since Kakashi is... Dad. The word is choked, horrified. Kurama's head snaps up and around, towards where Kakashi is standing on the wide bough of an oak. There's another man across from him, dressed the same way as Kushina, and even if Kurama hadn't heard what Kakashi called him, he wouldn't be able to miss the resemblance. Haddock Sakumo is a little broader, a few years older, but he still looks very much like his son. And damn it all, but that's probably just about the last thing Kakashi needs, seeing another person come back from the dead only to turn up as an enemy. Sakumo doesn't say anything, face set in stern lines. He reaches up, pulling a tant from its sheath on his back, and drops into a swordsman stance. Kakashi takes a step back, but Kurama can see him wavering. Another blur of red is all the warning Kurama gets, but it's enough. He spins, leaps hard with a touch of chakra to his feet, and snatches Kakashi right off the branch as Sakumo lunges. Kushina almost lands on top of him as she follows, and they have to scramble not to collide. Taking advantage of the 2-second opening, Kurama bolts for the road. He doesn't want to lead attackers back to the rest of the group, but fighting in the close quarters of the forest isn't going to do them any favors. They'll just wreck it if they cut loose. If you're catatonic, I swear I'm going to beat your ass, Kurama snarls as they touch down in the path. He hovers for one moment, making sure Kakashi can stand on his own, then reaches for his chakra and slashes down hard. The shockwave reverberates through the air, slamming into the tree line just as Kushina and Sakumo appear, and they go flying back under the force of it as trunks splinter. The sound that tears from Kakashi's throat is somewhere between horror and pain. He snatches Kurama's wrist, pulling his hand down, and starts, Don't fight back. Don't hurt them. Kurama demands, annoyed, even as he lets Kakashi drag him away. If you hadn't noticed, they are trying to hurt us. And I'm sure they'll be very sorry about it once this is over, Kakashi answers, though his gaze is locked on the two figures pulling themselves upright. His grip on Kurama is white-knuckled, and he doesn't seem to be in any hurry to let go. And on that note, what the fuck? Between Nagado and Orochimaru, Kurama is honestly not surprised in the least that this happened. Playing God is par for the course with them, literally in Nagado's case. Easy enough to guess how two formerly dead Konoha shinobi ended up in the middle of nowhere, right in their path. The Rinnegan and mad scientists should never fucking mix, Kurama says succinctly, then grabs Kakashi's wrist in return and dives to the side, pulling the Kopinen with him. A dragon made of water crashes down right where they were standing, and Kurama rolls and comes to his feet, then lunges. Behind him, Kakashi shouts something, but Kurama ignores him and tackles Kushina full-on, slamming her into the ground. She doesn't so much as hesitate, driving upwards towards his throat with a kunai, but Kurama manages to grab her arm and force it to the side. Snap the hell out of it, Tamada, he snarls, right in her face. Kushina snarls back, and a knee slams into Kurama's gut, jolting him up and over her head. It's a move he knows, and as Kushina flips over with a hard push he rolls out of the way. She lands on all fours, kunai stabbing into the road, and Kurama lunges for her again, bringing a shockwave with him. There's a cry of pain as it hits, Kushina jerking her arms up over her face even as she's hurled backwards, and Kurama doesn't waste time, calling up his chakra and throwing a hand out. Wen screams past him, following the gesture, and carves a deep furrow between Kakashi and Sakumo as the latter slashes down. It slows the tat enough that Kakashi can slide out of the way, ducking to the side and retreating to put his back against Kurama's. Ideas, he asks, slightly winded. Rolling his eyes, Kurama jerks him around, then reaches up to yank his Hatayake straight. Yeah, he snaps. Get your damned head in the fight and don't let your father kill you. Kakashi stares at him for a long, breathless moment, stunned silent, and then tears his gaze away, the lazy spin of his Sharingan locking on Sakumo as he approaches, stone-faced. A glance to the side takes in Kushina, shaking her head as chips of stone clutter out of her high ponytail. A breath, another, shaking faintly, and he says with all the desperately strangled pain that fired against Obito left no time for, I can't. Kurama snarls with exasperated fury, swinging around to kick Kushina out of the air as she lunges for them. Fucking move, he shouts. You're a good shinobi. Then fucking knock him out, no one said you had to kill him. With a jolt, Kakashi moves, but Kurama can't spare the time to turn and check on him. There's a winjutsu forming between Kushina's hands, as sharp as blades, and in the distance Kurama can feel the sudden lash of chakra rising like a sudden spring flood, Rishies with sons behind it, Koku and Han, Udakada and Saikan, Yugura and Isobo, Ujido and Madatabi. Kurama's breath catches, because all of them reacting can only mean a big attack. This is the distraction. The real danger is to Naruto. There isn't even a moment to hesitate. Kurama slams another wave of force at Kushina, then bolts, grabbing Kakashi as he passes. Kakashi yelps as Kurama drags him along, heels practically skidding in the dirt, but he gets his feet under him in a moment and paces Kurama without asking questions. Distantly, Kurama is thankful, but he can't waste the breath to say it. A burst of speed sends him hurtling down the incline where the road dips to enter the canyon, and he is half a second to take in the scene before he's crashing down right on top of Kakuzu as the bounty hunter reaches to pull his cloak off. The missing nin practically shrieks in fury, his thick threads erupting around them, but Kurama uses his back as a springboard, flipping up and over to land between him and F. There's a vicious snarl tearing down his chest, a current of anger like a riptide through him, and he lunges in a blur, claws bared. Kakuzu curses, leaping back, and Kurama's claws slice through air instead of skin. Kurama in eye. F cries, relief in her voice. Are you all right? Kurama demands, straightening, though he doesn't take his eyes off Kakuzu. I'm fine, she says determinedly. Fuji and Momiji took Naruto and Gaara to hide, but I can help. Kurama hesitates, because it's dangerous, but she can. Especially since Pain is here, all 6 of his powers filling the air with their identical chakra signatures. He takes a breath, then orders, Shmei, get her in the air. F, those bastards with the orange hair, if you can blind them without getting too close, do it. The hum of Shmei's chakra surges, and there's a rapid clatter of swiftly beating wings. F laughs, bright and astonished, and Kurama tips his head just enough to see that she's sporting the 6 wings of her version 2 form, lifting her up above the battle. From within a mass of puppets, there's a cry, and Yujiro bursts through with a cat's furious snarl, claws on her hands and feet. Madatabi's power limbs her in ghostly blow, and she crashes into the wooden soldiers, tearing through them like they are made of paper. Reassured that both of the girls are fine for now, Kurama turns his attention back to Kakuzu and flexes his fingers with a toothy grin. All right, asshole, he growls. You've picked a fight with me one too many times. Now I'm going to rip you to goddamn pieces. Kakuzu laughs at him, sharp and mocking. Little boys shouldn't run around making threats like that, he taunts. What's your sister going to say? A rush of movement, and it's just enough of a warning for Kurama to drop to his stomach, red hair and black cloth passing inches over his head. He curses viciously, rolling out of the way as a handful of kunai stab into the ground, and then gathers his feet under himself and leaps. A windjutsu slices through the space he just occupied, and Kurama lands lightly, then flings himself forward, ducking under the punch Kushina throws and grabbing her elbow. She tries to headbutt him, but Kurama dodges, using his grip to drag her forward and flip her over his shoulder. In the same moment, there's a cry of warning. Kurama is tangled up with Kushina, though can't move without giving her an opening, and he can't do anything but brace himself. The blade of a tant slams into another, and Kakashi shoves his father back. Vex is all Kurama has time to say before Kushina lashes back, kicks him in the stomach, and rips herself out of his hold. She turns, hands coming up, and in the same moment Kurama can feel Sakuma's chakra rising, gathering like white light around the blade of his sword. The shimmering golden chains appearing around Kushina's slim form are a hell of a lot more pressing, though Kurama knows all too well how they can bind even him, and he tenses automatically, torn between the urge to run and the knowledge that there's no way he can leave Kakashi to face both Kushina and Sakuma by himself. Don't thank me yet, Kakashi says dryly, shoulders bumping Kurama's as they turn back to back. Maybe if we survive. Kurama kind of wants to scoff at the death, but he eyes the way Kushina's adamantine ceiling chains are surging forward and doesn't bother. And then, from the corner of his eye, he catches a flash of yellow, and Naruto shouts, Kurama nai, as he throws himself between Kurama and Kushina. Chapter 49, Encumbrous. Encumbrous and combias, worry, strain, stress of pertaining to or causing an encumbrance, cumbersome, troublesome. From Old French encombre, from ien plus combre to hinder. The world goes still. It's like being back in that darkened clearing, like watching his best friend fall all over again. There's no time to hesitate, no time for memories that are still too fresh, but for that one heartbeat before he can drag himself back under control. Naruto's death is all Kurama can see. But this time, Kurama isn't a ghost. He's not a formless spirit without the ability to move, trapped and watching his Jinchuriki fall. A bare moment of hesitation is already too much time wasted, but Kurama isn't about to let that lust future repeat here and now. He lunges forward, ducking under the first of the chains, and gets one desperate hand on cloth. A twist, a wordless shout, and Kurama throws all his body weight into the turn as he hurls Naruto back towards Kakashi. Not safe, not really, not with the white fan bearing down on him, but better than dying from Kushina's chains. Naruto goes flying, skids across the ground only to slam into a burst of sand that curls over him, and Kurama has one half of a fractured heartbeat to feel a surge of mingled exasperation and relief because of course Gaara would. The pain isn't a surprise. This isn't like taking Kakashi's Raikiri to the chest. That was a simple blow, easy for his healing to fix. It's a drain, a sudden bleed on the chakra he knows he should have, and Kurama staggers. Sheer stubbornness keeps him on his feet, even as he brings a hand up, futilely trying to stop the warm-hot flood of blood down his chest. It doesn't come easily, and he has to cough even though it aches all through him. Fuck, he hisses, getting a hand on the chain that's piercing through his chest. Half a second to brace himself and he wrenches it out, the motion tearing a scream from behind clenched teeth. There's a sound behind him, then hands on his elbows, holding him up. Kurama forces his eyes open, trying to breathe evenly, and meets Kushina's stare. Something is different about her, just vaguely, but Kurama is certain of it. Sage damn it, you idiot Tamada, he hisses, and at his shoulder Kakashi makes a sound like he doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Kurama, he asks instead, dragging Kurama back a handful of steps. Kurama ignores him, turning to look for Naruto. There's bright gold on the edge of his vision, easy enough to find, and Naruto cries, Kurama nii, even as he struggles against the hold Yudakada has on both him and Gaara. Bubbles whirl and twist around them like a shield, and Saiken's chakra is a bright, acid-edged cloud keeping the massive puppets reining them at bay. I'm fine, Kurama snaps. Naruto, don't fucking do that. Blue eyes harden, a small chin tilts with all the mulishness that Kurama is unfortunately so familiar with. Kurama nii, she was going to hurt you. She's your mother, Kurama almost says, but stops himself at the last moment. That's for later, when he can figure out a way to break whatever's controlling Kushina. Until then, better not to say anything at all. I'll be fine, he insists instead, and it's sheer luck that he sees the whirl of movement out of the corner of his eye. A hard shove knocks Kakashi back, and Kurama goes with him, all but tackling him to the ground and rolling them out of the way. Long fingers cup the back of Kurama's skull as they tumble, almost taking out Sasori as he tries to keep a distance from Risha, and Kakashi manages to turn them so that he slams into the canyon wall first, impacting with a grunt. For someone who's fine, that's a pretty big hole in your chest, the Jounin says, slightly winded. He sits up, eyes on Kurama for half a second before they flick up and harden. Kurama coughs and forces himself to ignore the breathless ache that's spreading through his entire torso. Pushing partway upright hurts a lot more than he expects, but it's fine, he can keep going. He will. And for someone in the middle of the fight, you talk too fucking much. Kakashi pointedly doesn't answer, but springs over Kurama, drawing his tant as he goes. White light gathers around the blade, matching the one that comes sweeping down at them, and the clang as they come together sets Kurama's teeth on edge. He uncoils himself in a rush, kicking Sakuma hard in the chest and knocking him back, and then slashes down at Kushina as she lunges for them. Her chains? Kakashi asks, casting another momentary look at him before he turns back to his father. Fucking hurt, Kurama bites out, rolling his eyes. He studies Kushina as she picks herself up, trying to find another glimpse of the change he could swear happened, but... Just in time, he drags Kakashi out of the way of a water jutsu and sends a blade of wind right back with a snarl of deep irritation. Snap the hell out of it, or I'm going to change your name to Tomato on the ninja registry. It's impossible to tell whether the scowl Kushina gives him is because whatever control there is on her is weakening, or if it's just because her hatred of the nickname goes so deep that it doesn't need conscious thought to get a reaction. She's not a Jinchuriki, though, Kurama reminds himself, gritting his teeth as he straightens. Maybe it's a bit of a mixed blessing, because it means the Sharingan isn't behind this and Kurama can't snap her out of it the way he did Yugura, but it also means that even her reserves have a limit. Worst comes to worst, Kurama can just outlast her in a fight. With a low growl, Kurama dives into a roll, letting a flight of kunai pass harmlessly over his head, and comes up right beneath Kushina's guard, throwing an uppercut at her face even as he twists. She ducks back, dodging the blow, but trips over the foot Kurama gets behind her. Calling fire up in a blistering surge, Kurama goes for her throat, but Kushina turns her fall into a handspring, almost managing to kick Kurama in the jaw as she flips out of range. A dodge, the edge of her sandal whistling past his cheek, and Kurama lets his fireball go, big and showy enough to blind. Right behind it, Kurama lunges, meeting Kushina head-on as she darts to the side and lashing out with his claws. Deceptively fast, Kushina skips back, but she's not quite quick enough. Kurama's nails catch in the dark fabric of her Akatsuki cloak, and it shreds beneath his grip. With a noise of frustration, Kushina rips it off and tosses it to the side, and... oh. The seal is large and stark and sprawling against Kushina's throat, curling lines that disappear under the neckline of her shirt and trace out a pattern Kurama has never seen before. Is decent with seals, knows more than most from his time with Mido and Kushina, but this one doesn't look like any Uzumaki Fuinjutsu he's ever seen, too sharp-edged, too roundabout. Nice tattoo, Kurama mocks, looking up to meet Kushina's purple eyes. But what would your husband say? There's a pause, just a little too long for Kurama to miss it. A blink, long and slow, Kushina's lashes fluttering a little as if she's fighting sleep. With a crash and a cry, Sakumo bowls her over, and Kakashi skids to a halt next to Kurama, coiling a length of ninja wire back into a loop. What is it, he demands, eyes still on the resurrected shinobi. Seals, Kurama says, and the thought is working, reaching. They have seals to control them. But Kushina wouldn't be caught by a seal, even one laid on her at the very last moment. She's an Uzumaki, was taught Fuinjutsu the way Konoha children are taught tree climbing, and Kurama can't believe. Fuck, he mutters, shoving one bloody hand through his hair. Even now his chakra is corrosive enough that he could try to burn it out of her system, erase it from her skin, but in all likelihood it won't work. Kushina was as Jinchuriki from childhood, only Mida and his Naruto have more familiarity with his chakra. That leaves trying to undo the seal himself, which isn't Kurama's strong point, or hoping that Kushina did manage a counter-seal and its chest. We need to buy time, he blurts and ignores the fatally incredulous look Kakashi turns on him. This is going to end terribly, Kakashi tells him flatly, but he tosses Kurama his ninja wire, then a pair of kunai, and while Kurama's hands are mostly full he leans over to shove a folded FMA shuriken into his sash. Snorting, Kurama tucks the other weapons away as well. Careful or people might start to think you care, he mocks. Clearly remembering the moment earlier, Kakashi makes a noise of faint amusement, then takes a breath. Switch, he suggests, quietly enough that only Kurama hears. For half a moment, Kurama considers it, but he shakes his head. Only if we have to, he says, and just catches a flash of movement from the corner of his eye. Yellow makes his heart stop with a jarring jerk, but when he whirls around it's the Ujido's hair, not Naruto's. He curses at himself, too slow as he turns, and sheer instinct makes him leap. Kushina's ready for it. She catches his ankle, leans back as he tries to kick her in the face, and with a he she knocks him back to the ground. Kurama hits hard, jarring his chest, and scrambles upright and away. Kunai in hand, Kushina comes at him, but Kurama knows the sequence. Leap, step back, dodge right, duck in. Her guard slips just the faintest bit, and Kurama slams an elbow into her stomach, grabs her by the shirt, and holds her over his shoulder. A blur of white comes at him, even faster than Kushina, and Kurama wastes no time slamming a wave of force into the ground between himself and Sakuma, letting a spray of earth and shattered stone drive the white fan back towards Kakashi. Too much of a pause, though, and an instant later he has to leap away from a knee to the spine, sprinting over to land in a crouch facing his former Jinchuriki. Better to stay at close quarters, he decides. Kushina's more dangerous at a distance with her chains and her ninjutsu. A step brings him in, claw slashing, only for Kushina to grab his wrist and force his hand down. More golden chains spring up around her, the air between them glowing as they form a barrier, and Kurama curses. He lets his chakra slip free as he retreats several paces, lets it rise like a seething cloud of red-edged darkness, but burning gold beats it back. Familiar, all too much so, and Kurama snarls with something that's too close to fear for his taste. No one is going to bind him, not again, but if anyone can come close to succeeding it's Kushina. He doubles down, throws more power into the air until he hears a cry, another. Somewhere close behind there's a thump, a grunt like Kakashi was just forced to his knees, but Kurama can't look away, can't waver. He keeps his furious stare on Kushina's chains as they fight his unformed and undirected chakra, trying to push through it. She managed to hold him once, but something stirs, cold and hungry and bitterly familiar. It's malice with an aftertaste of blood, killing intent writ large across the most instinctive parts of the mind and given physical form. Kurama breathes it in like a drug, beautiful and intoxicating, breathes out like he's finally coming awake after so long. No, he thinks, dragging formless hunger to a halt, burying old instincts beneath a flood of adrenaline and horror and fear as he spins. Sealing chains slam into the ground on either side of him, but Kurama is already moving, bolting across the open ground. Naruto, he thinks, and feels the Kyuubi open his eyes. He knows that Kurama is the Kyuubi no Kitsune, Kakashi thinks, a touch wry as he staggers back to his feet. He knows right up until he knows, until he can feel the flare and lash of power like Minato's rosined and trapped in his hand, like the air tasted that night in October. It's all sensible, logical, right up until the gruff, grumpy, caring man Kakashi has spent the last week and a half with, the man who carried the daimyo's daughter for hours at a time, who braids Yujito's hair, who boosts F up on his shoulder, who treats Gaara with such care and Naruto with such devotion, suddenly burns with chakra so bright and heavy that Kakashi can't even stand beneath the weight of it. There's deep laughter from off to his right, laced with killing intent, and Kakashi's head snaps around automatically, even as he keeps a portion of his attention on the form of his father, struggling to pull himself up from where he's half buried in the ground. It's the missing nin who tried to skin him and nearly succeeded, Hoshigaki Kasame, and his eyes are fixed on the one of the knots of fighting in the distance. Impressive, he says, and the unnerving thing is that he means it. His eyes are intent and interested, his smile sharp even without the foul teeth to give it a macabre edge. His opponent laughs too, very nearly matching him for sharpness as he grins right back. You think that's neat? Should see him in bed, Zabuza retorts, guard unwavering as he keeps his attention on the other swordsman. He's battered and bloody, breathing hard, though Kasame hardly seems to have a scratch on him. Probably to be expected as Zabuza is good, but he's not S-rank. Oh? Kasame's smile gets wider and even more interested. Do tell. Kakashi considers chucking the last of his kunai at them to be sure he doesn't. Not only is that something he doesn't need to hear, he'll have to put up with Kurama gutting Zabuza later and all the flirting that will doubtless go along with it if they all manage to survive this. Thankfully, Zabuza just hums, then tips one shoulder up. Find out yourself, he challenges, and something in his face turns feral. There's a whirl of sub-zero air, an explosion of chakra, and a dome of ice mirrors hardens into place around the Akatsuki member. Deciding that Zabuza will be fine without backup beyond his apprentice, Kakashi turns back to his own fight. Sakumo is still fighting the earth jutsu as it drags him under. It's a particularly nasty one. Kakashi learned in the war, and is good with Doten jutsus no matter how he hates them, and Kushina is just standing. Staring. Her eyes are trained on the direction Kurama ran, and as much as Kakashi wants to follow the man, he wants to let Uzumaki Kushina, currently an enemy, out of his sight even less. It aches. It aches and stings and tears at something inside of him, seeing her again, seeing them again, but Kakashi locks it all down, shoves it away where it can't touch him. He doesn't think of all those nights in front of his father's grave, all the days staring at Kushina's name on the memorial. Can't, because if he does right now he'll never be able to do anything. There's a loud war cry from above, sudden enough that Kakashi spins and is just in time to see F drop out of the sky on iridescent wings. Something sparkles in her hand, and Kakashi's heard enough of Jiraiya's grumbling about getting his ass kicked by a handful of kids that he ducks and covers his eyes on instinct. There's a blinding flare, and when he looks up again his father is staggering. Kakashi takes the opening instantly, biting into his thumb until he tastes blood and then slamming a hand down onto the ground. The earth rumbles and all 8 of his nin can leap up to sink their teeth into flesh. Kakashi shuts out his father's cry of startled pain as is pinned in place, flips a kunai around in his hand, and lunges. Sakumo's eyes land on him, and just for the briefest second before Kakashi strikes he thinks he sees something like recognition in them. Then the hilt of his kunai slams into Sakumo's temple and the man collapses, dropping limply to the ground. Boss? Pakken asked sharply, working his teeth free of the black cloak and spitting out stray threads. He shouldn't be breathing this hard, Kakashi realizes distantly. He's almost panting, chest heaving, not quite able to register his surroundings. There's been a strange half-daze to everything since he first saw that familiar shadow in the forest, and The heavy, corrosive chakra line across the battlefield doubles. It's been a very, very long time since even the strongest killing intent made Kakashi falter, not since Orochimaru defected and Kakashi tried to stop him in the forest, but the force of this practically knocks him off his feet. He staggers like it's a hammer blow, tries to straighten and can barely manage it. He was wrong, Kakashi thinks distantly. This is the Kyuubi. This seething hatred, this anger, this clear desire to crush the world underfoot, there's no mistaking it. This is what Kakashi felt 6 years ago, and it's enough to bring a cold sweat to his skin. In contrast, Kurama is a star, overwhelming but on the kinder side of neutral, while this is the monster under the bed, lurking in the shadows and all too willing to tear out your throat. Somebody's grumpy, he says to Bull, who's looking up at him nervously. The big dog whines softly, and Kakashi puts a hand on his head. He opens his mouth to offer something like a reassurance, but Shiba barks once, high and sharp in warning, and Kakashi spins. There's no time to get out of the way, no chance he'd leave his unconscious father and all of his ninkan to take the hit as a Suitanjutsu barrels across the canyon at them. Kakashi rushes through the necessary hand signs faster than he ever has before, hoping that muscle memory won't fail him, and slams as much chakra as he dares into the technique. It blazes to life, a high, wide wall of crackling electricity, and the blinding flash and snarl when the water strikes it is enough to make Kakashi duck away, covering his ears. From somewhere on the other side, he hears Kushina scream and grits his teeth against the horror that sound invokes. Get your damned head in the fight and don't let your father kill you. Kakashi assumes Kurama would say the same about letting Kushina kill him, and he reminds himself of that, reaching up to touch his Hitai-8. Kurama had grabbed for it without hesitation, started him right in the eyes when both were revealed, and now that Kakashi knows Kurama's history with the Sharingan, it's different. Not even Kakashi's best friend, not even those who have known him since he was a child, have ever done something like that. His Sharingan, his scar, they are reminders, to those around him, of how broken Kakashi really is. Not to Kurama, and every time he notices Kakashi can't quite decide how to feel about that. When the light clears and the sounds fade, Kakashi straightens up warily, taking in the battlefield. Kasame and Zabuza are gone, apparently moved on to a quieter section of the fight, or, knowing them, deeper into the fray. He and Kurama ended up fighting close to the mouth of the canyon, where it opens up around the lazy curve of the river, and from a quick glance Kakashi assumes the rest of Akatsuki is gathered deep behind. Kushina is on the ground, entirely unmoving, but Kakashi doesn't want to dwell on the splash of red that marks her crumpled form. He knew when he picked a right-on-jutsu that the possibility of a backlash against a sweitan-jutsu was high with any other enemy. That would be the reason he picked it. Any other enemy isn't Kushina, though. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi turns away. Problems with the Kyuubi mean something's happened to Naruto, and that takes priority. He leaks down the incline without looking back and throws himself headlong into the fight, eyes searching for a head of red hair and chakra like a misplaced star. The press as thick as he fights his way through, dodging stray jutsus and weaponry. There are none of the white clones Kurama warned him Akatsuki might manage to create, but Sasori of the Red Sen seems to have brought out every last one of his puppets in an attempt to overwhelm them. It might have worked if not for the Jinchuriki. The amount of chakra Kakashi can feel in the air right now is on par with some of the largest battles in the Third War, fought with thousands of each village's best shinobi, all the powerhouses and strongest fighters in one place. Here and now, with less than 20 people on their side and 9 on the other, it feels like an all-out war. The only ones Kakashi can directly see are Rishi and Yujida, the latter tearing her way through puppets like she's enjoying it. The former is facing Sasori directly, teeth bared in what's certainly not a grin, and the vague image of a cloak of rippling chakra covering him like a shroud. A shattered puppet is discarded nearby, half melted and still burning a little, and Sasori looks deceptive young, though the cold expression on his face removes any possibly thoughts on his innocence. Beyond them, Kakashi can just make out the surge and retreat of Tenses Mokiden, the flare of Shisui, and attaches fire. Nose a little more settled, he follows the heavy chakra towards the riverbank, slides down a slope. His vision bends and warps, bleeding into the image of another place. The canyon, but definitely not what Kakashi is looking at, and it's almost enough to throw him off before a hand with painted fingernails comes into the not his line of vision, stooping to pick up a gunbai that's leaning against a rock. Kakashi misses his footing, has to grab onto the gnarled trunk of a small tree to stay upright, but his mind is racing, putting the pieces together. Obido's hand, Obido's weapon, Obido's eye. Kakashi is seeing what Obido is seeing. Things are starting to bleed through. This has never happened to Kakashi before, not that he can remember. So either that was a deliberate warning, or something with Obito is different today. Before he can think on it any further, small hands grab the leg of his uniform pants and tug sharply. Kakashi looks down, startled, to find a wide pair of aquamarine eyes staring back at him. Dangerous and unstable, that's what Baki called Tsuna's Jinchuriki. Right, Kakashi thinks, warily crouching down so that Gaara doesn't have to look up quite so much. I definitely believe that. What is it, he asks, trying his best to mimic the tone Kurama uses with his children. Gruff, not pandering, not brisk. For not knowing quite what it actually is, Kakashi doesn't think he does too badly. Even so, the look Gaara gives him says very clearly that he wouldn't be interacting with someone like Kakashi if the situation hadn't forced his hand. Or maybe Kakashi's just reading too much into his expression. Kurama Nii is unconscious, he says urgently. Naruto's glowing and Kurama Nii said that's bad. And Mo Shukaku is being really loud. I think he's scared. The wince, like the demon in his head, just yelled at him. Kakashi thinks he's kind of brave for not twitching away at that, even if he'll never actually say as much, and Gaara looks distinctly unhappy. Yudakata helped last time, but I can't find him. That, at least, is not a mental and or spiritual plane battle with a chakra demon and likely something Kakashi can actually help with. A little relieved, he stands up, wavers for a moment, and then tells Gaara, I need to pick you up if we are going to find him. Gaara casts one quick, sullen, worried look back down the hill to the source of a good portion of the chakra in the air and then nods. Kakashi scoops him up, praying he won't do anything terrible like drop him, because then Kurama would definitely use his head as a football. Which direction, he asks the kid, and Gaara hesitates for a moment, eyes searching seemingly empty air, before he points. There. He chased away the guy with the bead mask things. Masked means Kakuzo, and Yudakata could likely use some backup anyway. Kakashi looks down towards the river, where the cove of the slope hides Naruto and Kurama from view, and then steels himself and nods. All right, he says, then forms a coin to keep watch and leaps back up towards the main battle, praying that they can find Yudakata before anyone comes along. Chapter 50, Autonomy. Autonomy, OTA with Diaresis the right or condition of self-government, especially in a particular sphere, freedom from external control or influence, independence. From Greek autonomia, from autonomos, having its own laws, from orders, self, plus nomos, law. The return to consciousness comes with a heavy pulse of pain, tearing through her nose with short, hard shocks she can't quite manage to ride out. Kushina squeezes her eyes closed and groans, pressing one hand to her chest. Electricity, she thinks, forcing herself to sit up, and can't tell if the memories are blurry from the shock or the control seal. A bit of both, probably. She can remember bits and pieces and blurred impressions from beforehand, but then she thinks of bright light and nothing. The past looks like a dozen others in Fire Country, so there's no help orienting herself there. The battle going on doesn't help much, either, though Kushina recognizes some of the assholes from earlier. Orochimaru isn't immediately visible, though she's not sure whether that's a good thing or a bad one. Mixed blessing, Kushina tells herself, and pushes to her feet. One step, unsteady and wavering, and she grits her teeth, forcing her legs to hold her up when all they want to do is buckle. Another tremor runs through her, muscles spasming and almost driving her to her knees, but she stutters and then forces herself to straighten. Naruto, she thinks, and pushes forward. Hey, a gruff voice barks, and she stops, looking around. Someone close, but... Hey, the voice repeats, miffed, and there's a sharp bark. Kushina turns, sweeping a look over the surrounding area. A small brown pug is watching her warily, 7 other dogs of various sizes grouped behind him. In the midst of them is Sakuma, unconscious, which given what just happened probably means they are allies rather than enemies. Something I can help you with? Kushina asks a little warily, studying the pack. Konoha Hatayate, she realizes belatedly, and capes. It's cute, but unless something has changed it's definitely not Inuzuka standard. Inuzuka Ninken can't talk, either, which means that these are summons. The pug studies her for a moment, then turns to the massive black bulldog sitting with his paws braced on Sakumo's back. There's a moment of wordless communication, and then the pug asks, "You going to attack boss again?" Another muscle tremor shakes through her, and Kushina grits her teeth to ride it out, sinking to one knee. A breath to steady herself, and she tries to think back, tries to remember what just happened. She can remember lightning and fire, a Konoha flak jacket, and a furious snarl, but everything else is scattered. The seal broke, she tells the pud, instead of asking who he means. The only people I'm going to attack are the assholes who put it on me. That gets her a sound like a bark of laughter, gruffly amused. Ought to be happy to hear that once he gets done with things leaves a lot of options, given the battle taking place further into the canyon. There's no one close that Kushina recognizes, but she closes her eyes and digs her fingers into the seal that's still splayed across her throat. A grimace, a moment of concentration, and she summons what bits of chakra leak through the weave of it. It's swallowing her power right now, draining her even though the mental control array is broken and she isn't a Jinchuriki anymore, she doesn't have enough to overload it. But a touch of finesse, a sharp tug, a surge of effort, and Kushina tears the whole thing out by its roots. The flood of her chakra returning is a dizzying rush, but with it comes something else entirely. The Kyubi, she cries, staggering to her feet. He's awake and raging, thrashing against loosened chains, and Kushina knows just how strong he can be when he's angry. Half of his chakra died with Minada, but Naruto is his jailer now. Naruto is a child, and Kushina has to help him. There's a quick flurry of voices behind her, and then the pud is bounding past her ankle. This way, he orders. Boss went there, too. I'll bring you to him. Kushina doesn't waste time telling the summons that right now she could find her way to the source of the chakra blindfolded and half-dead of blood loss. She knows the Kyubi's power better than anyone but Mida, after all, knows his rage and his cunning. Forcing herself forward, she stumbles into a run, ignoring the lingering ache. Kuma and Nin have always been fond of right-on jetsus, after all, and she's fought them before. This isn't any different. Given enough time, the pain will fade. It always does. It's so stupid, though, she thinks, dodging an auburn-haired woman directing a wave of lava at a woman with blue hair. She's so stupid. There was supposed to be time for a counterseal to work, travel time and preparation time, but she didn't expect them to be dropped right into a battle like this. How close to where they were being held does this have to be? The seal she created only needed an hour to start working, if even that. How the hell was she supposed to know that the fight was apparently happening right outside their door? Ahead of her, the pud disappears over the lip of an incline, and Kushina bounds after him, skidding across loose rocks as she slides towards the river at the bottom. The Kyudi's chakra is to their left, around an outcropping of stone, and Kushina hits the river back at a run, outpacing the pud in an instant. She leaps the rocks in one hard bound, touching down lightly on the other side, and her son. He looks like Minada, she thinks in that one frozen moment. Blonde hair, a tendency to tan, the way his hair falls in an uncontrollable mess around his face. Kushina takes a step towards him, hardly able to breathe, and reaches out. You're not going to be able to save them, a quiet voice behind her says. Kushina spins, grabbing a kunai automatically, but it practically slips from Nova's fingers as she realizes who's standing behind her. You, she snarls, sharp and vicious. It's not the same mask, and he has shorter hair, but is familiar enough for her to know. The masked man who attacked them that night is right in front of her, wearing the familiar black cloak with red clouds and carrying an Uchiha gunbai as if it weighs nothing. Behind her, the Kyubi's chakra flare and thrashes, caught within the fragile confines of her son's body, and Kushina's breath catches in her throat with the force of the unwelcome memory. Kasame gives a low chuckle from the man's left. There's a massive sword slung across his back, and is holding a terrifyingly familiar figure by the throat. Kakashi casts her a desperate glance, trying to wriggle out of Kasame's hold even when the former Kurinin is hanging onto both of his wrists and his throat. He looks older, almost her age now, but is still Kakashi. Let him go, she snarls, slamming her chakra into golden links, and her chains shimmer into being around her. They surge forward in a devastating rush, the air shimmering with power, and just for a moment Kushina allows herself to think it will work, to hope. The masked man goes right through them, the way he did before, and Kasame leaps out of the way. He lands lightly, then drags Kakashi forward, grabs his chin on one big hand, and jerks his head around to break his neck with one vicious twist. Kushina lunges, a cry of desperate fury caught in her throat, ducks under the arc of the masked man's gunbai. With a puff of smoke, Kakashi vanishes. A clone. A damned clone, Kushina thinks, and the horror rage hurt that courses through her like a wildfire is enough to bleed viciousness into her snarl, into the kunai she drives towards Kasame's throat. He jerks back, sword practically leaping into his hand as he blocks her next strike, but instead of pushing forward he steps away, lets the masked man slide in to take his place. Kasame, the masked man says, and Kushina can see his Sharingan eye begin to spin, slow and hypnotic. Deal with the traitor. Kasame laughs, low and rumbling, and offers a cheeky salute. Consider the snake dead and gone, he promises, leaping up the bank and disappearing over the edge. Kushina feels a pang, halfway between guilt and regret, because Orochimaru is the reason she had enough warning to craft a counterseal. She's not about to go after Kasame, though. She can't. Naruto is here, and the masked man is a greater threat than the swordsman. Tearing my family apart once wasn't enough for you, she hisses, and a grip on the kunai is white-knuckled. What the hell do you want with us, you goddamn bastard? The masked man snorts, quiet but mocking. You're collateral, he says simply, winding the gunbai's chain around his vest. What I want is the Kyuubi no Kitsune. Step aside and leave it to me and I won't care what you do. That's a lie. You didn't have to turn the Kyuubi on Konoha. You didn't have to threaten Naruto and try to kill Minato. I was the one you wanted, so you should have focused on me. A pause, as if he's weighing the accusation carefully. Konoha is a den of lies and petty sins, he says, and this time there's an edge of anger in his deep voice. The Kyuubi would have turned on the village eventually. I simply gave it more reason to do so. Kushina breathes out, ragged and furious. She was A and BU, she knows better than anyone what Konoha hides in its shadows. It's not perfect and it never has been, but it's been her village since the day Uzushia fell. All of her happiest memories are there, all the things she loves best of all, and she's not dead, not a ghost, not some shade. She's alive, and if the masked man was the one to pick her to bring back, he just made the biggest mistake of his pathetic life. I'm going to kill you, she growls, and her chakra is rising, bleeding golden into the air around her and making her hair swirl like it's caught in a breeze. You're the reason Minato died. I'm going to kill you for that, and for the way you threatened Naruto, and for the way you turned my burden on my village. She lunges, teeth bared, kunai arcing towards his throat. Leaping back, he swings the battle fan around to block, and her blade strikes with a clang of metal on petrified wood. With a snarl of frustration, Kushina drops, kicking out at his legs, but he flips over her, lashing out the moment his sandals touch the ground. Kushina gets her feet under herself, launches up and over his head even as she brings her hands together, and the river surges. Plumes of water rise, shifting and morphing into a whole host of dragons, and they crash towards the masked man like a wave breaking. Kushina's will keeps the water contained, keeps it thundering down on the masked man again and again while Naruto stays safe and dry, but she already knows it's not enough. Simultaneous full-force jetsus are practically impossible, the chakra required too great for even most Jounin to manage, but Kushina is an Uzumaki, the impossible is just another challenge to be overcome, and she defeated this one a long time ago. Half of her attention still on the Suiton Jetsu, she brings her hands together again, carefully shaping the seals. Wind is less familiar than water, but this is a simple technique, and one she's used frequently. She lets it build, thinks of her timing, and moves. In an instant, the water arcs back towards the river, and Kushina spins. A hard leap forward, right to where the masked man is just emerging from thin air, and she slams a punch into his side. The knife-edged wind wrapped around her fist cuts deep in the half-second before he leaps back, but Kushina follows, fist swinging. Left, left again, a hard punch from the right, a roundhouse kick, and none of them connect a second time, but she's pushing the bastard back towards the slope, away from her son, and that's all she cares about. With a whirl, the man turns and slides out of her path, bringing his gunbai up like a shield and then throwing it out like a weapon the moment her blow connects. Kushina dodges around, chakra keeping her feet steady as she slides across the earth, and with a jump and a hard twist she throws herself over his head, landing behind him and lunging. He disappears completely, and in the same moment a flight of shuriken are launched out of the warping spiral of air that whisks him away. With a curse, Kushina rapidly retreats, deflecting one blade with her kunai and letting the rest bury themselves in the ground around her. She catches the one she blocked as it rebounds, slams her chakra into it and doesn't bother to watch as the seal carves itself into the metal. Sloppy, her teacher and Yuzusha would have said, always better to draw a seal than to simply picture it and create it, because no human mind is flawless, but Kushina doesn't have time for precision. She can remember Minado's fight with the masked man, what she managed to see of it. He's too fast, too clever, entirely unpredictable. It's a good thing Kushina is more cunning than her husband ever managed to be. The moment the air starts to warp, she turns, the shuriken leaving her fingers in a blur of black metal. She follows it, summoning a wind, and hopes that between herself and the jutsu the shuriken will go unnoticed. The masked man ducks out of the way, but doesn't try to catch it, and Kushina laughs viciously, whirling in and stabbing upwards towards his chin. He hops back, gunbai swinging around with enough force to break bones, but Kushina vaults over it, kicks out at his kneecap, and then ducks the loops of chain that follows. One hand on it, coated with chakra to negate the force as it moves, and Kushina drags the chain down, gets a foot on its length and pins it to the ground, driving her kunai through the links. The masked man snarls, pulling, but before he can rip it free Kushina throws herself at him, uncaring that she's barehanded now. A hard punch in the ribs, right where she grazed him earlier, and while he's trying to retreat she snarls and spins, using the force of it to drive a roundhouse kick into his gut. It's with a vicious feeling of success that Kushina watches him tumble across the ground. She gets her feet under herself, pushes up straight, and she's breathing hard but not tired at all. The muscle spasms are gone, buried under the thunder of her heartbeat, and this feels like redemption for the night Naruto was born. She couldn't help then, not against the masked man, and she couldn't seal the Kyuubi by herself, sparing Minado. Now, though, she's not half dead from having the bijou extracted, not weakened by childbirth. She's Uzumaki Kushina, Shaman of Konoha, mother and fighter, and no one is ever going to touch her family again. Leaning down, she pulls two more shuriken from the dirt, smooths her thumb over them like all she's doing is wiping the dirt off, and covers the flare of her chakra as she inscribes the seals by summoning her chains. Slowly, the masked man pushes to his feet. There's blood darkening his cloak, a wet patch that's growing steadily, and he presses a hand over it as he eyes her chains. "You tried to use those once," he says mockingly, "and look where they got you. Are you so eager to try again?" Kushina bares her teeth at him. "Try me, asshole. I'll show you just what an Uzumaki can do." A low laugh, derisive and taunting. "I've fought an Uzumaki before. I fought your brother and sent him running with his tail between his legs." Her brother. Kushina's breath catches in her throat and she twitches, wanting to look behind her, to glance at the other figure she overlooked in favor of her son. Is that him? Is that the robe Uzumaki they brought her back to face? Somehow, she manages, though the words are hard to force out, "I don't think that's quite what happened, you know." The one visible eye narrows. "Believe what you want," he tells her, sharp and cold. With a flick of his wrist he unbuckles the cuff holding the gunbai's chain in place and lets it fall. "I'm through wasting time with you. Move, or I will move you." Kushina laughs outright at that, vicious and all but vibrating with angry tension. She hefts the shuriken in her hand, listening to them clink, and grins at the masked man in the way that used to make even Minado falter. "Not even in your dreams, bastard. You have no idea what I drain," the masked man growls, and a hail of kunai launch themselves out of the warping air, headed right for her. He smells stale air and stagnant water, wet stone dripping an incessant rhythm into the pool below, and opens his eyes to the side of a prison he'd thought himself well rid of. This isn't like the time Kurama went looking for Meditabi's chakra and followed it right to Ujido. Then the door of the cage stood open, the seal torn right down the center, and Kurama had stepped out the way he had when Naruto had finally befriended him. Now Kurama is on the other side of the bars that are still sealed tight, staring at the huge, hulking form of his past self. Red eyes are narrowed, assessing, but Kurama gives them a single look and heads for the tiny figure just pulling himself upright. "Naruto, you okay?" he asks, picking the little boy up. "Kurama nai." Naruto throws his arms around his neck, squeezing tightly, and says, "I'm lost, Kurama nai. I don't want to be here, but I don't know how to get back." "He's fine. He's fine." Kurama repeats that to himself, gently rubbing a hand over Naruto's back, and gives his former self a dark glare over the boy's shoulder. "You're okay, kid. I found you. I'll always find you. And it's not your fault that this asshole dragged you here. Kurama and I. Naruto lifts his head, staring at Kurama quizzically, and then cranes his head around. There's a low, rumbling laugh, full of a malice that makes Kurama's head spin, and the Kyuubi rises slowly to his feet. He means me, the Bisha growls, stepping forward out of the shadows of his prison and dipping his head. His jaws loll open, showing every last tooth, and he grins when Naruto squeaks and burrows tighter into Kurama's arms. Back off, Kurama warns darkly, putting his own growl into the words. Red eyes shift to stare at him, narrowing cautiously. You, the Kyuubi says. Another Uzumaki, come to seal me away for good. Are you the one who inherited the other half of my chakra? The question pulls Kurama up short, surprise and then incredulity flooding him. All of his siblings recognized him, even Shikaka, half crazy and in the middle of a temper tantrum, managed to recognize him, but his old self just doesn't. It's the most hilarious jerk Kurama has ever heard, and is the punchline. Damn you to hell and back, Naruto, he thinks, and can't make it anything but fun. He laughs, not bothering to hide the amusement or the mockery that make it up in equal parts. I don't have half your chakra, bastard, I have all of it, he retorts and raises a hand. Power curls, tasting of malice and anger and fire in the wind, and Kurama smirks at his old self. The Kyuubi rears back, indignation and fury growing on his face, and snarls like he wants to rip Kurama's head right off his shoulders. The bars creak faintly as his chakra builds, but they don't budge. That power isn't yours, he growls. You don't have any right to it. Strange, now, to remember 100 years of imprisonment, impotent and angry. 100 years pinned down, caged, used, all because the humans believed him a danger. Because a human stole his will and turned him into a weapon, turned him against Hashirama, and rather than simply free him, Mida had torn him out of his physical form and trapped him in her soul like a firefly in a child's jar. Easy, now, to remember the anger that came with his bonds, the fury and helplessness it took Naruto at his brightest to finally lift. 100 years a prisoner, and Kurama is so recently come to the change that he can sometimes hardly believe it himself. Taking a breath, he lets it out slowly, allows Naruto to slide down until the boy is braced on his hip instead of clinging to his neck like a monkey. I think you need a change, he says, as evenly as he's able. All it takes is a touch of will, a familiar memory, and the air around them bleeds away the darkness. Trees spring up around them, great trunks that dwarf even the Kyuubi, and green branches spread out high above them. The seal remains, plastered to one of the closest trunks, but the bars fade, the rock melts, and in a moment they are standing in the sage clearing. The sound of the Kyuubi's indrawn breath is loud in the silence. How, he demands, rising to his full height, but there's bewilderment creeping in beneath the fury. My name is Kurama, he says quietly. It was given to me by the sage of 6 paths a very long time ago. I think you remember the moment. Impossible, the Kyuubi snarls, lunging, but the seal crackles and yellow light forces him back. The roar that tears from his throat practically shakes the trees, making Naruto flinch, but Kurama squeezes him gently and doesn't give ground. Very possible, he says coolly, meeting furious crimson eyes. Time travel's really so hard to believe. There's a long pause and then a disgusted snort. And you end up looking like that, the Kyuubi sneers. Pathetic. That little worm, is it yours? Kurama bristles, and here in their mental world the swirl of his chakra is fiery red, traced with black, and curls around him like a shroud as it rises. The Kyuubi stiffens at the feel of it, and there tears an ugly laugh from Kurama's throat. Pathetic, he repeats, and this time when he bares his teeth it's definitely not a grin. No. I have all of the chakra I need. I remember the sage's words to me. I know my power, and I know my goals. But you're the pathetic one here, scrabbling for a foothold, trying to corrupt a child because you can't pass the time any other way. You. I want to be free, the Kyuubi snarls, lunging at him again. Golden light forces him back, but he digs his claws into the earth and holds, looking down to level a fiery, furious stare right at Kurama. You know. You understand. 6 years since she pinned me with those seals, drove them right through my body and called them love. You've been corrupted, but... Kurama takes a breath and slams his chakra down like a hammer blow. The Kyuubi reels under the force of it, staggering back, and Kurama carefully sets Naruto down on the ground, steps past him until he's right up at the edge of the seal. Mido and Kushina chained me, he agrees, low and dark. I spent 100 years wanting nothing more than to break free and destroy every last human. But hate got me nowhere. Every time I tried to get loose, they added more chains, and every time it got harder. I remember exactly how you're feeling right now. But the only way to break free is to accept help. Kushina didn't want to be our jailer. Naruto didn't either. It was decided for them. Kushina chose the same path as Mida, but Naruto is different. He's special. Like the sage. The silence is disbelieving, incredulous, but Kurama doesn't let his gaze waver. The Kyuubi stares back at him, still bristling, but he hasn't tried the seal again. At this point, that's really all Kurama can ask for. Kurama nai. Naruto asks again, and hand fists in the leg of Kurama's pants. Kurama leans down and picks him up, balancing the boy on his hip. He turns to his past self almost defiantly, putting a glow behind it, but the Kyuubi is staring at Naruto rather than at him. Naruto looks up at Kurama, then back at the Kyuubi. His fingers find Kurama's shirt, but he keeps his gaze locked on the fox and asks with only a faint thread of wariness, Kurama and I said somebody bad made you attack Konoha. Is that true? For a moment Kurama thinks he'll have to prod the Kyuubi into answering, but instead he lowers his head, and even though his teeth are still slightly bared, is making no move to lunge at them again. It is. And Uchiha stole my free will and turned me into a damn puppet for the second time. And like before, he's not the one who took the blame, I was. Because I'm the monster, and I will never be anything else, little worm. Your pet version over there might have gone soft, but I never will. Kurama rolls his eyes. He doesn't even have to spare a glance at Naruto's face to know that he's about to. Then I'm gonna be your friend. Naruto declares firmly, and his grin is wide and bright. And I'll protect you so that doesn't happen again, and when we are friends you can meet all of my other friends and they'll protect you too. Say what? The Kyuubi sounds absolutely bewildered, and Kurama gives in to the urge to laugh, long and loud. He buries his face in Naruto's spiky hair, shoulders shaking with the force of it, and hold the little boy tight. If his cheeks are just the littlest bit tanned, if his eyes are slightly wet, well. Just this once, Kurama thinks he can be forgiven. Chapter 51, Compunction. Compunction KMPNG, KSHN, a feeling of uneasiness or anxiety of the conscience caused by regret for doing wrong or causing pain, contrition, remorse, any uneasiness or hesitation about the rightness of an action. From Old French compunction, from ecclesiastical Latin compunctio, N, from Latin compungere, prick sharply, from com, expressing intensive force, plus pundia to prick dot. Things are not quite going to plan. Orochimaru is less than pleased with the current state of things. Jiraiya alone is a headache and a half, but facing him as well as Tsunade. While Orochimaru might have moments where his logic is less than stellar, he's fully aware that going head-to-head with Tsunade is on par with trying to swim against an avalanche. Perhaps we can discuss this like, a boulder just misses clipping his head as he ducks. Like adults. Tsunade scoffs, loud and derisive, and straightens up, cracking her knuckles. You've been doing too much talking, Orochimaru. That was always your problem, wasn't it? Too many plans, too many plots, and not one of them ever works out the way you want it to. Indignation is a hot sharp burst in his chest, and Orochimaru has to grit his teeth against it. The greater part of the offense, he knows, comes from that fact that Tsunade is right. Tsunade is always right, and he'd forgotten how much he hated it. Hissing, he straightens, and the sharp edge of his temper gets the better of him. Why are you even here? He challenges, and it's the most tempting thing in the world, the idea of calling Manda, letting the snake deal with Tsunade while he plays on Jiraiya's overdeveloped sense of guilt to win a bout between them. If he calls a summons, though, Jiraiya and Tsunade will call theirs. Manda is a vicious bastard, but even he can't face Katsuyu and Gamabunta at the same time. Tsunade's eyes narrow, and despite her fear of blood, Orochimaru can see the thread in them. What was that, she asks, far too sweet to be anything but deadly. Oh, Temmie, Jiraiya heckles cheerfully from the rock where he's seated, safely out of range of their battle. You going to get your ass kicked by a girl? Shut up, idiot, Orochimaru snaps. What he said, Tsunade agrees, glaring pointedly. Or you're going to be next. Jiraiya raises his hands in surrender, but it would be a lot more convincing if he weren't laughing. Rolling his eyes, Orochimaru curls his fingers a little more tightly around Kusunagi's hilt, but good portion of his attention on Tsunade. He's fairly certain that Jiraiya won't attack him from behind unless Tsunade is in real danger of losing, and beyond that, Tsunade is the more dangerous one regardless. Jiraiya is a puppet of his conscience. Tsunade will do absolutely anything to win if she feels she must. She's watching him right now, narrow and assessing, hardly paying attention to the battle around the curve of the road. Orochimaru can feel the ender sparking down his spine. Here and now she's on her way back to Konoha, but she was the one to leave it, to vanish in the middle of the night like a criminal about to be found guilty. When he returned from training those brats in AME, Jiraiya had been devastated. Perhaps he isn't one to wear his heart upon his sleeve, but Orochimaru was little better. Why, he demands, and the remembered anger leeches venom into the words. Why return now, Tsunade? Why not keep running like a coward with your ghosts at your heels? That was a much better look for you than this half-hearted resolve. Tsunade's mouth pulls into a tight line as she tips her chin up. What would you know about bravery, Orochimaru? She snaps, and there's her own dose of poison in the words. Experimenting on children, flaying the village, joining a mercenary group looking to take over the world. You don't get to lay accusations of cowardice at my door, you bastard. At least I still have some connection to reality. A breath and the steadiness in her eyes should be its own warning. Tell me, Orochimaru, what do you think Nawaki would say if he saw you now? His beloved teacher trying to destroy Konoha. He'd be heartbroken. Orochimaru hisses with fury, throws himself forward with Kusanagi leading. Kinjutsu is easy, second nature after all this time, but the blow feels sloppy and out of control, and Tsunade sidesteps it easily. She throws a punch, fast and devastating, and Orochimaru slides beneath it with a boneless twist, whirling to kick her back. She's not as out of practice as he expected, though moves faster than he'd thought she would, and she catches his ankle in one hand, drags him forward and right into her fist. If Orochimaru didn't move with the blow, if he were an ounce less practiced at taking her hits, it would have cracked his skull. As it is, he recoils instantly, and though his jaw aches, he's fairly certain nothing is broken. It does nothing to dam the rising tide of utter rage, though. Don't you dare, he snarls, slashing down at Tsunade's hand to make her release him. Don't you dare use him against me. There is, surprisingly, something close to sympathy in Tsunade's eyes as she lets him go, watches him leap back to put space between them. When Jiraiya told me what you'd done, that was all I could think of, she says, and it's more tired than it is cruel. And then I wondered how well a child with Mokuden would have survived the trap that killed him. She holds his gaze, and the grief in her eyes is old, but still strong. You can't tell me it was a coincidence that you chose our grandfather's ability to experiment with Orochimaru. If Nawaki had been able to awaken it. He wasn't, Orochimaru answers, the word sharp on his tongue, and knows he's betraying far more than he cares to, but he can't help it. Just for a moment, the briefest of seconds, he wavers. Tsunade will see it, but... There are 3 vials waiting in his lab at the base. 3 vials Kabuto stole from midnight graveyards and delivered into his hands. No one but Orochimaru needs to know that. No. It's soft and sad, and so is Tsunade's smile. I was so caught up in grieving for Hen, and then in pushing forward and leaving my grief behind, that I forgot his Jounin-sensei would be grieving as well. That was my mistake, Orochimaru. His fingers are too tight on Kusanagi's hilt. If he has to swing it, he won't have enough mobility. Even so, he can't quite bring himself to loosen his grip. Tsunade knows all of his weak points, because she herself shares many of them, and Orochimaru should have remembered that before he sought her out to fight. Humans are such fragile beings, he manages, and the words are more to himself than Tsunade. He remembers that even when he doesn't want to, Nawaki slipping away from his hand and running ahead, and then... light and fire and a crystal on a chain that clattered at his feet. That was the start. The corpse, unrecognizable, of a child he once knew. What does it matter? He had asked when Tsunade had tried to push past him in the village, rushing to see Nawaki, and he'd meant it all too fiercely. She won't be able to recognize the body. Jiraiya had shouted at him for those words, but Orochimaru had spent the entire month in a haze and can hardly remember now what the earth had said. But it was a start, a foot along a new path, an idea that had taken root and festered. But there's no reason to tell Tsunade that she's right. Her crooked smile seems to say that she knows she is regardless, though there's nothing of victory in it. Sadness, mostly, and a grim sort of acknowledgement. Tsunade takes a step forward, her fists lowering, her stance easing. Orochimaru takes a step back, not quite able to help himself, and the expression she's wearing softens further. Orochimaru, she starts, and Orochimaru can recognize that start of a play for reform when he is one. He snarls, "Kusanagi coming up." "Hey," a darkly cheerful voice says from behind him, and Orochimaru moves on instinct as Tsunade's eyes widen. Leaping forward, he almost knocks her over and back as he spins, Kusanagi deflecting a bone-jarring slash to one side. "Kasame," he says narrowly, even as he puts more space between them. "Shouldn't you be playing the leader's faithful little dog?" Kasame's grin shows too many teeth for comfort. "I don't like dogs much," he admits easily. "Too yappy. They never seem to like me, either. But snakes, now, those are like. Their skins especially." There's no proof, Orochimaru reminds himself. None at all of his wrongdoing, though he should have expected the suspicion. Kushina and Sakumo must have managed to stage an escape, and it's better timing than he could have hoped for. "If you're threatening me," he retorts, "let me remind you that no one else has the full version of Edo Tensei, and your cause suffers if I leave." Kasame hums thoughtfully, even as the bandages on Samahada start to unwind themselves. "Well," he says easily, "I'd probably take you at your word, but our leader doesn't like to be lied to so much. I can't say I appreciate it either, you know. Killing traitors is something I'm good at, though." That grin is dangerous, a clear threat, and Orochimaru can all but feel his plans crumbling as he curses inwardly. Madara's suspicions were supposed to turn on Kushina, she's the Fuinjutsu master here. And it sounded as though he had experience with her. There's no cause for him to immediately turn on Orochimaru unless he suspected something from the very beginning. Those vials in his lab, if Orochimaru loses this chance, he might never find anyone capable of using the Rinnegan again, and they'll be doomed to stay vials. Orochimaru can't accept that. Just for a moment, Orochimaru curses his propensity for complicated plots. Had he known this was going to be the outcome, he would have substituted the vials and halfway through the process the first time around and disappeared with the revived bodies. Madara can rot for all he cares. There's no attachment to the ideal of a perfect world in Orochimaru, just a desire to learn, to advance. To return, though he's never admitted it, even to himself. "Traders?" Jiraiya asked suddenly, and there's a thump as his Jita hit the ground. Orochimaru doesn't quite dare take his eyes off Kasame, but he'd glare if he could. His old teammate Buddington is just about the last thing he needs right now. "What are you saying?" Kasame's grin stretches further, full of bloody mirth. "Oh? So not a traitor for your sakes. I had to admit I was wondering. Seems like the perfect cover, fleeing Konoha and ending up with us. Getting the White Fang and Red Habanero resurrected would have been a nice touch." Jiraiya sucks in a breath, sharp and obvious. "Resurrected," he chokes. Tsunade doesn't speak, doesn't move. Her eyes are wide, lips parted in surprise, and Orochimaru can practically feel the moment that comprehension clicks over in her mind. This is just about the last thing Orochimaru needs, the two of them and Kasame on top of it. With a low hiss, he turns Kusanagi in his hand, pushes forward with a sweep of the blade aimed to decapitate. Kasame laughs even as he ducks underneath it, Samahada whirling to meet the next blow. All too familiar with Kasame's hungry sword, Orochimaru aborts the swing, twisting bonelessly around the huge man and kicking out at his kneecaps. Kasame stumbles, and with a surge of vicious victory, Orochimaru stabs Kusanagi straight down at his neck. With a twist and a sharp turn, too fast for a man of his size, Kasame gets his feet under him and spins to meet it, still grinning. "Come on," he mocks. "Aren't you going to use a jutsu? I've heard you know more of them than anyone else alive." Orochimaru knows a gourd when he hears it, and he snarls wordlessly, not about to let the man feed off his chakra. "A jutsu would be too dignified a death for a dog like you," he retorts. "You should be put down with a blade, like any rabid animal." But then our leader would be sad, wouldn't he? Loyal pets are so hard to find, and I wouldn't want him disappointed in me. With a low chuckle, Kasame shakes the last of the bandages away from Samahada and takes a step closer, his amusement only growing as Orochimaru retreats towards the full battle down the road. "Still playing like you're innocent, Orochimaru. He's the one who gave me the order. There's no mercy for traitors here. Dan." Or a chimera breed's mind working furiously. He can't just cut and run, which would be his first choice of action. But there's little chance of convincing Madara that he's loyal without giving up what he's been working towards, and that's also unacceptable. Between a shark and a whirlpool, aren't I? Or a chimera thinks, viciously amused. He lunges to the side to avoid another blow by Samahada, feels Clough give the same way his flesh would have had he been a moment slower. From behind them there's a shout, doubtlessly Jiraiya with his blasted nobility, but Orochimaru can't spare him even a moment of attention. He wells in, 3 sweeping slashes making Kasame pull up short and counter, but it buys enough time for Orochimaru to leap back, diving for the cover of the battle still raging in the pass. He's seen Kasame fight before. If he stops moving for even a few moments, Kasame will summon water from the river, changing the battlefield to give himself an advantage. Or, if he's particularly pressed, trapping Orochimaru with him in a Swate Undone and forcing Orochimaru to fight entirely underwater. Snakes might be largely amphibious, but Orochimaru isn't all that optimistic about his chances in a situation like that. Of course, he can't be all that optimistic about his chances right now, either. A retreat towards the canyon's mouth would have been better. The battlefield is crowded and hectic, too many powerful shinobi fighting in close quarters, but Jiraiya and Tsunade would have followed more quickly then, and been a complication. Like this, Orochimaru might be able to. Samahada swings, and at the same moment roots with a will of their own grab Orochimaru's ankles. Out of the corner of his eye, he sees a flash of long brown hair, a silver faceplate with a stylized leaf as 10 ducks away from one of the paths, and the utter irony of being felled by his own creation almost makes Orochimaru want to laugh. There's no time, however. Samahada is too close to dodge even if Orochimaru could manage to free himself in time to do it. He only just manages to turn, dropping his head and lifting an arm to cover his face, and then... pain. Orochimaru has never particularly wondered how it feels to be skinned, to have flesh shaved off by hungry scales and his chakra devoured in the same instant, but now he knows. A cry is wrenched up from his lungs, pain too great to keep it in, and hot blood is a sudden wet flood down his side. Orochimaru chokes on a breath, just manages to bring Kusanagi up to deflect the next swipe, but it's a weak blow. His muscles are screaming, and is already growing dizzy from blood loss. If he survives this, that experiment to augment his physiology and healing factor is going to be the very first thing on his to-do list. Kasame chuckles, and Orochimaru brings his head up to glare at him, trying to ignore the agony in his arm and shoulder. The Kurinin just grins at him, showing foul teeth. You know, this is almost disappointing. I expected more from you, Orochimaru. Maybe Konoha just inflated your reputation to make themselves look better, huh? Orochimaru snarls in his face, furious at the slight. Kasame is quite possibly the worst opponent he could face, though jutsus are useless against him, and as much as it rankles he's the superior swordsman. Orochimaru is fast and cunning and can usually win at hand-to-hand, but Kasame outweighs him by quite a bit, and he has the constitution of a Jinchuriki. Orochimaru's taijutsu isn't quite strong enough to pierce his hide. That would require a Mida, very likely, and as good as Orochimaru is certainly not on that climb's level. His head is spinning, and his vision is growing dark around the edges. Orochimaru doesn't have much time if he's going to get away, get back to base, and do something. Anything. He wrenches at the roots holding his feet, but there's no give. Mokitten gives them a strength normal wood doesn't have, and Orochimaru would laugh at the bitter irony here if he could spare the breath. Instead, he turns his sword, makes the clear decision to leave an opening as he sweeps the blade down. No fool, Kasame takes it, and the feeling of Samahada shaving through flesh drags a scream from Orochimaru's throat even as Kusanagi's blade cuts through the roots. He staggers back the moment he's free, feeling more sticky wetness flood down his back and side, and a single step is enough to drive him to his knees. Pure desperation has him bringing his hands together, shaping signs around the hilt of his sword, and Samahada drinks the chakra even as he calls it, but there's some left. Enough, just enough, and Orochimaru hisses out the name. No room for weakening, so he doesn't even try to shape it without words or seals regardless of his mastery. The flood of white snakes that pours from his sleeves is smaller than it should be, but even a handful have enough poison to kill a normal man. Against anyone else it would be enough, but Kasame isn't normal, and these are summons with physical bodies comprised mostly of chakra. They won't last long against him. Still, the Korean leaps back with a curse, and Orochimaru staggers to his feet, ignoring the blood that's scattering over the ground in thick strains. Away is his only thought, but there are no allies here, only enemies. Not one person on this battlefield will even attempt to lend him aid, and in one stuttering heartbeat Orochimaru finds that he regrets. The realization is enough to make him want to laugh. No time for a medical jutsu, no strength left for Shunshin, no way to distract Kasame long enough to summon a clone and misdirect. For the first time in very many years, Orochimaru is facing a fight that he isn't prepared for, that is at a disadvantage in, and which he has very little chance of winning. Jiraiya and Tsunade might save him if they can reach him in time, but there are other enemies between them and they have no reason to rush to his side. The ache in his chest is growing. Orochimaru thinks of days long past, of old potential that exists now as a regret rather than a promise of a bright future, and steels himself for Kasame's next blow to be the last. His head swims and he stutters. Another jutsu leaves his fingers, scything wind that he already knows will be too weak to harm Kasame, and he can feel the moment Samahada swallows it down. Blood trickles down his arm. Kusanagi's hilt is growing wet with it, slippery, and his grip is weakening. He can hear Kasame chuckling, low and amused, as footsteps near. There are spots of darkness blooming in his sight, spreading rapidly, and he wonders how much blood is lost already. Too much if the haziness overtaking him is anything to go by. It's the bloodlust that makes him try for a Kaiten jutsu, always his weakest, but against Kasame, in this situation, Orochimaru can't think of anything else. He shoves his chakra into it, a jutsu learned watching Uchiha children attempt it again, and his fingers are clumsy around the signs, sloppy as he pours chakra into the spark of it without control. And then a hand, rough and calloused, closes over his, presses against his fingers in the other half of the necessary sign. Someone else's chakra curls around his own, adds power and a finesse he's never had with fire jutsus, and heat crackles over his shoulder. Kasame curses, reeling back from the blaze even as Samahada swallows the fire, and in the same moment arms curl around Orochimaru's waist, hauling him up over a broad shoulder. He almost face-plants in messy white hair that's scattered with sandy earth and smells of autumn leaves, and chakra surges. With a hard leap and a whirlwind of leaves, they are moving, leaving the battlefield behind. Up to the top of the cliff, then past it in a blur, and when Orochimaru's feet hit the earth again there's winter-sparse grass beneath him. Orochimaru, Sakumo says, sharp and insistent, and Orochimaru realizes belatedly that this isn't the first time he's said it. There's a hand on his cheek that he doesn't remember being placed there, white grey eyes in front of him, and he can't help but laugh even as his vision greys out and slowly fades back in. Such a fool, he rasts, and has to close his eyes to keep the dizziness at bay. Haven't you learned your lesson about saving ungrateful comrades yet? There's a shaky breath, not quite a sigh or a laugh but certainly close, and Sakumo tips Orochimaru forward to lean against his chest as he sinks down to his knees, tugging tattered cloth away. Orochimaru hisses at the faint scrape, at the way hot blood cools in the winter air, but can't manage a protest, even when Sakumo gathers his hair up and pulls the blood-soaked strands out of the wounds. Parts of it are dramatically shorter, sheared off by Samahada's scales, and it rouses a flicker of anger that Orochimaru doesn't quite expect. You know what they say about old dogs, Sakumo tells him, but he sounds distracted, a grim thread to his tone beneath the forced lightness. This looks bad. That's quite the understatement, Orochimaru is sure. He most definitely needs to look into that accelerated healing as soon as possible, assuming he has the chance. But, in case he doesn't, he coils his fingers around Sakumo's wrist, belatedly realizing Kusanagi had gone, that he must have dropped it when he started his last jutsu. There's a clearing, he tells Sakumo, slowly enough to be sure the words will sort themselves out on his tongue instead of tangling the way they want to. North of here, maybe 5 minutes running. Nagato is there, unprotected, and as long as he's controlling the paths he won't be able to fight back without breaking his hold on them. Take him far enough away and he'll lose control of the resurrected bodies. Sakumo hesitates. Orochimaru can see it in his face, his eyes, and he has to laugh, just the faintest edge of mocking in it. Go, fool, he insists, holding Sakumo's gaze. Incapacitate one of their most powerful members and Konoha will welcome you back with open arms. It is, perhaps, the thought of Tsunade's words that makes him say it, the memory of Nawaki so close. What do you think Nawaki would say if he saw you now? His beloved teacher, trying to destroy Konoha. He'd be heartbroken. The loss he feels, even as a faded memory, is still a bitter, burning thing. Better forgotten, but he's never quite managed that as fully as he would like. Hearts are a hard thing to carve out, even with almost 30 years of practice. Sakumo's hands are wet with Orokaimaru's own blood, tacky against his skin as Sakumo touches his cheek, studies him with eyes full of something Orokaimaru can't begin to name. A breath, a nod, and Sakumo leans away. "All right," he says, determination in his expression. And then, an arm around Orokaimaru's waist again, safely below the gaping wounds. Orokaimaru hisses in pain as he's carefully pulled upright, and when his knees buckle under his own weight, Sakumo lifts him bodily into his arms, one hand on Orokaimaru's neck to steady him against his shoulder. "I get the feeling," Sakumo says with weary humor, "that if I leave you here, your chances of surviving this are even worse than if I move you. Can you concentrate enough to stop the bleeding?" Orokaimaru isn't sure he can. His abilities aren't nearly on par with Tsunade's or even Kabuto's, more useful for slow, deliberate cuts and tiny adjustments at the genetic level than anything immediate. But it's also clear he has no choice. Sakumo isn't going to leave him behind, no matter how stupid the decision is. It's only belatedly that Orokaimaru remembers just how well Jiraiya and Sakumo used to get along. "Past that irk," is all he says, closing his eyes and drawing up the dregs of his chakra, all the last little bits that Samehada didn't devour. That's Nagado's direction. Sakumo leaps forward into a run, careful enough that his steps don't jar, and Orokaimaru lets the outside world fade, focusing on his wounds. Even if he doesn't come out of this as whole as he'd prefer, he'll make sure that Akatsuki doesn't, either. One shuriken left to plant. One left, Kushina tells herself, breathing hard and nursing a wide, blistering burn across her left arm. The masked man is still favoring his side as blood soaks his robe, but is fast and merciless and can phase through her chains in a way that really pisses her off. Placing the last seal requires an opening, and Kushina hasn't managed to create one yet. Getting the chance to finally kick his ass is nice, but Kushina's son and brother are right behind her, right there, and she can't even look at them with the masked man harrying her. With a warping spiral, the man disappears, and Kushina spits a curse, turning in a tight circle. Mido's ability to sense malice would be really helpful right about now, as would her Jinchuriki healing, but there's no helping it. She just has to predict. Her kunai slams into the blade of a katana in a spray of sparks, and she shoves the masked man away from Naruto's still form. "Don't even think about it, bastard." The masked man growls right back, just as done with their bout, and ducks around her, ghosting through her next blow. Kushina ducks and rolls out of the sword's reach, comes to her feet with a water bullet jutsu already bursting towards him, and feels a surge of irritation when it passes straight through. She spins in a follow-up blow, aiming for his throat, and the masked man blocks again, slips into intangibility and passes right through her. Quickly, Kushina dives sideways, familiar with the move already, flips off one hand and sends a futon blade sweeping across the battlefield. Water pools beneath their feet, puddles and mud making the footing treacherous, but it gives her an advantage too. She drags the liquid up, dragon mouth opening to eat her opponent whole, and when he passes through it she lunges to meet him as he turns solid again. Last chance to surrender, he growls at her, the blade of his katana forcing her kunai back. Kushina laughs in his face, snaps her head forward and headbutts him hard enough that she actually hears his mask crack under the force of it, feels the impact against his nose and hopes like hell she managed to break it. "That was more impressive 10 minutes ago," she taunts, even as he goes reeling back with a curse. There's a trickle of blood just sliding out from under the mask, enough to make her grin viciously, and "Hey, asshole," a male voice snaps, and there's a whirl of chakra that's both familiar and foreign. A blur of red hair and dark skin darts past her, and she just manages to catch sight of an orb of spinning chakra that looks almost like Minado's Rasengan, only made of black and deep violet light. It hurtles at the masked man only for a warp to steal it away, but the red-headed man doesn't even pause. Winter sunlight flashes on dagger-tipped claws as he throws himself headlong at the masked man, who goes intangible at the last moment. In the same second, he goes stiff and cries out like something just hit him. Staggering sideways, he hits the ground hard, tangible again, but this time his cloak is in tatters and there's more blood everywhere. The red-headed man pulls up short, whirling around, and red eyes meet purple. Kushina stares at her own face on someone else, at hair the same shade as hers in a gaze full of clear wariness that shades to surprised relief, and knows exactly who it is. By the vicious curl of the grin overtaking Kurama's face, he recognizes her as well. Kushina laughs before she can help it, the sound wild and reckless as it rings through the air, and she tosses the last shuriken up, catches it deftly and spins it around her fingers, and knows that at least part of her meaning comes across when Kurama's gaze snaps back to the masked man. "Look at you," he taunts, and tiny orbs of black and purple chakras start to spin at the tips of his fingers. "Having a hard time here, aren't you? What one-on-one is too difficult for you?" The masked man pulls himself to his feet, stripping off his Akatsuki cloak and the dark blue robe beneath. The right side of his body is already healing, deep gouges filling with strange white material that hardens into flesh, but his left side is bleeding and bruised. He hisses out a breath as he drags himself upright, but once he's there he doesn't waver. "You're becoming a nuisance, Uzumaki. But no matter. I'll take your bijou as well, since you're so close at hand." "Bijou?" Kushina's breath catches in her throat, and she eyes the man who's supposed to be her brother again. That familiar chakra says. But, she thinks, bewildered, that's not a bijou's chakra. It's his. She knows the difference better than anyone. Kurama snorts, dismissive and amused in the same moment. "Right," he says. "Go ahead and try it. Let's see how far you get." Kushina has to laugh, despite the suspicion that's rising in her. She flips her kunai around in her hand, showy and eye-catching, and when the masked man glances at her she takes a step forward. "I kind of thought you had to catch someone to rip their bijou out, you know," she says, faux thoughtful. "But you're not really doing that great of a job." Kurama's smile is all teeth and all too familiar, even if it isn't directed at her. "What she said." His eyes dart to Kushina for the briefest of seconds, but it's enough of a signal, and she twists her grip on the shuriken, subtly shifting until she's able to see where she needs to drop it. The masked man scoffs, then makes a gesture. The air twists, a spiral of fire erupting out of nothingness, and Kurama leaps forward, right through the blaze. In the same instant, Kushina lets the shuriken fly, covering the motion as she summons her chains again. They surge right after Kurama as the masked man dodges him, stab through the bastard's body as he phases, and then disappear as Kushina slams her hands together with a cry and a splash of blood. A seal writes itself across the ground in deep red ink, spiraling out from the 3 shurikens she planted, and Kurama throws himself clear at the very last moment. With a cry, the masked man crashes down to land on his knees, one hand snapping up towards his eye, now plain black instead of twisted through with red. "How's it feel to have someone seal away your chakra, fucker?" Kushina pants, and success is heady on her tongue. "Should I slap a control seal on you while I'm at it?" Kurama laughs, just as viciously satisfied, and Kushina meets his gaze across the seal, something very much like joy bubbling up in her chest. Red eyes stare back, appraising and assessing, and he nods to her just once, respectful and agreeing and amused all at once. She has a brother, Kushina thinks gleefully. And it doesn't matter that she's fairly certain she knows just how he came to be, why the Kyuubi's chakra curls around and through him, why he is her face. From the edge of the river there's a cry of Kuramenai, and Naruto scrambles up the bank, throwing himself at Kurama without hesitation, and for Kushina that's enough. She'll get her answers later. For now, she watches Kurama lean down and scoop Naruto up, dragging the little boy into his arms to hug him tightly, and that's all she needs to know.